Good morning, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work, Social Service, Humanity, Compassion, Peace, Terrorism, Violence, Victims, Health, Education, Environment, and Sustainable Development 2022. We'll be starting the proceedings in a minute. We request all the participants to register for the conference. The registration link has been already circulated and it is also available in the chat box. It is mandatory for receiving your certificates. Good morning, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Social Work, Social Science, Humanity, Compassion, Peace, Terrorism, Violence, Victims, Health, Education, Environment, and Sustainable Development 2022. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and UN Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030. As part of awareness and campaigns and commemorating international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022 and also third National Social Work Week 2022, August 15 to August 21st, 2022. Today we are concluding this week celebrations of third National Social Work Week across the nation by various social work education institutions and colleges, universities. We have been organizing so many programs. We, in the sense, the fraternity, social work fraternity, have been organizing various programs with the call of NAPS Week to celebrate the third National Social Work Week. And we have been organizing so many sessions since then. And today also various institutions are organizing various lectures, webinars on relevant themes. So today, in this context, we have also commemorated social work and social service also as part of our conference, which was not initially part of it. So anyone interested on presenting, so you can go ahead by sharing your details. And in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, this conference is being organized. So before we start our proceedings, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue to today's session. Today we have with us empaneled speakers for the day, presenters from various institutions like Bharat Institutions and EQ for Peace, Worldwide USA, PP Savani University, and various other organizations who are collaborating with us this week for this conference. As part of the presentations, we have presentations by Dr. Madhusudan and Sri Muthai Ramanathan and Sri Virendra Kumar Thakurji and Professor Aparna and also Dr. Chandrakala Diyali and Sri Matt Perliston and various other presenters will be presenting today. So today, as we have mentioned, we are celebrating third National Social Work Weekday, or for that matter, for the entire week is celebrated as the World Social Work Week. And this week we are also commemorating World Humanitarian Day and also International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism. So as we all know that we commemorate these international days and occasions where we can disseminate and bring awareness on various events which is being organized across the globe. And also our main themes being holistic health that covers all the dimensions, domains of health and well-being, and also sustainable development, which covers all the 17 sustainable development goals of United Nations, which has set a target of 2030 by which we all are expected to meet the sustainable development goals. So as part of the initiative and our contribution towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are organizing various webinars, seminars, conferences, for that matter, workshops on these themes so that we can bring awareness and reach out to more people so that we can also accelerate, the process so that we can reach the target by 2030. So in the process, so we are organizing so many webinars, seminars and conferences to bring awareness among our fraternity, among our community, so that, we can join together, collaborate together to spread information and also get into activism of promoting sustainable practices in every walk, every fold of our lives. So as we have already mentioned, today is also we are commemorating World Humanitarian Day. So let's briefly look into what is Humanitarian Day and what is the theme for this year. So for this year, the theme is It Takes a Village. The Humanitarian Day on 19th August shine a light on the hundreds of thousands of volunteers, professionals, and crisis-affected people who deliver urgent health care, shelter, food, protection, water, and much more. And you can see various stakeholders like the teacher, who is a lifeline for children in crisis in disseminating information, the driver, delivering aid and hope, the counselor, healing mental scars from conflict and crisis, the health worker, caring for the sick, promoting good health and alleviating pain and suffering, the shelter specialist, who provides more than just a roof, but also takes care of the rehabilitation, and the data analyst, who consolidates, collects, analyzes, consolidates, and visualizes and presents the data so that it can be used in a better way. And the protection officer who takes care of the safety during emergencies and crisis, and the water specialist, or for that matter, sanitation or hygiene specialist, who takes care of drinking water and sanitation facilities for life, health, and dignity, and the security advisor for providing life-saving aids and delivering them safely, and the emergency responders who are ready to strike on the crisis in no time. And also we have other stakeholders like advocate who are campaigning humanitarian actions, and the fundraisers who are mobilizing resources for life-saving action, and the negotiators securing access to people in need with the various public private entities and also the philanthropists. So everyone like us, we are contributing in one way or the other, at least by creating awareness or remembering particular these days and spreading a word to others. When we see, look at the origins of World Humanitarian Day. On 19th August 2003, a bomb attack on the Canal Hotel in Baghdad, Iraq, killed 22 humanitarian aid workers, including the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Iraq, Sergio Vera de Mello. 5 years later, the General Assembly adopted a resolution designating 19th August as World Humanitarian Day. Each year, World Humanitarian Day focuses on a theme bringing together partners from across the humanitarian system to advocate for the survival, well-being, and dignity of the people affected by the crisis, and also for the safety and security of aid workers. So this year, the World Humanitarian Day, we show importance, effectiveness, and a positive impact of humanitarian work. So World Humanitarian Day is a campaign by OCHA, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. So with this short brief introduction, we'll look onto this aspect later on after a few sessions. And we are also commemorating International Day of Remembrance of and tribute to the victims of terrorism. We see on this International Day and every day, let us make sure that victims and survivors are always heard and never forgotten, and let us do everything we can prevent more victims in the future, as quoted by Antonio Guterres, the UN General Secretary. We can see these acts of terrorism propagating a wide range of hateful ideologies continue to injure, harm, and kill thousands of innocent people each year. Despite international condemnation of terrorism, victims often struggle to have their voices heard, their needs supported, and their rights upheld. Victims often feel forgotten and neglected once the immediate aftermath of a terrorist attack fades, with profound consequences for them. Few member states have the resources or the capacity to fulfill the medium and long-term needs of the victims to enable them to fully recover, rehabilitate, and reintegrate into the society. Most victims can only recover and cope with their trauma through long-term multidimensional support. Including physical, psychological, social, and financial. So member states have the primary responsibility to support victims of terrorism and uphold their rights. The United Nations has an important role in supporting member states to implement the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy by standing in solidarity and providing support to the victims of terrorism, offering capacity building assistance, establishing networks, and offering support to civil society organizations, particularly victims associations, and encouraging member states to promote, protect, and respect the rights of victims of terrorism with the donor support of the United Nations, provide technical assistance and capacity building to the member states and victims association to better address the needs of the terrorism. So when we look into background or history of this day, in its resolution 72 by 165, 2017, the General Assembly established the International Day of Remembrance and Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism to be commemorated annually on 21st in order to honor and support the victims and survivors of terrorism and to promote and protect full enjoyment of their human rights and fundamental freedoms. In April 2020, mandated by General Assembly Resolution 73 by 305, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres published the report on the progress of UN system to support member states in assisting victims of terrorism, which calls for the enhancement of international cooperation to assist victims of terrorism. So the last four outcome resolutions of the review of global counter-terrorism strategy have emphasized the important role of victims of terrorism in countering terrorism, promoting international solidarity, preventing violent extremism, recognizing and upholding their human rights, and supporting their distinct needs. Since the sixth review of the strategy 2018, developments at the international, regional, and national levels have increasingly demonstrated that support to the victims have moved beyond symbolic solidarity towards a more robust engagement to advance their rights and needs. This is reflected in the establishment in 2019 of a group of Friends of Victims of Terrorism, co-chaired by the permanent representatives of Iraq and Spain to the United Nations and General Assembly Resolution 73 by 305 on the enhancement of international cooperation to assist victims of terrorism. So the seventh review resolution adopted on 30th June 2021 notes the importance of upholding the rights supporting the needs of victims of terrorism, in particular of women, children, and those affected by sexual and gender-based violence committed by terrorists. It encourages all member states to develop nation comprehensive assistance plans for victims of terrorism and their families to address immediate and short and long-term needs of the victims of terrorism. The resolution further welcomes the Global Congress of Victims and Terrorism, which will be held in September 2022 at a UN headquarters, and encourages the UN Office of Counter-Terrorism through the Global Victims of Terrorism Support Program and United Nations Victims of Terrorism Support Portal to continue raise awareness of the victims of terrorism and promotion and protection of their rights. This includes further strengthening the capacity of and providing technical assistance to member states to assist victims of terrorism and strengthen their engagement with relevant civil society and private sector organizations, which can play a valuable role in assisting, supporting relevant of victims of terrorism. So with this, a dedicated support portal is also hosted, which highlights the importance of those individuals across the globe that have been attacked, injured, traumatized, or lost their lives in during terrorist attacks. On the fifth commemoration of the International Day of Remembrance of Tribute to the Victims of Terrorism, that is on today, 21st August 2022, let's all listen and empathize to the powerful voices of victims of terrorism as they speak about their experiences, showcasing personal objects that highlight the remembrance, recognition, and resilience traits personified by each one of them. Remembering the victims of terrorism and doing more to support them is essential to help them heal and their rebuild their lives. So with this message, we shall commemorate the International Day of Remembrance of the tribute to the victims, and let's be empathetic to this vulnerable population, who have been affected with terrorism. So with this, we shall conclude this commemorating these two events. We will watch a short video by United Nations on these two commemorative events.
International Day shows what it is that we have in common.
Days like this are very much an opportunity for us to get back victims' agenda to the fore.
C'est un moyen de lutter contre ce fléau du terrorisme.
Everyone who has lost a loved one due to a terrorist attack, we have a common bond.
Et un sentiment d'appartenance.
Es importante no hacer distinciones entre unos y otros porque sentimos el mismo dolor.
It took me 11 years to speak up my stories.
Everyone wants to keep the spirit of their loved one alive.
I need to remember what happened because I need to handle it and I need to live with it.
There are individuals around the world. We share your loss, we share your grief. We are there to cry together, to laugh together, to get angry together, but to feel motivated together.
Dear colleagues, young people are agents of change. They help to create a better world for all of us, using their drive, boundless imagination, creativity and talents to fight for just and peaceful societies. They are connecting with each other both online and in person to create global movements of solidarity and change. This is also the United Nations fight. The future of young people depends on our investment in them, ensuring they have meaningful opportunities to play a role in addressing critical issues. Countering violent extremism conducive to terrorism is one of these important issues. Youth engagement and youth empowerment are absolutely vital in this regard. The United Nations system, through the Global Counterterrorism Coordination Compact, is committed to working with all generations to ensure a future without terrorism. UNOCT's own youth-focused initiatives address the need to harness the creative potential of young people to contribute to the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2250 on youth, peace and security, and the United Nations 2030 Youth Strategy, and importantly for our office, to implement the United Nations Global Counterterrorist Strategy and the United Nations Secretary General's Plan of Action to prevent violent extremism. In 2020, the United Nations Counterterrorist Center launched its Global Youth Engagement and Empowerment Program, a peer-to-peer model that aims to empower young leaders to create safe spaces to engage with their peers on issues of violent extremism and bridge the gap between young people and decision makers. To date, we have implemented this program with 58 participants from 11 countries and have successful outcomes in reaching more than 700 young people. Our young leaders developed new prevention ideas on improving school curriculums, digital resilience, and on counter-narratives. This year, UNOCT is co-chair of the Inter-Agency Network on Youth Development. Such an instrument enables exchange of good practices on youth empowerment for prevention of violent extremism at a regional level. Connecting young people to senior decision makers is crucial for tackling radicalization and extremism. Collaborating with youth for youth-led solutions on this track will help to strengthen community resilience and social cohesion. It also presents valuable opportunities to learn from each other. My message today is clear. It's not enough to listen to young people. We need to work together as one. We can't succeed in common efforts to defeat the scourge of terrorism without an approach that includes young people at its center. It's time to build an alliance with youth across the globe on prevention of violent extremism. An alliance for today will help us build the future of tomorrow that we are all aspire to, a future without terrorism. I thank you.
I think humanitarians have shown the world the resilience of the human spirit.
To be a humanitarian, you need flexibility, good humor, and fortitude.
You really need to be passionate about your mission, helping others.
At USAID, we could not do what we do without our partners on the ground. They are the ones on the front lines, working in the world's hardest places to get aid where it's needed most.
In life, you don't always get the chance to say thank you to the people who inspire us,
The ones who go above and beyond.
and are willing to put themselves in harm's way.
To do what most people think is impossible.
All with the goal of helping others.
So today, on World Humanitarian Day, we want to take a moment to show our gratitude to our humanitarian partners.
You motivate us.
You make us want to do better.
And to do more.
You make the world a better place to live.
All of us here at USAID just want to say thank you.
We are so grateful.
Salamat po.
Gracias.
Tashakar.
Thank you.
Mil merci.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, with this short videos, we shall conclude these commemoration topics. And today, we are also commemorating this concluding of third National Social Work Week. So let's briefly look into the definition and various aspects of social work in brief for a couple of minutes, then we will move on to our proceedings. So when we look at the global definition of social work profession, social work is a practice-based profession and an academic discipline that promotes social change and development, social cohesion and empowerment and liberation of people. Principles of social justice, human rights, collective responsibility, and respect for diversities are central to social work, underpinned by theories of social work, social sciences, humanities, and indigenous knowledges. Social work engages people and structures to address life challenges and to enhance well-being. The above definition may be amplified at national and or regional levels. So as part of, social work definition and, to unpack the core concepts used in the definition, a detailed in relation to the social work profession, core mandates, principles, knowledge, and practice. We will look into each one of these definition, core concepts, when we define this social work practice. So we have used certain words, which are core mandates or core concepts. The social work profession core mandates include promoting social change, social development, social cohesion, and empowerment and liberation of people. So social work is a practice profession and an academic discipline that recognizes interconnected historical, socio-economic, cultural, spatial, political, and personal factors serve as opportunities and or barriers to human well-being and development. Structural barriers contribute to the perpetuation of inequalities, discrimination, exploitation, and oppression. The development of critical consciousness through reflecting on social structures or structural sources of oppression and or privilege on the basis of criteria such as race, class, language, religion, gender, disability, culture, and sexual orientation, and developing action strategies towards addressing structural and personal barriers are central to emancipatory practice where the goals are empowerment and liberation of people. In solidarity with those who are disadvantaged, the profession strives to elevate poverty, liberate the vulnerable and oppressed, and promote social inclusion and social cohesion. The social change mandate is based on the premise that social work intervention takes place when the current situation, be this at the level of person, family, small group, community, or society, is deemed to be in need of change and development. Is driven by the need to challenge and change those structural conditions that contribute to the marginalization, social exclusion, and oppression. Social change initiatives recognize the place of human agency, advancing human rights and economic, environmental, and social justice. So this profession is equally committed to the maintenance of social stability insofar as such stability is not used to marginalize or exclude or oppress any particular group of persons. Social development is conceptualized to mean strategies for intervention, desired end states, and a policy framework, the latter in addition to more popular residual and institutional framework. It is based on the holistic psychosocial, spiritual assessments and interventions that transcend the micro-macro divide, incorporating multiple system levels and intersectorial and interprofessional collaboration aimed at sustainable development. It prioritizes socio-structural and economical development that does not subscribe to the conventional wisdom that economic growth is a prerequisite for social development. So various principles which were part of the social work definition include the overarching principles of social work are a respect for the inherent worth and dignity of human beings, doing no harm, respect for diversity, and upholding human rights and social justice. So advocating and upholding human rights and social justice is the motivation and justification for social work. The social work profession recognizes that human rights need to coexist along with collective responsibility. The idea of collective responsibility highlights the reality that individual human rights can only be realized on a day-to-day basis if people take responsibility for each other and the environment, and the importance of creating reciprocal relationships within community. Therefore, a major focus of the social work is to advocate for the rights of people at all levels and to facilitate outcomes where people can responsibly take responsibility for their each other's well-being, realize and respect the interdependence among people and between the people and the environment. Social work embraces first, second, and third generation rights. First generation rights refer to the civil and political rights such as free speech and conscience and freedom from torture and arbitrary detention. Second generation to socio-economic and cultural rights that include rights to reasonable level of education, healthcare, and housing, and minority language rights. And third generation rights focus on the natural world and the right to species, biodiversity, and intergenerational equity. So these rights are mutually reinforcing and interdependent and accommodate both individual and collective rights. In some instances, doing no harm, respect for diversity may represent conflicting and competing values. For example, where in the name of culture, the rights, including the right to life of groups such as women and homosexuals, are violated. The global standards for social work education and training deals with this complex issue by advocating that social workers are schooled in a basic human rights approach with an explanatory note that read as such an approach might facilitate constructive confrontation and change where certain cultural beliefs, values, and traditions violate people's basic human rights. As culture is socially constructed and dynamic, it is subject to deconstruction and change. Such constructive confrontation, deconstruction, and change may be facilitated through a tuning into and an understanding of particular cultural values, beliefs, and traditions, and via critical and reflective dialogue with the members of the cultural group via broader human rights issues. When we look at the knowledge, social work is both interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary and draws on a wide array of scientific theories and research. Science is understood in this context in its most basic meaning as knowledge. Social work draws on its constantly developing theoretical foundation and research, as well as theories from other human sciences, including but not limited to community development, social pedagogy, administration, anthropology, ecology, economics, education, management, nursing, psychiatry, psychology, public health, and sociology. The uniqueness of social work research and theories is that they are applied and emancipatory. Much of the social work research and theory is co-constructed with service users as an interactive, dialogic process and therefore informed by specific practice environments. The proposed definition acknowledges the global social work. Social work is informed not only by specific practice environments and Western theories, but also by indigenous knowledge. So part of the legacy of colonialism is the Western theories and knowledges that have been exclusively valorized, and indigenous knowledges have been devalued, discounted, and hegemonized by Western theories and knowledge. The proposed definition attempts to halt and reverse that process by acknowledging that indigenous peoples in each region, country, or area carry their own values, ways of knowing, ways of transmitting their knowledges, and have invaluable contribution to the science. So social work seeks to redress historic Western scientific colonialism and hegemony by listening to and learning from indigenous peoples around the world. In this way, social work knowledges will be co-created and informed by indigenous peoples and more appropriately practiced not only in local environments but also international. So drawing on the work of United Nations, the International Federation of Social Workers defines indigenous peoples as they live within or maintain attachments to geographically distinct ancestral territories. They tend to maintain distinct social, economical, and political institutions with their territories. They typically aspire to remain distinct culturally, geographically, and institutionally rather than assimilate fully into national society. They self-identify as indigenous or tribal. So when we look at the practice aspect of this social work definition, social work legitimacy and mandate lie in its intervention at the points where people interact with their environment. The environment includes the various social systems that people are embedded in and also the natural geographic environment, which has a profound influence on the lives of the people. The participatory methodology advocated in the social work is reflected, engages people and structures to address life challenges and enhance well-being. As far as possible, social work supports working with rather for the people. Consistent with the social development paradigm, social workers utilize a range of skills, techniques, strategies, principles, and activities at various system levels directed at system maintenance and or system change efforts. Social work practice spans a range of activities, including various forms of therapy and counseling, group work and community work, policy formulation and analysis, and advocacy and political interventions from an emancipatory perspective. That this definition supports social work strategies are aimed at increasing people's hope, self-esteem, and creative potential to comfort and challenge oppressive power dynamics and structural sources of injustices, thus incorporating into a coherent whole the micro and macro personal political dimension of intervention. The holistic focus of social work is universal, but the priorities of social work practice will vary from one country to the next and from time to time, depending on historical, cultural, political, and socio-economic conditions. So it is the responsibility that are of social workers across the world to defend, enrich, and realize the values and principles reflected in this definition. A social work definition can only be meaningful when social workers actively commit to its values and vision. So, additionally, motions that were passed at the IFS Blue General Meeting relating to the global definition of social work, no part of this decision shall be constructed in a way to interfere with any other parts of this definition. So amplifications on national and or regional levels shall not interfere with the meaning of the elements of definition and with the spirit of whole definition. As the definition of social work is a key element for establishing the identity of an occupational group, a future revision of this definition has to be initiated only after precise evaluation of the implementation process and need for the change. Adding further comments is to be first choice before altering the definition. So with this, we can understand, the social work scope and definition, and also the nature and principles, along with knowledge and practice of social work profession, and also in brief of social workers. So with this, we shall conclude this commemoration of this Social Work Week celebrations. Though this is a global definition, we have been addressing the international participants, so it is more pertinent to address to the global definition of social work. So with this, we will move on to our sessions for the day. So the first session would be if anyone has any queries on this as far as these proceedings are concerned, whatever were mentioned till now, you can go ahead, then we can move on to the session scheduled today. Okay, if there are no queries or clarifications, then we can move on. So today we will, our first speaker is yet to join, so we'll move on to our next speaker. We have Dr. Madhusudan.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
Yeah, you can start your video and audio. He is assistant professor from Bharat Institute of Engineering and Technology. Over to you for your session.
Okay, sir. I thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Actually, today I am going to present a topic on gender equality and its importance. So it is the one of the goals among the 17 goals set by UN. So why we have to go for? My screen is visible, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. So means why we have to go for gender equality is in a society, if we want to have progressive society, the gender equality is very important. For example, in some of the what we can say extremist countries like means Afghanistan or some other countries where the gender equality is not there. So what ultimately will happen in long run, such countries will not be able to grow on par with other countries. So that will be the impact of the gender inequality. So what are the issues which we are facing? This topic is purely based upon our country scenario. So other countries they can go for their kind of research and they can find out how they can bring a gender equality there. So here in India, what kind of problem we are facing and how we can go for a gender equality in India so that India can progress. We are progressing at a good speed, but further we can progress with what we can say effectively like other Western countries. So what all the factors which we have to see is first, gender equality is not only means giving rights to a girl or woman, it is giving rights to both. Means in today's scenario in our country, more than gender equality, gender neutralization is important. For example, it should not be like a girl is having more advantage compared to boy, or boy is having more advantage than girl. So both should be equal. Now, in recent few years back, a third gender has been recognized. So that is transgender. So not only male, female, we have to take care of the third gender also. Means now nobody is focusing on them. Only few policies of government is being given to them, but means they are being used as sex slaves or something. Only they are earning the money. So how we can bring them to the mainstream so that they can contribute to the building of our nation? So that also we have to see. Not only female, also transgenders who are there. How we can bring them to the mainstream in the main means work environment where they can live a decent livings. So male, female, and transgender. These three gender we have to bring equality among all the genders. So what are the problems? First, we will see with male and female what are the problems we are facing, and after that we will see what are the strategies we can intervene so that we can bring a gender equality and we can have a prosperous society. So, for example, dowry deaths. So these are the incidents reported, and these are the people who are convicted. So as the incidents reported are increasing, but if we see that much, there is no increase in the conviction. It is few, means that shows that people have now, they are not going for, due to dowry, they are not doing that much harassment which was done earlier. Means this data is from 2000. If we go 1970s or 1980s, the deaths will be more than this. So what I am trying to say is now there is an awareness about this malpractices. This dowry is not good like that. So like this, other things also from other genders, female also should be aware. They also should not think, when they are marrying, they should not only look on the bank balance or something. So like this, we have to change the scenario. Now this is somewhat changing. Still some people have convicted. That means they have committed crime or the death has been caused due to dowry. So that also we have to reduce by creating awareness and creating a mindset which accepts girl as a girl, not a return on investment for the son which they have made. So for example, this is a girl has cheated her husband and she has left for Canada. So here why it is been done? Because maybe the boy was over ambitious to marry a girl who is going to Canada, or there may be other factors. So what is the thing is that means we should have, as per me, we should have expectation, not over expectation. For example, if our girl or boy is means we can marry him in India only, that kind of standard he is having, but we are thinking him to find a bride of foreign or other country. So what happens when they marry? After they find that I am highly educated, he is uneducated, or for example here the girl, he had left this girl and went his husband is in foreign, and here she has went and he is alone. So she has left him. Here here she has left, and here that boy has left that girl. So why this happening? Because the parents have over expectation. Means what they are thinking, after some means we are marrying to a foreign NRI boy or girl, our boy will be settled or something. But whether we have to see means that boy is worth of marrying that girl or not. Means for money, that girl or that boy, the dowry or the means some benefits they are giving, due to that the marriage is happening. But after some time, what will happen? The marriage is not lasting for a long time. They are leaving their soulmates and they are going away. Means it should not be for only for money's sake. So that's what not only the girl, the parents also should think. Means whether our child is capable of giving him to other person who is having higher education or higher qualification, like that. Not only means we should blindly think that he is an NRI or she is NRI, we can give them. So like that, whether he is having that mentality to keep your child, means girl or boy, for lifetime. So that we have to look into. Then, for example, now if we see the marriages which are happening, it is means marriages are not happening. For example, 30 to 40, many people are unmarried. So why, for example, due to now career or many other issues, means for example, now if somebody wants to start a career, it becomes his age will be want to improve his career or go for education like PhD we did. So like when they are doing and they want to settle down, it is nearly 30 years. So the age also it is increasing. So that also we have to think, means why this many people are not getting married. So means 30 is, as per me, 30 is the upper age limit for anyone, girl or boy, for a decent living, if they want to live a life of a happily married couple. So before this age group, 26 to 30, I personally feel that everybody should get married in this age. So what are the reasons why they are not able to get married in this age? That also we have to check, and we have to create an environment that create that marriages. So what are the benefits if we see? So when we go for gender equality, it prevents violence, means like dowry deaths or something we can prevent. And the root cause of violence, like we say, is gender inequality. Like we have seen, the boy is less educated or girl is less educated. So they have left the boy or girl and they have taken the money and ran away to foreign countries. So like when they feel that the gender is equal, irrespective of their education or their money or something, they will not be leaving those people behind. And gender equality is good for economic growth. For example, when we treat equally, we will not suppress them. I have personally one friend. He is earning in his salary is more than 1 lakh, but he is not allowing his wife to go for a job. So that kind of mentality still exists. Means even he had married the girl who is less qualified. So I asked him casually why you did like that. He's saying that we are not marrying to send girls for a job. No, we have their job is to keep children and keep us happy. So that kind of mentality should if she is staying, it is the loss of our economy. So that also we have to see, gender equality when we are bringing, it will help our economy to grow. Gender equality is human rights. For example, if she wants to go to job, she can go out. Otherwise, she wants to sit at the house, she can sit. That should be given. Means I'm not saying that forcefully we have to send her to the job. If she wants to be in the house, she can be. And gender equality makes our community safer. Means when we have gender equality, the crime, already we have stored the violence, the crime will be reduced. So what will happen? A girl or a boy can be safely go at 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the night, and they can safely come, and it will be healthier. Means there will not be any fear in the society that I will be abused, or I will be threatened, or I will be something wrong will happen to myself. So this is all the importance. Now we will see, means as per me, we will see what all the things a particular gender can do so that other gender can feel equality. For example, this is for boys, I'm saying, because this is girls. So what girls have to, this is for girls. Like means what all a boy should consider while he is going for marriage, or he is going for what we can say, finding a life partner. So like, for example, boys' parents here in our country, no, we are not marrying, a family is marrying. So whatever girl is ready for marriage or boy is ready, the parents, in many cases, it's good. Means some people are running away and they are being sold in human trafficking. So they are avoiding, parents are doing good job of taking care. But in the love for their child, they are blind. They are only seeing, a boy has a source of income, his bank balance, or like they are seeing as a startup company, and a girl as a customer. This much dowry, 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs if we give, and we can get an NRI or something like that. They should not think. He is a human being. For example, if a person is poor also, if he is having a decent job and he is working in our country, if the girl likes him, we have to we should not create a barrier. And boys also should not see as a return on investment. Like, for example, the boys' parents, whenever they are going for a marriage or finding a girl, they will just think about how much dowry I can get. So that is why, most of the boys, if we are asking the parents why they are going for this, they are saying we have invested so much on our that startup. So boy is a startup for them. So they have invested, they want a return on investment. You have invested on your son, no? Why you want return on investment? Don't invest. So that is for that kind of mindset from the boys' parents, they should change that. They have to get a return on investment for the investment which they have done. Even girl has invested. Girl also studied. So they also invested for a return on investment where they will go. And the boy should not marry for example, he may be loving some girl or he likes some girl. And he may not like a girl who is being selected by his parents. But for the society, he will marry and his life will be miserable. Because after life, I am knowing personally one friend, he had married a girl due to his parents' compulsion. Now he is not happy. What is the use of that marriage? Mainly in such marriages, children will be affected. So what is the fault of the children's? They have not committed any crime. You don't like her, she don't like you, but what about the children's? And that we have to think. For at least for the children's, after marriage, one should be happy. We have got, if like that one movie in South India, we have, in Tamil Nadu, it's there. In that, he says that one of the comedian, if anybody wants to get married to the loved, who we love, that everybody will be unmarried. Like that, everybody had someone. So we have to move on. We should not be keeping our past and spoil our present and future. And the next is, we have to treat equally. Like, for example, if she wants to go for a job, we have to allow. If she wants to sit at house, she can sit like that, we have to do. And even in the office, for example, we are running a company or startup. If we are hiring both male and female, we should not criticize or we should not discriminate in allocating a job or considering her for doing some job. So this is from male side, what all they have to see or how they have to give gender equality to female. So this is all from my point of view. And at the same time, what all the females has to think, means female, especially in our country, parents of the females. So what they have to think, they should not think means boy as a bank, means bank balance. If he is having 1 crore of salary or 2 crores of salary per year, he is good boy. Means like that only they are, means that girl has been cheated. Means he was a NRI, so they thought he is getting in crores of salary and he left after that. So it means bank balance should not be the primary thing for marrying or means creating a relationship. And if, for example, if boy is educated and he is unemployed, personally for myself also, when we were searching, when I was doing PhD, we were searching for a girl. So girl is employed, for example, she is earning 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs, but she is not confident to marry an unemployed. But at the same scenario, if the girl is not employed, we are marrying her. So that kind of mindset should change. Means I am not saying you marry a roadside boy. I am saying like he is educated, he is also on par with you, but he is not having job or the bank balance. We have to see the character. So that is the equality. For example, when a boy is marrying a girl also, I'm not saying a girl who is unemployed marry unemployed boy. If a girl is employed and earning a good salary, she should have the large heart to go for a marriage like a boy goes. Then means we have to respect other genders' views also. Like for example, some of my friends' marriages were not happening because the girl is not ready to change the dressing. So he is saying that after marriage you have to leave wearing boys' dress. So due to that dress only, the marriage is not happening. So that is the scenario. He is not saying to wear something different. What he is saying, you just don't wear the boys, men's dresses after marriage. Due to that, a couple of girls have rejected his proposal. So that kind of we have empowered. Whether the empowerment is protecting our culture, that we have to see. Whether they are respecting our culture, or we are not saying to do something different. What is there for girls, that only we have told them to wear. If they the answer was wearing men's dress is very what we can say free to them. So if like that then boys should wear girls' dress. So there is a particular dress is there, no dress code. This means after marriage we will be role model to our children's. So that's what my friend was having that problem. And need for two. Now what is the need finally between male and female? What is the need of our is not gender equality. As per me, in India we don't require gender equality. We require gender neutralization. Both should be at the same. Not 1 inch one person is above or 1 inch one person is below. So this is what for the two genders as per me. Now we will go for the third gender, that is transgender. So what we should do, first we should acknowledge their existence. We are not acknowledging, we are neglecting. Oh, he is for money only they are roaming, because they don't want to be identified as a man or woman. They want to be identified as a transgender. So we have to leave them to that thing, and give them equal opportunity. We are not giving now. At least after Supreme Court, they are into now openly saying that even few have projected themselves as a female. Now they are openly saying that they are transgender. And empowerment is needed, as per me. Empowerment is needed for transgenders. Now, I'm not saying that we have to close all girl empowerment, because where empowerment is needed, there we have to give. There is no saying no to that. But it is not recorded by all places. All the places we want to have a gender neutralization. So for 3 genders, we have to go for gender equality in India, that is male, female, and transgenders. In male and female, as per me, gender neutralization will be only the solution for a better society and prosperous Bharat. And for third gender, we have to recognize them, we have to give them equal opportunity, and we have to empower them. so that they can come out of this sex trade or something, because most of them, they are doing that because they don't have other option. That's why they are doing, means they also our economy, they can also contribute to our economy in different forms. We don't know, means they can be like Abdul Kalam, or they can be do some scientific innovative work. We are not aware because we have not tapped their potential. So that is the thing by which creating a gender equality, we can go for innovation, we can reduce poverty, we can reduce hunger. All the other goals we can achieve by, means all the 17 goals are interrelated. If we touch one goal and work on one goal, other goals will be automatically fulfilled. So this is what from my side. So I thank one and all for giving me this great opportunity and present my research in front of this esteemed audience. I thank the organizer and other committee members. So any questions, if any participants are having, I am ready to ask, ready to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Madhu.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You should always take names, Dr. Madhu. You can't just vaguely say thank to organizers. No, we are professionals. We have to have that professional etiquette. When we are thanking the organizers, we should always address with names. No, that is a very dignified, respectable way to address. Always take care of that. Here, it's okay, fine. I'm not particular, but in other conferences, no? Always address them with names and use proper names also. That will be, very good on your part.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, we have 2 hands raised. We'll take up queries. Yeah, Sridhara Kurup, Dr. Sridhara Kurupji.
Yes, please unmute me.
Yeah, you are unmuted, sir.
Okay.
You are audible, sir.
It is audible. Sir, that your face is not seen properly. You please adjust these things little bit. Yes, now it is possible to see you directly. Always you see that when you are going for a seminar, your face is visible or not. That it makes you more effective. And I am not going to ask you any question. What you said, it is everything correct. What I feel is the gender problem. Both must have to live, they complement each other. They must have to complement each other and to live. That is the most important. A man cannot be a man cannot become a woman, and woman cannot becoming a man. But they must have to live, complement each other. That is something I like to add. That is all. Thank you very much. I am from Bombay. I am a homeopathic doctor, fundamentally a homeopathic doctor. So I like to see that your problem, but so many times I may not able to attend these. But these all programs are very good. That the Tamil Nadu in Chennai, that this program I always like. Thank you for the organizations. Well and good. Thank you, one and all.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You are done wonderfully. Come again with some good subjects.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. It's my pleasure.
Wonderful. It is very good. That is that feedback. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sridharaji, for your wonderful observations and comments. Yeah, Jyoti ji, you are unmuted.
Thank you, sir. Many folds for the wonderful session, sir. I have 2 questions to ask, if I could.
Please go ahead.
First is how to change societal perception towards transgender, because it is not one person's task, it is a communal effort, and one person's efforts won't work. So how to do something that they're not roaming on the streets, and though there are many changes today also, but so that those who roam on the streets and all, they are uplifted.
Yeah, ma'am, that for government has to take some initiative by creating awareness, and means they are giving the schemes. Whether the schemes are reaching to their society, all the members or not, we are not aware. Means they have education, many schemes have been there, means employment also, their quota is being given. But whether the community members, those who are roaming in the means roads, whether they are aware of the schemes that is the biggest thing. So that we have to create awareness, and means the government can only take, because individually we cannot take that. And government also can create new schemes for them, which will prevent them from roaming around and begging, like for example.
Sir, thank you. The other question is how to deal with gender discrimination in office and day-to-day life. Because even if a woman is highly educated and she's unemployed and she's going out to search for job, there are many people, even from the same gender, who are looking down upon her and her worth, and they are totally humiliating her and reminding her that she's a lady. And even in offices, we see this discrimination. How to deal with such people?
Means you have to first means if means they are you can raise your grievance in gender, means women's grievance cell will be there. For example, if they are torturing you in a different way, you can go for a grievance. Or if they are means doing in a comic way, you can create awareness about your importance.
No, my question is how to deal with them intelligently without lowering your level.
Means either you can ignore them, or you can means you can do better job, or you can show your means value by doing a valuable job.
Okay, respond and not react.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not able
to respond, but not react.
Means don't go for a fight with them. You show in your job. Means, for example, you are doing a task, you do the task better than anyone in the office.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You will be automatically recognized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti ma'am. Actually, there is a lot of awareness nowadays, in fact, more than any other awareness, which I widely see daily, one program, one invitation I get, especially with LGBTQ, not only just third gender, I'm daily one invitation I'm getting. See the amount of awareness or, seminars or webinars that are being organized. I think no such amount of magnitude of programs are organized on any other topics. I may miss one or other topic, but I'm daily getting, even US consulate for that matter, is providing funds to various organizations to organize. If your college or if your organization is interested, you can apply for the US funds. And if you are eligible and if you are following the rules and regulations, even your college can also organize. We also organized in our university earlier such programs with funding of US consulate. So even I regularly receive directly from US consulate. Regularly I receive mails speaking out. They are seeking out for partners who can organize sessions on various LGBTQI issues. So I mean, this is kind of approach where one through institutions we can organize programs, and through community. Yes, I mean, we need to have a right kind of approach, because they have been going through a lot of discrimination. So we need to be very empathetic to them. And, even our platform also invited few transgenders and transgender activists and parents also. They also came and shared their views and opinions also. Overnight we cannot change anyone. So our consistent persistence efforts would be to address them. Sometimes they might not respect us, or they might not take it as they're supposed to take it. But because we are only trying just now, but since ages they have been discriminated, they have been looked down. So it will not come in a day. So it will take time. Maybe there are various, benefits available by the government, but they are not willing in the very first place due to various reasons. Because, there are a lot of rules and regulations that make them hard to, apply for them, or even if they apply also, they need a lot of certificates. They need to prove themselves a third gender. Now, who is going to certify them as third gender? That is one issue. So like this, there are various issues, but still people are working towards them, and they are also getting rights. Now we can see even in our disciplines also, I know few faculties who are transdisciplinary persons who have joined the universities, colleges also, and dignifiedly working. And we can see doctors. I know personally 2 doctors who studied MBBS here and went to abroad, and they are pursuing higher studies, and they want to return back and do service. So maybe we need to have a very empathetic approach to them, and we need to be more patient to them. Maybe that is a way through where we can slowly, steadily win their confidence and trust, so that we can have a common dialogue. But this has to happen regularly, so that will help us.
Even those who are means begging in the buses and trains, they may not be able to attend, means they will not be knowing the conferences all. So their ground level, we have to do something. That's what.
Yeah, there are various NGOs even in Hyderabad also. There are few NGOs, they are dedicatedly working on these people, and even in other states also. I know a few organizations who are working, but see, beggars same leave that gender discrimination, but look at the beggars issue. They have crores of rupees. Each beggar, when touched upon, many articles in the media also for that matter, leaving this, there is always an extremities in every aspect. So many beggars also, in spite of having so much properties and everything, also still continue to beg, because that is easy occupation for them, and they are used to that. And there are a lot of things that are, so we need to be considerate about all those things. And change is inevitable, but it will take some time. So we need to keep trying. We need to keep creating awareness.
Because by creating awareness, if 10 people we are creating, all will not change. At least 1 or 2 will change slowly. We can...
See, this, for example, this United Nations Sustainable Development, how much crores of rupees are invested for creating awareness, for creating advocacy, or even we are also trying since so many months together. It's not that these will all go into waste. Maybe somewhere some people will connect to some concept, and at least in that concept, if they can adapt and bring change, that will impact in a different way. So
even
we need to.
After this, that the Sustainable 17 goals I have taken, so that SRM I was earlier working. So they are conducting a conference on that 9th goal, innovation and something.
So we need to create awareness. See, first thing is like a simple example I will give you within this platform only. See, we also invite many people, and we do share like-minded groups also. If you see the amount of people get to see the message, or to get to see the invitation, the poster or the flyer for that matter, that runs into some maybe thousands and lakhs of people see that poster. Because we have Telegram channels or groups where we have 2 lakh people or 1.5 lakh people, where we share there. So many people will see. It doesn't mean that 2 lakh people or 5 lakh people who all saw the message or who all saw the link will join. But definitely an awareness is created. Okay, this is also happening, and these are the people who are who are willing to speak, and who are confirmed their presence, and who are willing to talk. So not everything. See, across the world there are a lot of campaigns going on, but it doesn't mean that we'll have a 100% turnout. So it means we need to be consistent, creating awareness that yes, this is a pressing issue. Today, sustainable development is a pressing issue. Climate change is a pressing issue, and we need to work out. Daily, when we do it only, we will get it. spending so much of budget on creating awareness itself is not creating. That too, government, United Nations, they are the authorities. They can enforce legally also. In spite of that, still the change is very slow. Then how as an NGOs and as a professional or as an individuals, how we can enforce anything on anyone? But we all together, along with United Nations, along with NGOs, along with the institutions, academic organizations, we need to take it forward so that, we can create some awareness, at least regularly, like-minded, most of the participants in our platform are all academicians, research scholars, students only. A few of them are professionals like psychologists, counselors, teachers, doctors. Most of them are into academics one. So at least when we see that thought, when we discuss in our own departments or with students, that is enough. We have initiated that concept. So they will also work on it. They will also think over it. We should not think that, there is no impact. We are sowing seeds now along with many other people. So that seed may sprout up today or tomorrow. We don't know. So after few years also, it may sprout up. So it may come into a plant, a sapling, plant, tree. So, we have to keep efforts like we are doing now. Today, immediately we may not get the success or benefit. But in the long run, we will definitely get. So, yeah, Jyoti ji, I hope we have, to some extent, I am sure it is not very specific, but we will continue to organize more such programs. Even we have also invited, and we will continue to invite them also in coming sessions. Maybe we can interact with them. You can also join at that time and interact with them and see, maybe they can give us some solutions where we can implement. So thank you, Dr. Madhu, once again for your wonderful session.
Thank you.
And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions. Do you have any query?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. So anyone else have any queries? Then we'll move on to our next session. Yeah, there is a message about certificates. Certificates are, we have a standard policy of 15 working days. So generally nowadays we are very much preoccupied with lot of Independence Day celebrations came, daily activities offline, online. So there is little bit delay. So we are already started issuing. Yesterday we issued certificates for 6 days from August 1st to August 6th. We have already issued and updated. And we are working on it. And today, every day, today is whole day we are in conference. So maybe after conference, maybe tomorrow we will also resume based on time. And in a week's time or so, the rest of the days also will be updated on a timely basis. So we are constantly updating the certificates. So you can visit. The waiting period is 15 working days. And we request everyone to follow the formalities as required by the organizations. So definitely we are releasing certificates, generating and updating on the website. You can visit website and check. And also we have simplified the navigation procedure also. I will show you at the end of the conference how you can go. We have in a single page, we have integrated a calendar where you can access all the days, as a calendar. So from there, if you visit that page, all the dates will be there. You can click on the date and you can directly go. So we are also working on various other aspects simultaneously along with our routine work, academic, non-academic activities, spiritual activities and other things. So it might take some time, this is so, but definitely whoever is eligible, whoever has completed formalities, we are ensuring that they are getting the certificates. So that is with respect to certificates. And any other queries? Okay, then We will move on to our next session. So yes.
Will you please mention how that certificate application and how it is formalities? Will you please explain 1 minute?
Yes, sir. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Let me take a minute. I will show you, demonstrate you, sir.
Yes. Will you please come with your face itself? Will you please come in this video that face is not seen so far?
Yeah, I will switch on. Because I am in college right now, exams are going on.
Oh,
so
okay. No problem. Sorry.
So I'm on duty also.
Okay. Still you are so much.
Yeah, there are a lot of things we do. Only what we tell is very limited, not even 0.1%.
Yes, I appreciate you, all people, because I have no time. I am also doing so many things. That is why I am making time to enter.
Yes, sir. So this is the website you need to visit. This is a very simple, small name we can remember. sricasw.org. This is mentioned in all the communication which is being sent by us through registration messages and also in chat box along with the feedback link. And through various flyers. On the flyers also this website is mentioned. So once you visit this website, here all the events are listed. You can see just below this. We have 3 series as of now. Mostly these are offline series, so we are not updating it here. So this is the series, International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. As part of that, and also this is also part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. We are organizing from March onwards. So here you can see daily webinars and conference details. So you can click on this. So you will be taken to respective website. And as I was mentioning, there is a single page schedule. Even if you click on that, it will take you to a single page schedule. So it is still we are working on it. So it will be done by evening. Otherwise also, if you can just click here.
I like to also participate, and I like to do some seminars regarding homeopathy also.
Sure, sir, definitely. Let me complete this so that you will know the procedure, and then we will discuss that also, sir.
Okay, sir. Sorry for that.
Sir, it's okay. So here, once you visit this schedule page, here you can see all the dates from March to here. You can see the links for each date. So this is still being updated. There is no need to worry. Even if certificate you are not able to download certificate in that month, or for that matter for 2-3 months also, from March all the certificates are available from website. So you can visit any, even if it is today's date, you can just click on that and you can see the flyer and all the details here. Like this, here we will be providing, because still the conference is going on, it is not updated. So we will take you to previous date, any date. See, suppose say 1st August. We have updated here. You can see the flyer with all details, and just below here you can see the download link. E-certificate for participant. So link to download e-certificate shall be shared within 15 working days after webinar or conference, whatever it is. So here you can find the drive link. You can click on that link and download your certificate. It's very simple. And the procedure for anything, you can see, let me show you, for presentations here, for speakers, presenters, and for making presentations or collaborations. For all these things, the basic details required are these things. Tentative date, because these are daily sessions, and every weekday and every Sunday we are having. So you can inform us tentative date. So we will confirm as per the schedule and availability. We will let you know. If you can give a couple of days also, that's fine. And tentative timings and also session duration. So generally weekdays it is 2 hours we have allotted every day. You can take up to maximum of 2 hours depending on the topic and the content. Otherwise, we generally have 1 hour sessions of each as 2 sessions. Otherwise, also fine, maximum 2 hours. And you need to mention the title or the topic for that particular session, along with your full name, designation, organization, and your brief introduction. If you have a CV biodata, you can share along with that. Which these all details will come onto the flyer actually, and photo and your contact number. If WhatsApp number is different, kindly mention WhatsApp number and your email address and your presentation file. If you are orally presenting, then what you can do is you can have this content, write up and send us what you are going to present. Because generally as organizers, we need to just look into what content is going. So as a prerequisite, as in moderation efforts. So you can send up your summary of write-up. And for collaborations, if you have an organization or an institute, or if you would like to collaborate with us for the conference, or you can send us your logo also. As a speaker also you can do, even not as an organization also. You can share your logo, preferred is PNG file, transparent file, and scanned signature. If you want as part of collaboration also, if you want your signature, you can share your signature. So we will be happy to accommodate you as co-signatory on all the e-certificates. So you can share the details to email address as well as the WhatsApp. This is general for every seminar, conference or webinar, whatever is being conducted. Apart from that, see there is all details are mentioned. This flyer is also there. You can download it. Apart from that, there is a common, registration form for every weekday. For all weekdays, this is the common registration form where you can fill it up. And this joining link is also same for all the events. This will not change. So this is a one-time link for all the events. You just need to remember the time and the date, and you can join the session. So that is where site, site address, and the joining link, the registration form is same. For Sundays and special events, the registration link would be different. So for that, what we are doing is here itself, just below, here you can see the list of conferences. Here you can see today's social work conference. There is a form, free registration form. Here, this is registration form for not only just presentation or collaboration, but also participation. For participants, you need not do anything. You can just click this form and fill up the details. That is enough for present participation. And you can join. Automatically, acknowledgement will come to your email along with the joining details and all. So whenever the time, you can select it and join. So for paper presentations and collaborations, as I showed you, this format is required to be sent additionally along with registration. You can share these details to our email address and also WhatsApp number. So this is how the simple procedure is. After 15 working days, you can visit the website and you can download it.
Thank you, sir. Very good. Excellent.
So this is how you can register yourself and you can download your certificates. And if you want this information to be automatically reminded by system or devices. You can add this. You can click on this calendar and you can click on this link. It will open an option to add this calendar to your Yahoo or Gmail or Android or iOS calendar, so that you will get automatic reminders every day before 6 o'clock or at 6 o'clock also. You will be reminded with this message. This entire message will be shown on your mobile or laptops. You can add this calendar to your Gmail account or Google or your Android phone or iOS phone or Yahoo Mail or Outlook Express or Outlook, anything. You can add it. So every day it will remind you at 6 o'clock, and then every Sunday 11 o'clock it will remind you. It will also send you emails also one day prior with all these details so that you can join in time. And website address is also included as part of this message, so that you can no need to remember anything. Just it will only time, 6 to 8 every day and 11 to 5 on every Sunday. This is standard time. So we need to remember this, and joining link is there. It is also same. It is there in the message. So you can click it and join it. Very simple and simple procedure. First register, then participate, provide feedback, register, attend, provide feedback, and download your participation certificate for participated events from website from respective web page in 15 working days. And for presenters, what we are doing is we are sending them personally in WhatsApp or through email. Generally, we are sharing in WhatsApp. That is easy for them. So for participants, you need to visit the website and download your certificate. So this is very simple. Register, participate, provide feedback, and then download your certificate. I hope this is clear, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Excellent.
If there is any planning for organizing events, we are always welcome, sir. Open, entire platform is free, open for everyone.
Yes.
So there is no charge, not even a single paisa is taken from anyone. Neither donations nor sponsorships are invited from anyone. So it's completely free. It's completely open, transparent also. All the meetings are put on the website. Everything is transparent. You can feel free to approach us. We will extend our support, sir, to whatever extent.
Very great, sir. Very great service for the humanity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Muthe Ramanathan ji, are you online? Sir said sir has some other session, so maybe he will take now or later. Okay, then sir, you have unmuted, but we can't hear you. Can you use chat box, sir, if you are able to take up session now? Otherwise, you can take at your convenience. We will invite our next speaker.
ஹலோ இந்த ஆடிபிள் வரலையா ஸ்பீக்கர் போட்டாலும் வரலையா
Sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, then it's good.
You can start your video.
No, I don't have a video. I just talk. Am I
Okay,
audible
sir.
now?
Yes, sir. Yes, fine.
Right. Good.
So I request Mary ma'am to introduce Muttaya sir. Mary, you can unmute yourself, ma'am. You can introduce Muttaya ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Muttaya Ramanathan, sir, serves as the director and founder of Mind Dynamics Center, Chennai. He specializes in transaction analysis, hypnosis, psychology, and neuro-linguistic programming. He has served as the president of Hypnotic Circle, Chennai for 14 years. He has done his post-graduation in psychology from the Madras University, PG diploma in guidance and counseling from the Annamalai University, has done MS in psychotherapy from the Institute of Psychotherapy and Management Sciences, Mumbai. He has more than 20 online certificates in psychology and aligned sciences from various international institutes all over the world. He is certified trainer in NLP and NLP for Florida of Mr. William Horton. He has a practitioner certificate in NLP from the Institute of Mr. Richard Hemhung. He has a certificate from NLP from American Board of NLP. He has a certificate in hypnotherapy from the American Board of Hypnotherapy. In over 30 years, he has presented training programs on 1 lakh on all aspects of personality development to 1 lakh people in English and Tamil all over India. He has also represented in-house training programs in Malaysia and Sri Lanka and online training programs in USA. More than 1,000 people from different countries have taken his course, transaction analysis in A to Z in nutshell in the international educational platform woodme.com. More than 100 of his videos on personality development, including psychology, transaction analysis, hypnosis, and management are available in his YouTube channel, Mind Dynamics Tamil. 3-4 days in a week, he makes online presentation or review of books on psychology and self-development in several WhatsApp groups in English and Tamil. He has also written 2 bestseller books in Tamil by Kannadasan, The Powers of Subconscious Mind and Hypnosis, How to Score More Than 90% in Exams. He has more than 10,000 books on self-development and psychology in his library. He enjoys reading and speaking. We heartily welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for introduction. We welcome you, Muttaya sir, for your topic, Introduction to Psychology.
Right,
Over to you.
I think I may go up till 2 o'clock. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Please
Right,
continue, sir.
So thank you. This being lunchtime, I do not know how people will be receiving or responding. Let me go about. Thank you very much, Mary Florence Freda and Dr. Ravindra for giving me the opportunity. The topic is psychology. By and large, as I sent an SMS to a lot of people, psychology is all about us. who we are and what we do and what we think and what we feel. It's all put together. It's only psychology. There is no such person who can say psychology is not my subject. I will have nothing to do with it and I will go about doing my own job. Whatever job you do, it will always automatically come under the psychology. If you are happy about it, it will come under psychology. If you are unhappy about it, again, it will come under psychology. If you think positively, it's in psychology. If you think negatively, it's psychology. So no matter what you do, no matter what you feel, no matter what you think, everything comes under psychology, because the components of psychology are hardly three things. One is my thought process, another one is feeling process, another one is action process. All the three put together, it becomes psychology. And jovially we used to say, anytime I'm introduced to somebody as saying that this is a so and he's a psychologist, immediately people step 2 steps away from me, and then they avoid looking at me. And added to that, another thing that they ask me is, can you tell me something about me? Now that you have seen me, the meaning in the when I look at the other person for less than a minute, I need to judge who the other person is, what his thought feeling is, what his thought process, and what his action process, and I need to give a profile about how he is. So that's the way many people think of psychology. Unless you talk to me, I will not know anything about you. Only by asking you something or interacting with you or discussing with you, chatting with you, conversing with you, being with you, looking at your body language, eye language, posture, gesture, whatever, then only I'll be able to gauge certain things which could be maybe 60 to 80% correct. Even then I will not be able to be 100% correct about who you are, right? So coming over, psychology is about our life from the time we were born till now. And psychology, people say it's a newborn subject, hardly 100, 150 years old. Before that, there's no such thing called psychology. From my personal point of view, I think the moment a bacteria got created, millions of years ago, maybe billions of years ago, and a bacteria got created and all bacteria were there, the first bacteria started moving, and then when it came across another bacteria, which was larger than this, hitting against the other bacteria, if this bacteria got to know that that bacteria is larger, it will run away. If this bacteria hits against another bacteria and the bacteria was smaller, then it will go about destroying it or eating it. If this bacteria hits against another bacteria and they are of similar height and weight and dimensions, then they will think about collaborating with each other and how do we both of us go together and then eat some other bacteria. So right from the time a bacteria got created, psychology got created. Human psychology or men's psychology got created lately, maybe. Well, since the time men got created or human beings got created, or human beings called Homo sapiens sapiens, or broadly sapiens, maybe 1 million years old back we got created. There were Homo sapiens and Homo hominids and Neanderthals and Australopithecus and Homo ergaster and Homo many, I think there are about 15 different species of Homo sapiens available, and among them, we are the only things available currently for the past 30,000 years in this dimension. So whenever we talk about psychology, we are talking about Homo sapiens or human beings only. In that context, maybe about 150 years back or 200 years back, a person by name William James Wundt and all those things, all those people, they started a group called psychology, and they started a laboratory also, and they were called as pioneers. But lately we got to know that about 150 years back or 170 years back, Dr. Sigmund Freud was born. S-I-G-M-U-N-D, Sigmund, F-R-E-U-D. Freud was born. He was he is known as the most popular psychologist, as given the maximum contribution to psychology, and he is called as the father of modern psychology and also father of psychoanalysis. So what is psychology all about? Anytime you go to any library at the international level, I do not know much about Indian libraries wherein the cataloging is different. If you go to USIS library here in Chennai or British Council here in Chennai, anytime you don't have to ask anybody inside the library as to which book you want or the book on psychology where it will be available. You can straight away walk there and look at the numbers they noted behind the books over there on the shelves there, and then you look at 150, go as far as you are where you can, and then wherever you find 150, you will come across psychology books. 150 is the number given to psychology, international coding in any country in the world, right from USA to right up to South Korea, North Korea and Japan and China and Russia, New Zealand and Australia, any place you go, 150 is the number in any library. Go to 150, you will find all the books connected to psychology, right? And coming back here, normally the contents of psychology is to start with how we are born, heredity or chromosomes or genes or the makeup. How did I get something from my mummy? How did I get something from my daddy? And maybe my mummy, daddy had their own mummy, daddy, meaning the 6 people played a major role in creating who I am today, right? Maybe my daddy did not have diabetes. My grandfather or grandmother or one of my grandfather or one of my grandmother had a diabetes, and my mummy or daddy did not have it. They had a recessive genes, meaning inactive genes. They had the potential to become diabetic, but they did not become diabetic. But still they carry diabetic genes with them, and they transferred it to me. And at a particular point of time, very likely when I am around 40, I will get diabetes, simply because, not because my daddy did not have, not because my mummy did not have, simply because one of the grandfather or one of the grandmother has had diabetes in their life when they were alive, right? So in that context, heredity plays a role, vital role. Heredity decided by nose, it decided my eye power, it decided by the way my face will be, and decided my shoulder length, and decided my height and weight by and large. So heredity also decides how my eyesight will be, or when will I get diabetic, or when will I become obese or something. There are some messages in the chromosomes and genes and genetic material, DNA, RNA, deoxyribonucleic acid or ribonucleic acid. Meaning these are all internal content handed over to us by our ancestors or progeny. So I gathered them, and there are no escaping. And the one other beauty or irony about heredity is during the sexual act, everything is done. When your daddy and mummy came together and they had sex, and the daddy transferred certain sperms, maybe crores of sperms to mummy, and they started moving, and mummy created an ovum, and the ovum was waiting for a sperm, and daddy's sperm came over, and then they got fused and they became a zygote, and then they started multiplying. That was the time you were born. You got created. Once when the sex is consummated, it's over, and daddy, mummy got separated. There is nothing more mummy or daddy could do anything about sex, anything about the DNA or chromosome or heredity, because it's all over. Maybe it's all over in 5 minutes. Maybe it's all over in about an hour or two, couple of hours. We do not know. After that, even mummy cannot change anything. Even daddy cannot change anything. Only thing that we have an option is we can abort the child. Other than that, the baby got created. The moment the sperm reached the ovum and it fused with it and it became a zygote and it started doubling, the baby got created. Even if mummy starves, the baby will be a parasite taking all the earlier energy available with mummy. It will suck mummy's energy and it will start growing. No way you can stop the growth of the baby. Again, even if it is a rape case, even if the lady doesn't want the baby, even if the lady hates the baby becoming conceived, there is nothing that she could do about it except aborting it. The baby will grow. Now, all that the genetic material decided was, if there is an ovum, if there is a sperm, they will come together and they will start multiplying themselves, and they will become 3 kg and they will get come out of the mommy's womb. Right? So heredity plays a role only during the sex, and everything got set at that point of time. But the point is, people think everything is only heredity. That's wrong. And some people think everything is in the environment, nurturing area, the way in which you were brought up by mummy, daddy, or in the early childhood. That's what deciding everything. So that could also be wrong. So there is a role that genetics plays. There is a role that environment plays. In that context, personally, I feel the role of heredity is only 20%. It's over in a matter of minutes or a matter of hours. After that, it's all in the environment. 80% you and I have a power over, or say over, or decide over. And then we can do whatever we want to do, think whatever we want to think, feel whatever we want to feel. And we can change the environment. We can change ourselves. So 80% of the power is with us in the environment, in the situation wherein you are, in the family environment or educational environment, school or college, or in the organizational environment, or in the societal setup, or in the community, or in the neighborhood, or whatever. So 80% you and I have a say. 20% is decided by the heredity, but 20% can also be managed with this 80% heredity. That by itself, we cannot do anything about it. This is my height, this is my color. But then I can become intelligent, or I can learn something new, or I can modify myself, or I can update myself, I can improve upon my self-confidence, I can feel good about myself, I can connect with people, I can be moving along with people, I can be smiling also, I can do whatever I want to in the environment. The heredity doesn't have a say over that, unless it is serious, some setback in the brain. So heredity is there, and then now that I am born, now that I am here in the society, my mommy gave birth to me, and then daddy is also there, the family is there also there, my elder brother or elder sister is also there. What happens is I've got 5 senses. Now I have eyes and the nose, and the ears and the mouth and the skin. All these 5 are there, 5 senses. With the 5 senses, I look at the world. I look at mommy, I look at daddy, I look at my family members, I look at other people, and then I take a decision. How come I am so small? I am hardly 3 kg. I am hardly 1.5 feet tall. But all the other people around me, they are 50 kg, 70 kg, 80 kg, maybe 100 kg, 5 feet to 6 feet. So 5 feet to 6 feet, mommy and daddy, they look like giants to me. And I feel I'm uncomfortable. All the other people are moving, all the other people are taking care of themselves, but I am the only person who will not able to take care of myself. I need to depend on other people for milk, for to make me, to dry me up, or to pick me up, or to give me lullaby, or feed me, or whatever. So I'm totally dependent on other people. I come from inferiority complexes. Right? Just a sec. Just a sec. So in the environment, the baby starts thinking, looking at other people, and the baby becomes inferior, and the baby all through its life coming to come out of the inferiority complex, it keeps working, acting. Right? So when you read Alfred Adler, inferiority complex and superiority complexes and all complexes, you'll be able to get more information. So there is a sensation. I'm receiving the world through my eyes, through the nose, or through the olfactory, or the gustatory, or the kinesthetic area, or the auditory, or the visual area. Through these 5 senses, I get to know the world, and I respond to the world also. Stimulus coming from the world, and I'm responding to the world, or I am sending a stimulus to the world and the world is responding to me. I am getting connected only through 5 senses. 5 senses are the same for all the people. Maybe they are effective, maybe a little more effective, a little less effective, but all the 5 senses are there normally for all the 5 people. So in that context, sensation could be the same. But then how do I interpret my sensation? That's an area where perception comes into being. Perception meaning a person comes over. When a person comes over, I can remain neutral, thinking that who is he and what is he wanting, what does he want from me, and why is he moving towards me. So I can be neutral, or I can feel bad. This man is approaching me, and I may start running away, or I may start feeling he is a threat and he might kill me, or he might harm me, or I might think this is my friend. Aha, welcome, come over, let's have some tea. So the man coming is the same thing. Me being here is the same thing. But then sensation tells me I am here and the man is there. Looking at him using my eyes, I get to know the other person. But then how am I interpreting the other person? That comes perception. So in every single individual has got a different kind of a perception, even though all of us have got the same kind of 5 sensations. So it is our interpretation and attention and the way in which we look at things. Supposing the government is there, Tamil Nadu government is there, Indian government is there. There are some people who like the government. There are some people who hate the government. They are looking at the same government. They are looking at the same Tamil Nadu government, looking at the same union government. But still, what happens is, how do I look at the government? How do I look at the party? In that context, people differ. Even though people have eyes, even though people have all the 5 senses, the interpretation, the perception is an area where people come into Difference of opinions, number one, or get into problems also, number two, fight with each other also, number three, as earlier Dr. Ravindra was talking about, terrorism and all those things come simply because they're looking at a given situation, the terrorist thinks all these people are to be eliminated, they have no right to exist, and the other people, normal, healthy people, they start thinking that how can we mutually coexist, how I can spread love and affection to everyone, such that the society is a nice place to live in. I came in and the society was available. Before I leave, I would like to offer something worthwhile to the society. So it's all in the perception. So perception is another area psychology studies. And then comes consciousness. Consciousness is by and large to do with left brain logical thinking, vidippu, unarvu nilai, awareness. Yeah, it's similar to intellect also, similar to cognition also. Meaning I am conscious, I am here, my body is there, and there are people there, and they are listening, and I'm talking in English. These people understand English, and someone connected us, Dr. Ravindra or Mary Florence, they connected us. And because of this connectivity, I am talking about some subject which you are interested in. That's the reason why you came here, right? So this is all conscious level. Sometimes there is an undercurrent going on called subconscious or unconscious or unaware level or a hidden level or subliminal level. Meaning, why did I choose psychology? I do not know. Maybe I like people, maybe I like reading, maybe I like speaking, maybe I'm an extrovert, maybe I like moving around, maybe I like being praised, maybe I like being connected to people. So there could be umpty number of reasons why I picked up psychology. So in that context, there is a subconscious mind, and by and large, hardly 20% of whatever we do in the conscious level, meaning using my consciousness, I get to understand this is where I am, this is a society, this is a room, this is a computer, this is a camera, this is a mic, these are the people, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the time available for me within which I need to cover so much topics. So it's all there in the consciousness. By and large, we are using consciousness to act in a particular area, in a given situation, in a given time with the people around. So at this point of time, with my using my time, using my energy, using my knowledge and all those things, I am connecting with people because I'm using my consciousness, vidippu, unarvu, nilai. Right? So sometimes it happens, the subconscious mind can be accessed, like Dr. Freud said, subconsciously, the dream talks to you. The dream is created by your subconscious mind. Subconsciously, you have some desires, some aspirations, some goals, some needs, and some wants, which are not socially desirable, which are not socially acceptable. So what do? I suppress them consciously. Sometimes what do? I do not know that these are my wants and needs and aspirations, which is not supported by the society. Society says you cannot do that. So you're not supposed to do that. If you do that, you're not a decent person. You are not a gentleman or a lady. So the society says don't do it and you can't do it. But then deep inside, I want to do that. So what do? I bring them up as a dream, and in my dream, whatever I wanted to do, which is not socially acceptable or desirable of a good personality, I do them, and I am fully satisfied there. So Freud also jovially used to say, any emotion that you cannot express properly, and your unconscious mind or subconscious mind gets to know it, it automatically represses it. If I consciously, if I know something and I don't want you to know that, then I'm suppressing it. When I willfully do it, consciously do it, decisively I do it, then I am awarenessly doing it, I know that I'm doing it, then it's called suppression, SUPPRESSION. So when my subconscious mind knows that this is not okay for you to express to other people, and the subconscious mind will hide it from me, and then it will protect me, and then it will automatically repress it, REPRESS, repression, it will repress, and then it will remain there. And Dr. Sigmund Freud used to say, whatever emotion you repress, whatever emotion you did not express, whatever emotion you automatically, subconsciously, unconsciously you repress inside, they will reappear at the most unfortunate times and in the most ugliest ways. So when you are talking with somebody else, maybe in a forum or some such place, suddenly the unconscious mind will bring it up, and then you will be put to shame or embarrassment. So that's the subconscious play. To know more about subconscious mind, people need to study a little more hypnosis and work on your dreams also. That way you will get to know. So then comes learning. Learning is people want to learn. Every single child who was born in anywhere in the world, they were sent to school around 5 years old. right? So from 5 years to 20 years or so, students, men, boys and girls all over the world, they are getting educated. You need to go to school, you need to go to college. By and large, this is a societal setup, or this is the expectation from any civilized society, right? So we need to learn. Mummy and daddy also, they were teaching us very many things, how to behave, what to do, what not to do, what emotions to express, what not to express, how to relate with the elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, with neighbors, with playmates in the ground and in school and everywhere. Mummy teaching us how to become a good citizen of the world, or good human being, right? In that context, you are learning, and lifelong you are learning. And in that context, initially, when you start learning, we have 4 different categories of learning, 4 steps to learning, or 4 stages of learning. First stage is I do not know that I do not know. So the computers were not there. I do not know. The computers came into being. I did not know computers were there because I was not aware. Other people were computer specialists and they were tech savvy. And then I do not know that I do not know computers also. I do not know how to operate computers also. I do not know the existence of computers. I do not know the operation of computers. And then I came to know that there are people who are using computers. I came to know that computers exist, but then I do not know how to operate them. So second stage is I know, I do not know. Initial stage, I do not know. Then I came to know they are there, but I do not know how to operate them. And then I said, this is, I can't exist this way. I need to learn something about it. So I will know how to operate the computer or how to operate the cell phone. I'll open it and then I'll go to Word document. I'll go to YouTube and then I will go to the Zoom meeting and then I will know how to record my number and the password and then access and then open up the voice and open up the video and all those things. So the second stage is I learn. I know that I know. And then what happens is now what they say for 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock our program starts, and then I automatically come in by 6:59 or 5:59, and then I automatically I'm talking with somebody in the phone also, and then I press the button and it comes over, and then I tap this area, and then I use the mouse, and then I open up the double click on the Zoom area, and then I automatically write the numbers, or it's already there, and then I go inside. I do not know how I know. Now, initially it was a struggle for me to learn swimming. Initially it was a struggle for me to learn balancing cycling. Initially it was a struggle for me to learn to drive a two-wheeler or a car. But then now that I am happily talking with the person sitting behind me in a two-wheeler or sitting by the side in a car, and then I am happily chatting and then happily looking at the signals also, looking at the traffic also, changing gears also, applying clutch also, accelerator also, brake also. And whatever needs to be done, I'm doing all those things without my awareness. Unconsciously, I became an expert driver in two-wheelers and cars. Unconsciously, I became an expert in swimming. Unconsciously, I became an expert in speaking in English or Tamil. Unconsciously, I became an expert in a subject called psychology, whatever. Meaning, all of us learned in all these 4 stages. Initially, you will not know that you will not know. Then you will know that you do not know. Then you will work on it. You will know. And then you will not know how you know, but then you know. In case you stop me and then you ask me, in this sentence, where is the noun or where is the verb or where is the adverb or where is the adjective, where is the syntax, how did you form this whole sentence, where the comma came by, where the quotation mark came by, I simply do not know. All that I know is I know someone managed to speak grammatically in English. There could be some mistakes, but by and large, I'm very comfortable speaking in English, not knowing anything about noun or adjective or verb or adverb or syntax or whatever. Are you with me? So this became natural for me unconsciously. Now I know English, I'm speaking in English. Even if you ask me to teach English, I will not be able to teach English because I do not know. My teacher taught me in the school, my teachers taught me in the college, I picked up. Now I do not know how I know. I cannot even teach you also. It is not there in the conscious, in the subconscious or unconscious, right? And then comes over memory. How do I remember something? By and large, people say, I don't have good memory. I have a problem with memory. I can't remember faces. I can't remember names, or I can't remember incidents, or I cannot, whatever I read, I tend to forget. I am not able to recall in the examinations. But there are some techniques available. It's all in the neuron connections. Whatever you study or whatever you read, whatever you experience, whatever you feel, whatever you think, whatever you do, act on. If you jump into the water, you get an experience. You start driving a vehicle, you have an experience. You enter a new office, you get an experience. You start learning something new, you get an experience. And these experiences with the emotions, they get recorded, and they are all neuron connections in your brain. And the neuron connections, if they are on the right track, if you can access, if you can put it here and then go over this way, maybe 50,000 neurons there. There are billions available. In the 50,000 neuron connections, if I can set them right, I'll be able to exactly recollect which shaker is which shaker, which money is which money, which mala is which mala, which color is which color. Because I know 10 different colors and 10 different malas and 10 different shakers and 10 different monies. But every single money has got a different picture or a different connotation or a different background or different qualification or different setup wherein I met them, I related with them. One shaker is totally different, another shaker is totally different. One is here, another one is in USA, another one is in New Zealand. One is a psychologist, one is a doctor, and one is a worker. But then my neuron connection has got a connection for all shakers, and then it distinguishes one shaker from another shaker, and then it distinguishes from one worker and one doctor and one engineer, one person in India and one person in Australia and one person in US. It's all neuron connection. If only you keep the neuron connections properly, if you trigger it properly, and then repeatedly whatever you do, they get connected. Because repetition is the mother of all practice, and then it gets set. So memory is all about accessing the proper neuron connection or getting the proper track. Either you have a GPS or you don't have a GPS. If you know how to go to some place, from here, if you want to go to Marina Beach 10 kilometers away, I can always take any road to go there. Because I know it's all there in the neuron connection. I was brought up here in Chennai for the past 60 plus years. I know it. So that way, it's all in neuron connections. And my strong recommendation psychology is never tell people I don't have poor memory. Never tell anyone that I forget faces. Always tell people that I have an excellent memory. Always tell people that I can remember everything. The moment you say that, your subconscious mind understands. And then in order to protect you, the major two jobs of subconscious mind is to keep you alive and to keep you happy. Now that you told other people that I have an excellent memory, your subconscious mind has got to prove it right. So it will start working on it positively and will give you the messages and the proper neuron connections. Are you with me? So coming back now, the next one is cognition. As I told you earlier, cognition is where am I and what am I doing? What is the problem in front of me, or what is the goal that I need to achieve, and what is the data available, and what are the inputs or materials or gadgets available in front of me? How am I putting all these things into action? And then I go about solving the problem, or then I go about achieving my goal. And I also monitor the way in which I am moving, and if I'm not moving in the right direction, how do I come back to the right track, or how do I change A plan to B plan, B plan to C plan? So in that context, cognition is my ability to understand a given situation, use my language, communicate with people, relate with people, use my intellect, go about problem solving, go about achieving, motivate myself, be in the right track, keep on my watching myself, am I in the right track, and ultimately achieve my goal and go for the further larger, bigger goals, right? So cognition is also all about decision making, data processing, understanding, problem solving, setting and achieving goals. And then comes motivation. Motivation is a force or an energy or a power that is there within you, which is propelling you or moving you or pushing you, asking you to go achieve the goal. So there's got to be an intense desire, or taniyada dagam solluvom, per aarvam solluvom Tamilla, meaning a deep, intense desire or a feeling that I would like to achieve that, I would like to make that, I would like to go for that. That's my target. Even though it is tough, even though it is, some people think it is crazy. Some people think I'm crazy to have had a goal like that. But then I say, I am not crazy. I'll prove you to be wrong by achieving the goal, and then I'll go aboard. So motivation is a power. And if I am hungry, my motivation is about how to get food. If I'm thirsty, my motivation is how do I go about getting some water. If I am in a dangerous situation, my motivation is how do I survive. If I am in a public speaking area, I'm in front of a mic, my motivation is how do I deliver properly such that people understand, and then ultimately they give me a feedback saying that that was a good job. So everywhere people are motivated to achieve something. The moment you give up motivation, that's the time the goal goes. That's the time you feel you are not okay. So the idea is Even if you have failed 10 times, 20 times, 100 times in life, doesn't matter. You motivate yourself, set a new goal now, and then go about doing it. So initially, by and large, I know 1st of January, every year people set goals. By 10th of January, 20th of January, after Pongal holidays, or by 31st of January, everyone, nearly 80 to 90% of the people have given up their goals. And then every year I make it a point to talk about setting goals and achieving goals on 1st of January in some forum or other. In any forum available on 1st of January, I will talk about setting goals and achieving goals. The number one thing that I tell people is, doesn't matter if you fail 10 times. Doesn't matter all your resolutions went for a toss. Doesn't matter what has happened in all your track record. Now starting anew, we will do something worthwhile. Supposing I failed in some place, I will have to win in several other places and then tell myself that I'm okay. If I fail in some place and then I don't do anything about it, I am not motivated to do anything about it. Ultimately, the result remains I have failed. I'll continue to remain as a failure. I failed in some place. Okay, now what I do is I'm going to succeed in one other area. Now, one success, one failing, it becomes neutral. And then I succeed in one other area. Now I am successful 2 against 1. This becomes 33%. Now I will succeed in 10 areas and this becomes 1. This becomes 10% and that becomes 90%. Now I will succeed in 99 areas. This will become 1%. That will become 99%. So the idea is you motivate yourself to succeed. Doesn't matter how many times you failed earlier. That's all about winning goals and achieving things. And then comes emotions and feelings. Now I am doing this in order to make myself happy, in order to make other people happy. No matter what you do, everything that you do is to make you happy or to move away from a pressure or a tension. Either it is a pleasure or it is a pressure. Either it is a pain or it is a pleasure. In that context, people would like to avoid pain. In order to avoid pain, people will do something. In order to get happiness, people will do something. Identify what pains you and move away. Identify what makes you happy and move towards it. So that's called emotion. People do anything in order to get that, get the feeling that I would like to be happy. I go to a restaurant and then the waiter comes over and I ask him what is it. He tells me 10 different things. I ask for the one which is going to give me maximum pleasure at that point of time based on the mood in which I am, or based on the people with whom I am, based on the timing in which I am, based on the restaurant in which I am. Are you with me? So I'm always moving towards happiness. I want to be happy by doing something. Sometimes I would like to act and be happy. Sometimes I would like to take rest and be happy. Sometimes I would like to be with friends and be happy. Sometimes I would like to be with my lady love and be happy. But then identify it is your feeling which is moving you. The baby, when it came out of the mummy's womb, the baby was hurt. Baby was happily there with mummy and mummy was nourishing with her rocking sensation, and her heartbeat was a light music, and the waterfalls was there with the blood flow all around the uterus, and room service was there with the umbilical cord, and the baby was quite happy. It was a 5-star hotel atmosphere inside mummy's home. Suddenly, everything got cut. The soft music was cut, the waterfalls was cut, the room service was cut, the air conditioning was cut, and the baby was jammed in a narrow passage and pushed out. And when the baby came out, the doctor picked up the baby upside down, cut the umbilical cord and hit the baby on the bottom, making the baby to cry such that the baby will start breathing by itself. Get the point? You got to cut the umbilical cord, that's painful. Coming out of the womb, coming out of the narrow passage, through the narrow passage was painful. 2 bright lights all around, that was painful. Being picked up upside down was painful. Being hit in the bottom was painful. Cutting umbilical cord was painful. Asking me to breathe myself, that was painful. It's all pain. The baby, first thing that the baby understood was pain. And as long as the baby was living, the baby was wanting to avoid the pain and wanting to move towards pleasure. So once the baby was picked up by mummy and breastfed by mummy, that was the time the baby said, aha, there is somebody to take care of me. The skin-to-skin contact is good. Being hugged by mummy is good. And sucking milk from mummy's breast is good. If only I can be happy like this. So the pain came by and then the pleasure came by and the baby chose pleasure. So ab initio, the moment you were born or the moment the process of being born itself was painful, that was connected with emotion. So all through your life, you were always moving towards avoiding pain and moving towards pleasure and seeking pleasure only. And then comes intellect. Intellect is there's a Simon Binet scale, SIMON and BINET, Simon Binet scale, and there is a Raven's progressive matrices available. And then there is also Jean Piaget working with them, with Simon and Binet, creating the intelligence scale, wherein they said have a questionnaire. You answer all the questions, and then based on the answers that were given by you, they will give you a mark, and based on that, if you score 100%, not 100 out of 100, if you score 100, your IQ is intelligence quotient is normal. They also say 90 is normal, 100 is normal, 110 is also normal. 90 to 110, normal intelligence quotient. You are a normal, ordinary person. Anything above 110, you become more intelligent, and anything about 31, 31, 50, you become a genius. Albert Einstein, Newton range. And anything less than 90 or anything less than 70, you have a psychological issue or something connected to the brain, you have some issue. Or they call it intellectual imbalance or intellectual deficit or mental retardation or whatever. At that point of time, you need to be given some more psychological inputs in order to make you all right, in order to understand a given situation or relate with people or communicate with people or take care of your own needs or relate with people and learning something new and fitting into the society. So by and large, they say 100 is normal IQ, 90 to 110 is normal IQ, beyond 110 you are intelligent, less than intelligent you have some issues and you need some more caring and love and affection and all those things. An intelligent person is a person who can understand a given situation, take rational decisions, collect data, manipulate data, rearrange data, shortlist data, put data into action, observe, and then see that the results are achieved. And if the results are not achieved, I seek some professional assistance, and then I achieve my goals. And then I solve my problems. An intelligent person is a person who will have problems. Doesn't mean he will not have problems. Intelligent person is a person who will have more problems. An intelligent person, sometimes we say we will pick up more problems because he has the capacity to solve more problems and also achieve normally other people who do not achieve goals. The intelligent person, he goes about achieving all those goals, right? And then comes personality. As I told you earlier, personality is made up of your thoughts and feelings and actions. There are very many scales about personality, very many schools about personality. One school talks about inferiority complex and another superiority complex. One talks about introvert and other extrovert. One talks about individual expertise and collective expertise. One talks about individual consciousness and other collective consciousness. Another one talks about being perfect or being peaceful or being powerful or being popular. Another one talks about another one talks about emotional intelligence. There are multiple intelligences also available which go on to making up your personality. There are some assertive people, there are some aggressive people, there are the passive people, there are some manipulative people. So based on all these questions, MBTI is another one, 16 scales. Either you are judging or sensing or perceiving or thinking or feeling or whatever, there's a scale available. 16 personality items, MBTI scale, and very many scales about assessing your personality. How are you? So understanding, there's another one popular one is called Ocean. Openness and conscientiousness and extraversion and attention or something. N is neuroticism. Ocean, they're called Big Five. Big Five personality items. So based on the questionnaires, they will identify these are the areas we're in, and this is how your personality is. You can continue with this if you want, or if you want to change, you can change. Or this is an item where you definitely need to change, or this is an item where you are good at, go ahead, win in this area. So these are all personality questions which tell you where are you and how you can maximize your happiness or your goals or other targets. And then comes health and stress and coping mechanisms. Tension will always be there, no matter where you are. Tension will be there, stress will be there, and stress is part of life. And no matter, even if you remain in the same place, even if you don't get out of your bed, stress will come to you. So stress is a fact of life. Now, how do we manage stress is the area where people differ. So stress management is a wonderful area. Dr. Hans Selye, H-A-N-S, Hans Selye, S-E-L-Y-A. He has coined the term stress management, and stress is an area where we need to focus attention on because it drains our energy. It does not give us the energy to go towards our goals. Stress drains the energy such that I feel so tired, I will not be able to achieve my goals or I will not be able to solve my problems. If only I know what causes stress and if only I know how to manage. So by and large, the idea is to think positively, feel positively, connect with positively, and act positively. Think high of yourself and be communicative and relate with others and help other people out, help yourself out, then life is wonderful. If you think you are not okay, if you think others are better off, if you think you are uncomfortable relating with people or in communication or whatever, then you have a problem. It is there's nothing called stressor anywhere outside. If you think that becomes a stressor, it becomes a stressor. If you think it is okay, it is okay. If you welcome problems, problems becomes a welcome phenomena. If you can solve problems, then you become a problem solver. If you think problems are too much, they will kill me and they will kill you. So there is nothing called a stressor. Looking at a cockroach, I can scream and cockroach becomes a stressor for me. Looking at if I am trained in bomb picking and defusing a bomb, and then I look at the bomb, I think it's my livelihood. I am trained in defusing a bomb. I go pick up the bomb and defuse it and then tell other people it will not harm you anymore. I happily walk away. I draw my salary, maybe a couple of lakhs. So even a bomb will not cause a threat to me, cause a stress to me, provided I know how to manage it. Even a cockroach can cause a stress to me, provided it is causing stress to me, depending on the way in which I look at it. Nothing is stressful anywhere in the world. It is only your perception which is causing it. So learn to manage stress. And then come psychological disorders. People have psychological issues. Sometimes it's premarital, sometimes it's marital, sometimes it's couples, sometimes it's childhood development, sometimes it's parenting, sometimes it's communication, sometimes it's relating, sometimes it's socializing, sometimes it's motivation, sometimes it's achieving, sometimes it's relating with other people or working in an office environment or educational environment. So in that context, people have some issues. Psychologists and psychoanalysts and psychotherapists or rational emotive therapy or neuro-linguistic programming or transaction analysis or hypnotherapy or too many, there are hundreds of therapies available. By and large, there are 10 major psychotherapies available which will help people to come out of their problem. It will be psychotherapy, the psychotherapist or the psychologist or the counselor is only talking to you. It doesn't even touch you. It doesn't give you medicine. It doesn't do surgery on you. It doesn't give any injection. He doesn't prescribe any medicines. He simply talks to you. By talking to you, he rearranges the way in which you look at the world. He rearranges the way you look at yourself. He rearranges the way you look at your spouse or you look at your problem situation. You look at your goal situation. You look at your environment and then you relate much better. And then you go about solving your problems. You become better off. The idea is to solve my problems. The idea is to achieve my goals. The idea is to move socially. The idea is to be happy with people around me, especially 5 people in the family, 10 people in the organization, office, business area, work environment, 5 people in the society, hardly 20 people around me, and 80% of my life is spent around these 20 people. If I can be happy with these people 80% of the time, if I am happy with 80% of the time with 20 people, then I am totally a happy person 80% of the time. So psychology helps and psychotherapy helps. By and large, I have given you an overall idea of all the contents of psychology in a nutshell. I am done. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Muttai Ramanathanji, for flawless flow of information on psychology. In a very short time, you covered almost the gamut of psychology.
Syllabus internationally.
Yes, sir. Thank you once again for joining us. There was a little bit miscommunication because yesterday there was some new addition of speakers and everyone had this. Today there is central government exam is there. So, I mean, everyone was...
Okay. I have another program to go to by 2:30. I need to eat in between. So
okay, sir.
Let me finish it in 45 minutes. I'll finish it in 45 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir, once again for joining us. And definitely we look forward for more sessions. Actually, I thought we would take today also at least for 2 hours or so. So that's why we thought we will finish off with the speakers with short duration and then we'll give you ample time to take over.
Next week on the days to come, I'll take 2 hours.
Yes, thank you,
I want to go for another one.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you once again for joining us and for the wonderful insights, sir. We wish you all the success.
One word feedback people would like to give me?
Yes, sir. Participants, feel free to unmute yourself. I'm opening the... yeah, you can unmute yourself and share your thoughts, observations, queries.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir.
Sir, very good presentation. You have done justice, sir.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Mary.
Sir, very nice, flawless, sir. So much from beginning of psychology to end of psychology. What I learned in UG, you have bought, sir. Excellent presentation, sir. And I expect more sessions from. God bless you, sir. Take care,
I'll
sir.
take 2 hours and cover a lot more in other subjects, right? Thank you, Mary Florence.
Take care, sir. God bless you, sir.
Jyoti Makarwa.
Thank you, sir. Many folds for the wonderful session. Sir, I have one question. I don't know whether it makes sense or not, but it is related to this topic only. You said in the course of the lecture that if we have a memory problem also, and we tell ourselves that I have a very good memory, our subconscious mind captures it and starts working to prove it right. So my question is that if someone is like, I have heard that via NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, even the people with cancer have been healed because positive affirmations. So my question is, if someone is suffering from dementia and they make positive affirmations that I have a very good memory, I have a very good memory, even if the brain, there is some problem in the brain that they forget everything, they're suffering from a neuropsychological disorder, then with the power of these NLP affirmations and the subconscious mind, is it possible that they get healed?
So my answer could be, it is possible, but don't give up medicines and allopathy and all those things. Don't totally say that simply by saying that I become all right, you will become all right. The brain is a hologram. If some part is affected, some other part will take over the job also. So you are a self-repairing mechanism. You and I, all of us are self-repairing mechanism. But by and large, when we go with medicine or go with psychology also, tell yourselves that confidently that I'll become all right, we can become all right. But we also need to check up, is there a chemical imbalance or oxygen imbalance or electrical imbalance or connectivity imbalance or neurotransmitter problem or endocrine problem, or it could be in pituitary, or it could be dopamine, or it could be oxytocin or endorphin or serotonin, or many other areas, thalamus, hypothalamus and pituitary and pineal gland, and so many glands are there. If there's a glandular secretion excessive or defective, then we are likely to end up in problems. In that context, we need medical assistance. But by and large, what I'm saying is, if you think positively, by and large, the body will repair itself and the immune system will be active and you'll become all right. To give you a simple one example, I was addressing a gathering about somebody, the name is Christian Barnard, the first doctor to do heart transplantation. He had a teacher, and as I was talking about Christian Barnard and heart transplantation, I forgot the name of the teacher who taught Christian Barnard. And I told people, there are 100 people there in the audience, I told them, before I conclude my session, I'll give you the name of the teacher. And then I went about talking. I continuously went on talking. And in about 10 minutes or so, my subconscious mind, because I gave a word in front of all the 100 people, my subconscious mind said, I can't afford to put you in embarrassment or shame. And by the time, if you complete and you forgot the name, you will be in problems. I will protect you. Don't worry. My subconscious mind started processing all the files. And in 10 minutes time, it got me the answer. And then it said Dwight Emery Harken. DWIGHT, Dwight Emery, EMERY, Harken, HORKEN. So 10th minute it came by, and then I told all the people the name of the teacher of Christian Barnard is Dwight Emery Harken. Meaning, if you are confident and you give a word and then your subconscious mind understands, you gave a word, you need to be protected. Subconscious mind will go in such a speed, I tell you, jet speed, it will find out the answer and give you the answer. So in that context, I'm saying be self-confident. Tell yourself, I have a good memory, you will have a good memory, right?
Sir, if we deal with the clients, patients with 4 powers, medicines, prayers, faith, and NLP, and also one more therapy, these 5 powers, then don't you think it will work wonders?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I also specialize in psychology, hypnosis, NLP, and TA, right? So I bring in anything that I want in between. I'll mix all kinds of therapy in order to see that the counseling becomes better off. I'm happy that you know several things. Good, keep it up. All the best.
Thank you.
Others? Close பண்ணிக்கலாம் டாக்டர். Doctor,
sir,
thank you very much. Mary Florence, thank you very much.
sir, hello.
Come on, Manasa.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, actually, I do have little doubt. Sir, basically, females do have XX chromosomes and male will have XY chromosomes.
You're right.
Because of that specification, XX chromosomes, will female do have the clear eye vision very better when compared to the males?
I do not know about that. 22 chromosomes and 22 chromosomes come together and merge, become 22 chromosomes. And the man gives, if the man gives XX, it becomes a girl. If the man gives XY sperm, it becomes a boy. But I do not know. Girls will be more attached or more powerful or whatever. I do not know. I don't have literature.
Okay, sir.
It simply decides the gender. It doesn't make one better off than the other.
Okay. Sir, I have one more question.
Yeah.
So during the formation of a zygote, do we have any specification like regarding parental characteristics? This much percentage will got from mother, this much percentage genetics things will get from the father.
No way we can assess. Some you will pick up from mom, some you will pick up from dad, some will come from mommy's mommy's daddy, some will come from daddy's mom, daddy's mommy. We do not know. Only when the baby is born, we will know. But earlier, about 3 months or 4 months, either the penile shadow can be seen or the vaginal shadow can be seen. But in Indian context, we can't check it out. But during, I had my baby 35, 40 years back. So I had ultrasonogram done. I knew it was a boy. I knew it was a girl. Right? Today, we can't do that. Other than that, we do not know which characteristic, where I will pick up, which sort of nose I will get. My nose is decided by mommy, daddy, mommy's mommy, daddy, daddy's mommy, daddy. I got a mixture of all those things. I do not know.
Sir, I have one more question. During the pregnancy and all, we'll collect the blood from the mother's womb and we'll store it in some cells. So from that, we can, if the baby or the young ones got any infectious or diseases thing, most of the people used to say we can remove the cells and we can replace these cells, so everything will be fine.
Stem cell research is going on. They may come about after 100 years, all the problems will be solved with the stem cell research. Because the umbilical cord, through the umbilical cord, mummy was supplying blood. The mummy created the, say 1 gram baby. 1 gram baby zygote. The ovum came by
like test tube baby.
1 gram. The 1 gram became 3,000 grams.
Wow.
The 2,999 grams came via mummy's blood. Are you with me? So mummy's blood will carry everything. And in case daddy has had some problems related to sex or something, the baby will get that problem because of the sperm also. Get it?
Okay.
Ovum has got a problem or sperm has got a problem, that will also become better, will become pronounced and visible. Same way, mummy made you 2,999 grams, mummy gave you on an average. So very likely mummy's material will come back.
Okay.
Same mud part, if I put in the bitter gourd seed there, and I also put mango seed there, so when the plants sprout and come out, the bitter gourd will give me bitter gourd, and the mango will give me sweet mango. Same mud. Similarly, same mummy, daddy, depending on the sperm and depending on the ovum and depending on the blood supply, things could change. Things could impact.
Okay. Okay.
Mummy had corona, baby is likely to have corona. Mummy have HIV or daddy has HIV, the baby is likely to have HIV.
Yes.
We can manage it, but it could be transplanted.
Okay.
Daddy had diabetes, he transplanted it. 40 years, I did not have diabetes. After that, it was there. The genetic material of diabetes was there. Sleeping, recessive, inactive. Suddenly at 40, it becomes active, or suddenly when I am under too much of stress, it becomes active. So many things come into play, but we can always manage. With stem cell research, people will keep everybody alive. because the cord blood created the lungs, it created the heart, it created the gallbladder and the kidney and the stomach and the large intestine and the small intestine and our spleen and all those things. Now I have the cord blood, which created the heart, which created the kidney. Now identifying this cord blood, hardly 10 ml blood, I can recreate the heart also, such that I will not have a heart attack. Even if I have a heart attack, and remove the heart attack, create a new heart also. Things are working. Maybe in 100 years they will do it.
So Novedo, recently I have gone through an article that one person he just spent his whole life with an artificial heart for 108 days.
Impossible. Christian Barnard was crazy creating making the human being alive with another person's heart. Because that man was crazy, you and I, it becomes a heart transplantation or a CABG. The bypass surgery has become very normal all over the world simply because Christian Barnard was crazy. If Christian Barnard was normal, he would not have done it.
Yes. So in many more articles, they used to say they are recently using spinach for the heart transplantations and all.
I do not know. Bonobo is a kind of a monkey which has got a similar heart like that. So take a horn lung machine or bonobo heart and then redirect it. People can remain without a heart for a short period of time, and then the bonobo heart can purify the blood and pump the blood and keep it flowing without allowing it to freeze. After some time, maybe less than 6 hours or so, maybe 24 hours or so, once again the bonobo heart will be taken away and the human heart is put into action. For a temporary period of time, we can do without a human heart, with a heart lung machine or bonobo heart or some such. Perennially, how do we do about? We do not know yet.
So, but recently we just got a vaccination for the type 2 diabetes mellitus, but most of the people used to say it has some variations in the ages and all. Does really vaccination works on diabetes? Because everyone's immunities and everyone, it differs a lot.
Sorry, Mansa, I do not know. People are living with the diabetes and research is going on all over the world. Maybe 100,000 people are doing even today research on how to prevent diabetes or how to cure diabetes. We are now palliative materials. We have got replacement materials. We have not totally eradicated diabetes as far as allopathy is concerned.
Okay.
We call it as a disorder. It's not a problem. It's not a sickness. It's not an illness. It's a disorder.
Yes. Yes,
Instead of secreting 100, it is secreting 80, or it is not secreting at all. If it is not secreting, we become insulin dependent. If it is secreting and less quantity, then we need to have supplements. But we are not totally cured diabetes as yet.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansa.
Yes.
Dr. Ravindra, you can take over, or Mary Florence, you can take over.
Thank you, sir, for once again for joining us, and we look forward for more sessions in future. We wish you all the success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm running to the other one.
Yeah. Kindly have your lunch, sir.
Yeah, 10 minutes I will have lunch and go. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. I enjoyed being with you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so after these wonderful sessions, we'll move on to our next session for the day. We have with us Virendra Kumarji.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir? I'm unmuted.
Yes, sir. You can start your video also.
Yes, sir. Yes, I have started my video also. I'll share my screen also. Yes. I hope now it's visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Well, my today's topic is on terrorism. The title is Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, that is UAPA 1967. This act has a very interesting history that is different from other acts. So I'll tell you briefly about it. Most of the audience might be familiar already with TADA and SOTA, that is Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Prevention Act, that is TADA 1987. There was also POTA, Prevention of Terrorist Activities Act. So at the time of elections, I mean 2004 elections, it was announced by the government that this quota will be repealed. And therefore, accordingly, after the elections results were announced, so quota was repealed. Quota was passed in 2002, and within 2 years, it was repealed. But what happened was, entire chapters of prevention of terrorism at quota were, after repealing quota, they are inserted into UAPA, that is Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which did not deal with terrorist activities. And therefore, this act has completely changed. After 2004, what has happened is, unlawful activities was only about the banned organizations, but now it also deals with the terrorist organization. And therefore, 3 chapters are related to unlawful activities prevention, and 4 chapters, that is chapter 4, 5, 6, 7, deal with the terrorism. So this act, which was not at all related with terrorism, now deals more with terrorism rather than unlawful activities. And we can say it's a modern version of TADA and quota, which is not obvious from the name of the act. So let us see briefly about this. It is an act to provide for the more effective prevention of certain unlawful activities of individuals and associations, and for dealing with terrorist activities. You can see the preamble itself has been changed, and for dealing with terrorist activities, and for matters connected therewith. Whereas the Security Council of the United Nations, in its 48th meeting, adopted Resolution 1373/2001 on 28 September 2001 under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, requiring all the states to take measures to combat international terrorism. And whereas Resolutions 1267, 1999, 1333, 2000, 1363, 2001, these are all UN resolutions, 1390 of 2002, 1455 of 2003, 1526 of 2004, 1566 of 2004, 1617 of 2005, 1735 of 2006, and 1822 of 2008 of the Security Council of the United Nations required the states to take action against certain terrorists and terrorist organizations to freeze the assets and other economic resources, to prevent the entry into or the transit through their territory, and to prevent the direct and or indirect supply, sale or transfer of arms and ammunition to the individuals or entities listed in the schedule. So this is the aim. And if you see the history, so the timeline is like this. Originally, UAPA was enacted in 1967, and it was a very small act of 4 chapters. Out of which the 4th chapter has been substituted, and 3 more chapters have been added. That means chapter 4, 5, 6, 7 are entirely new after 2004. The first amendment came out in 2004 on the heels of the repeal of quota, wherein some of the provisions of the repealed act relating to terrorist activities were imported into the US, as I told earlier, chapter 4, 5, 6, 7. The second amendment came in 2008, immediately after the 26 November terror attacks in Mumbai, when the central government also enacted the National Investigating Agency, that is NIA Act. So NIA Act was enacted. New agency, apart from CBI, was formed. Earlier CBI dealt with terrorism, but there were problems at the sanction of government, state governments needed under Section 6 of this Delhi Special Police Establishment Act 1946, and therefore NIA Act was enacted, and simultaneously changes were made in UAPA also. Then in 2012, which actually was implemented in 2013. So the third amendment took place in 2012, when the act was modified to incorporate economic and financial offences relating to terrorism and provided for a transnational approach to curb the international financing of terrorism within India. So these economic provisions were added like freezing of assets and forfeiture of property and other things. It is also a law of preventive detention. So I'll tell more about that as we proceed further. And recently, on 2019, this act was presented in Lok Sabha by Amit Shah, Home Minister. So most recently, the central government in 2019 has further amended the UAPI to provide for the notification of individuals and terrorists within the meaning of that. So earlier, this UAPI dealt only with terrorist organizations, but now it also deals with individual terrorists, and therefore a fourth schedule has been added where the, we can say, notified or the denotified notified list, or rather blacklist of terrorists is also part of this act. So we shall see that also. What are the advertisement? What are the organizations banned? That is in 2000 in first schedule, and what are who are the individuals banned? That is in fourth schedule of this act. So this was the preamble. And whereas the central government, in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 2 of the United Nations Security Council Act 1947, has made the prevention and suppression of terrorism implementation of Security Council Resolutions Order 2007, and whereas it is considered necessary to give effect to the said resolutions and the order, and to make special provisions for the prevention of and for coping with terrorist activities and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be it enacted by Parliament in the 18th year of the Republic of India as follows. Very old act, 1967, but now it has been completely modified, and we can say it is more than doubled. The length has been doubled, more than doubled. So let us see what are the provisions. Now, as we can see, firstly, the section 1, 2, and 2A have themselves been changed. So this is a modified new section of 2004 that we are reading. The original is changed. So this act may be called the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967. It extends to the whole of India. Jammu Kashmir is not an exception. Every person shall be liable to punishment under this act for every act or omission contrary to the provision thereof, of which he is held guilty in India. Very wide scope, just like IPC. Any person who commits an offence beyond India, which is punishable under this act, shall be dealt with according to the provisions of this act in the same manner as if such act had been committed in India. The provisions of this act apply also to citizens of India outside India, that is foreigners also. Persons in the service of the government, wherever they may be. They could be, say, in embassy or the High Commission, and persons on ships and aircraft registered in India, wherever they may be. That is, it deals to hijacking and other offences also. So this is the first section. Now we come to second. It is also completely new. So in 2004, it has been substituted. And the original section 2 and 2A, so section 2A has been completely dropped and section 2 is completely modified. So all the definitions are new. Let us see the important definitions. Associations in any combination or body of individuals. Actually, it is a fundamental right, forming associations. So organizations or associations can be banned only through a law made by Parliament as per Article 19(2) of the Constitution. The cessation of part of the territory of India includes admission of the claim of any foreign country to any such part. Then code means the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973. So earlier there was Code of Criminal Procedure 1898 when this act was originally passed in 1967. So the older CRPC was there. So, now to remove the confusion, simply code is mentioned. So code means CRPC. Code means a criminal court having jurisdiction under the court to try offences under this act. So special courts have been established and includes a special court constituted under section 11 or section 22 of the National Investigation Agency Act 2008. So court means the same court that deals with NIA, or it could be separate court also. So it is a sessions court. Session means, as we know, sessions judge is the topmost criminal judge in a district, and punishment powers is capital punishment and unlimited fine. So these courts also have the same power, that is capital punishment as well as unlimited fine. Designated authority means such officer of the central government not below the rank of joint secretary to that government, or such officer of the state government not below the rank of secretary to that government, as the case may be, as may be specified by the central government or the state government by notification published in the official gazette. So this is the meaning of designated authority, executive authority. Then economic security. So these have been added. It includes, in 2008, this has been included. So it includes financial, monetary, and fiscal stability, security of means of production and distribution, food security, livelihood security, energy security, ecological and environmental security. So this is added because this deals with counterfeit notes also, apart from IPC. Therefore, this has been added in 2008. Then order means the prevention and suppression of terrorism, that is quota, implementation of Security Council Resolutions Order 2007 as may be amended from time to time. So whenever now the Act has been made such in 2013 that whenever any organization gets banned by the Security Council, the government also notifies through an order, and that also gets banned in India. An almost automatic type of procedure has been here. So it's very simple. That is through just notification that organization can be banned in India by the central government. Immediately following that UN resolution or amendment, without any amendment to this Act. So the process has been made almost automatic. Then clause EA, renumbered clause EB thereof. So this has been done in 2013. So let us see this EC clause now. We have seen EE and EB above. Third clause that is added is person. Person here includes, by person here we mean generally person who is to be named as terrorist. So terrorist persons we are mainly talking about, because these organized individual persons can also be blocked. So who are the persons who can be blocked? That is in that sense we are talking. It includes an individual, a company, a firm, an organization or an association of persons or a body of individuals, whether incorporated or not, every artificial juridical person not falling within any of the preceding subclauses, and any agency, office or branch owned or controlled by any person falling within any of the preceding subclauses. That is, these are the people who can be say notified or banned as terrorists. Then prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this Act. Proceeds of terrorism. This is also important because forfeiture of property is involved here. And as we know from Constitution, forfeiture of property can't be done without an Act of Parliament. Therefore, this is one of such acts that have been passed by the Parliament. All kinds of properties which have been derived or obtained from commission of any terrorist act or have been acquired through funds traceable to a terrorist act, irrespective of person in whose name such proceeds are standing or in whose possession they are found, or any property which is being used or is intended to be used for a terrorist act or for the purpose of an individual terrorist or a terrorist gang or a terrorist organization. That is organized crime, and proceeds of terrorism has been defined here. For the purposes of this Act, it is hereby declared that the expression proceeds of terrorism includes any property intended to be used for terrorism. So even that is, even intention is punishable, and say property can be forfeited or attached, and all these things can be, we shall see about those provisions. Now property, this definition is also very wide. It has been substituted in 2008. Property means property and assets of every description, whether corporeal or incorporeal, movable or immovable, tangible or intangible, and legal documents, deeds, and instruments in any form, including but not limited to. This definition has also been amended in 2013. Instruments here means negotiable instruments we are talking about. That is check, draft, hundi, promissory note, everything that is financial instruments we are talking about. So instruments in any form, including but not limited to electronic or digital, evidencing title to or interest in such property or asset by means of bank credits, traveler's checks, bank checks, money orders, shares, securities, bonds, drafts, letters of credit, cash, and bank account, including fund, however acquired. Schedule means a schedule to this Act. So now we have 53 sections and 4 schedules to this Act. So schedule means any schedule, any of the 4 schedules. Succession of a part of the territory of India from the Union includes the assertion of any claim to determine whether such part will remain a part of the territory of India. So that is the meaning of secession here. So if anything affects, say, integrity of India, so that comes with these offenses under this Act. State government in relation to a union territory means the administrator thereof. So state government includes state as well as UT. Terrorist Act has a meaning assigned to it in section 15. A very wide definition. In fact, the same definition that was in POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act 2000, has been imported here. and the expressions terrorism and terrorist shall be construed accordingly. So we shall see that definition also, because there is no international agreement, but India has its own legal definition. Terrorist gang means any association other than terrorist organization, whether systematic or otherwise, which is concerned with or organized in or involved in terrorist act. So gang here means organized crime. Then terrorist organization means an organization listed in the first schedule. So first schedule is actually a blacklist of all those, say we can say banned organizations under this act, or an organization operating under the same name as an organization so listed. Tribunal means the tribunal constituted under section 5. So there are special tribunals also that are constituted that decide about this banning or blacklisting of organization. Then we have unlawful activity. So in relation to an individual or association means any action taken by such. In 2019, here organizations have also been banned. That is the change that is made in 2019. So for schedule, the word first schedule has been changed, and we shall see about organizations also when we see 2019 amendment. Unlawful activity in relation to an individual or association is any action taken by such individual or association, whether by committing an act or by words, either spoken or written, or by signs or by visual representation or otherwise, which is intended or supports any claim to bring about on any ground whatsoever the cessation of a part of the territory of India, or the cessation of a part of the territory of India from the Union, or which incites any individual or group of individuals to bring about any such cession or cessation, or which disclaims, questions, disrupts, or is intended to disrupt the sovereignty and territorial integrity of India, or which causes or is intended to cause disaffection against India. So this is a very wide definition of unlawful activity. This complete definition is of 2004, okay, because section 2 was replaced, substituted in, so original 1967 section is not here. Unlawful association means any association which has for its object any unlawful activity, or which encourages or aids persons to undertake any unlawful activity, or of which the members undertake such activity, or which has for its object any activity which is punishable under section 153A or section 153B of the IPC, or which encourages or aids persons to undertake any such activity, or of which the members undertake any such activity, provided that nothing contained in clause 2 shall apply to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So this has been changed, wide notification of 2019, because now earlier there was Ranbir Penal Code, and that Ranbir Penal Code is now inapplicable because the IPC has been implemented in Jammu and Kashmir. Earlier IPC was not applicable, so they had their own penal code. So now this IPC provision is sufficient, and therefore this provision has got no meaning now. So there are now two union territory. One is the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, another is the UT of Ladakh. So words and expressions used but not defined in this act and defined in this code shall have meaning respectively assigned to them in the code. Code here means CRPC. So all the definitions of CRPC are applicable if some definitions are not clear in this. Then we have any reference in this act to the any enactment or any provision thereof shall in relation to an area in which such enactment or such provision is not in force be construed as a reference to the corresponding law or the relevant provision of the corresponding law, if any, in force in that area. That is because law and order in India is a state subject, and therefore constitutionality of UAPA was also earlier challenged, whether the government has the legislative competence. Constitutionality of TADA and FOTA were also challenged, but the Supreme Court upheld it, and constitutionality of this act has not been challenged on the ground that it is a central legislation. So because after NIA Act and this, it is supposed to be, say, in the constitution, it is the responsibility of the central government to maintain this national integrity and sovereignty. Now we come to chapter 2. So we have seen that chapter 1 is completely changed. That is section 1 and 2. Even chapter 4, 5, 6, 7 are changed. So what is remaining is now the old, that is 1967 Act, unlawful activity. So declaration of an association as unlawful. So if the central government is of the opinion that any association is or has become an unlawful association, it may by notification in the official gazette declare such association to be unlawful. Every such notification shall specify the grounds on which it is issued and such other particulars as the central government may consider necessary, provided that nothing in this subsection shall require the central government to disclose any fact which it is considered to be against the public interest to disclose. That means the government can even hide or say refuse to disclose any reason why it is declaring particular association as unlawful. No such notification shall have effect until the tribunal has, by an order made under Section 4, confirmed the declaration made therein, and the order is published in the official gazette. That means it will be published, and there is also provision that matter may go to the tribunal that are specially established under this UAPA Act. Provided that if the central government is of opinion that circumstances exist which render it necessary for that government to declare an association to be unlawful with immediate effect, it may, for results to be stated in writing, direct that the notification shall, subject to any order that it may be made under Section 4, have effect from the date of its publication in the official gazette. So it will be published in the gazette and date shall be notified. Every such notification shall, in addition to its publication in the official gazette, be published in not less than one daily newspaper having circulation in the state in which the principal office, if any of the association affected, is situated, and shall also be served on such association in such manner as the central government may think fit, and all or any of the following modes may be followed in effecting such service, namely, by affixing a copy of the notification to some conspicuous part of the office, if any of the association, or by serving a copy of the notification where possible on the principal office bearers, if any of the association, or by proclaiming by beat of drum or by means of loudspeakers the contents of the notification in the area in which the activities of the association are ordinarily carried on, or in such other manner as may be prescribed. Now we have got social media and other means also. The fourth is related to reference to tribunal after an association has been declared unlawful. So where any association has been declared unlawful by notification issued under subsection 1 of section 3, the central government shall within 30 days from the date of the publication of the notification under the said subsection refer the notification to the tribunal for the purpose of adjudicating whether or not there is sufficient cause for declaring the association unlawful. So matter will be firstly referred to the tribunal itself, whether the banned organization applies or not. On receipt of a reference under subsection 1, the tribunal shall call upon the association affected by notice in writing to show cause within 30 days from the date of the service of such notice why the association should not be declared unlawful. So first there will be a show cause notice after the matter is referred to the tribunal. That means the government does not have full powers. It has to be, say, there will be a tribunal for this purpose. After considering the cause, if any shown by the association or the office bearers or members thereof, the tribunal shall hold an inquiry in the manner specified in section 9, and after calling for such further information as it considers it may consider necessary from the central government or from any office bearer or member of the association, it shall decide whether or not there is sufficient cause for declaring the association to be unlawful and make as expeditiously as possible, and in any case within a period of 6 months from the date of the issue of the notification under subsection 1 of section 3, such order as it may deem fit for either confirming the declaration made in the notification or cancelling the same. So any order is subject to confirmation or cancellation by the tribunal. The order of the tribunal made under subsection 3 shall be published in the official gazette. So once it becomes final, then it is published. Then tribunal, again it will be published. So there is order of the central government, then again there is order of the tribunal. Now how the tribunal will be formed? So the central government may by notification in the official gazette constitute as and when necessary a tribunal to be known as the Unlawful Activities Prevention Tribunal, that is UAPT, consisting of one person to be appointed by the central government. So this will always be, it will be one-man tribunal, provided that no person shall be so appointed unless he is a judge of a high court. That means tribunal is a of the, say, we can say headed by or presided by high court judge. If for any reason judge, it could be say HC judge will be heading the tribunal. If for any reason a vacancy other than a temporary absence occurs in the office of the presiding officer of the tribunal, then the central government shall appoint another person in accordance with the provisions of this section to fill the vacancy, and the proceedings may be continued before the tribunal from the stage at which the vacancy is filled. The central government shall make available to the tribunal such staff as may be necessary for the discharge of its functions under this act, and all expenses incurred in connection with the tribunal shall be defrayed out of the Consolidated Fund of India. And subject to the provisions of section 9, the tribunal shall have the power to regulate its own procedure in all matters arising out of the discharge of its functions, including the place of or places at which it will hold its sittings. The tribunal shall, for the purposes of making an inquiry under this act, have the same powers as are vested in civil code under the CPC 1908 by trying a suit in respect of the following matters. So this is, we can say, type of special code, just as there are special codes. So these are the traditional powers that are there in CPC to the civil court. Although it is headed by High Court judge, but it will have power of a civil court. The summoning and enforcing the attendance of any witness and examining him on oath, the discovery and production of any document or other material object producible as evidence, the reception of evidence on affidavit, the requisitioning of any public record from any court or office, the issuing of any commission for the examination of witnesses. So these are all the powers of CPC that the tribunal has. Any proceeding before the tribunal shall be deemed to be a public proceeding within the meaning of sections 193 and 228 of the Indian Penal Code, and the tribunal shall be deemed to be a civil court for the purposes of section 195 and chapter 26 of the code, that is of CRPC. That means, see, it has powers under CPC, it has powers under IPC, it has powers under CRPC also. It is very high powered tribunal. 193 and 228 means if there is someone that is a person doesn't go, that means intentional insult and disruption in the working of the tribunal. So there could be criminal offense under IPC 193 and 228, and it will be deemed to be a civil court for the purpose of section 195 and of CPC and chapter 26 of the 195 of IPC and chapter 26 of the CRPC. That is the meaning here. Then we come to period of operation and cancellation of notification. So earlier there was this ban only for 2 years, but now it will be for 5 years as per this amendment made in 2013. So subject to provisions of subsection 2, a notification issued under section 3 shall, if the declaration made therein is confirmed by the tribunal by an order made under section 4, remain in force for a period of 5 years from the date on which the notification becomes effective, and notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, the central government may either on its own motion or on the application of any person aggrieved at any time cancel the notification issued under section 3, whether or not the declaration made therein has been confirmed by the tribunal. So after notification is issued, even before the decision is taken by tribunal under section 4, government may even cancel it. So this period of operation and cancellation. Cancellation can be done anytime. Maximum operation can be for 5 years, and then it has to be renewed. Power to prohibit the use of funds of an unlawful association. So where an association has been declared unlawful by notification issued under section 3, which has become effective under subsection 3 of that section, and the central government is satisfied after such inquiry has been received that any person has custody of any monies, securities or credits which are being used or are intended to be used for the purpose of the unlawful association, the central government may, by order in writing, prohibit such person from paying, delivering, transferring, or otherwise dealing in any manner whatsoever with such money, securities or credits, or with any other money, securities or credits which may come into his custody after the making of the order, save in accordance with the written orders of the central government, and a copy of such order shall be served upon the person so prohibited in the manner specified in subsection 3. In simple words, the meaning is freezing of bank accounts. That means it can say freeze the bank accounts and funds of an unlawful association. That is the simple meaning of it. It is very wide legal language. The central government may endorse a copy of the prohibitory order made under subsection 1 for investigation to any gazetted officer of the government it may select, and such a copy shall be a warrant whereunder such officer may enter in or upon any premises of the person to whom the order is directed, examine the books of such person, search for money, securities or credits, and make inquiries from such person or any officer, agent or servant of such person, touching the origin of any dealings with in any monies, securities or credits with the investigating officer may suspect are being used or are intended to be used for the purpose of the unlawful association. In simple words, we can say it could be either an NI officer or officer of any say central government or say intelligence agency, central intelligence agency that could be empowered to say all these powers to prohibit the use of funds. Then a copy of an order made under this section shall be served in the manner provided in the code for the service of the summons, or where the person to be served is a corporation, company, bank, or other association. It shall be served on any secretary, director, or other officer or person concerned with the management thereof, or by leaving it or sending it by post addressed to the corporation, company, bank, or other association at its registered office, or where there is no registered office at the place where it carries on business. This is the procedure. Any person aggrieved by prohibitory order made under subsection 1 may within 15 days from the date of the service of such order make an application to the court of the district judge within the local limits of whose jurisdiction such person voluntarily resides or carries on business or personally works for gain to establish that the money, security or credits in respect of which the prohibitory order has made are not being used or are not intended to be used for the purpose of the unlawful association, and the court of the district judge shall decide the question. So here the civil court, or we can say the district judge, who is the topmost judge of the district, shall decide this matter. Except so far as is necessary for the purposes of any proceeding under this section, no information obtained in the course of any investigation made under subsection 2 shall be divulged to, by any gazetted officer of the government without the consent of the central government. So the information that is to be given, even that shall be decided by the central government. In this section, security includes the document whereby any person acknowledges that he is under a legal liability to pay money, or where under any person obtains a legal right to the payment of money. So security here means shares, or we can say financial security is the meaning here. Power to notify places used for the purpose of an unlawful association. So now the places can also be notified. So where an association has been declared unlawful by notification issued under section 3, which has become effective under subsection 3 of that section, the central government may by notification in the official gazette notify any place which in its opinion is used for the purpose of such unlawful association. And for the purposes of this subsection, place includes a house or building or part thereof, or a tent or vessel. It could be stationary or moving. On the issue of a notification under subsection 1, the district magistrate within the local limits of which jurisdiction such notified place is situate is past tense here of 19th century, or any officer authorized by him in writing in this behalf shall make a list of all movable properties other than wearing apparel, cooking vessels, beds and beddings, tools of artisans, implements of husbandry, cattle, grain and foodstuffs, and such other articles as he considers to be of a trivial nature found in the notified place in the presence of 2 respectable witnesses. So whenever the places are banned, so a search or the list shall be made. If in the opinion of the district magistrate, any articles specified in the list are or may be used for the purpose of the unlawful association, he may make an order prohibiting any person from using the articles save in accordance with the written orders of the district magistrate. The district magistrate may thereupon, by district magistrate, we mean a person who has powers under CRPC also, rather than just a collector. So the district magistrate may thereupon make an order that no person who at the date of the notification was not a resident in the notified place shall, without the permission of the district magistrate, enter or be on or in the notified place, provided that nothing in this subsection shall apply to any near relative of any person who was a resident in the notified place at the date of the notification. So it won't apply to near relatives, but people residing there may be banned. Then where in the pursuance of subsection 4, any person is granted permission to enter or to be on or in the notified place, that person shall, while acting under such permission, comply with such orders for regulating his conduct as may be given by the district magistrate. That means the DM may ban such person. Any police officer not below the rank of a sub-inspector or any other person authorized in this behalf by the central government may search any person entering or seeking to enter or being on or in the notified place, and may detain any such person for the purpose of searching him, provided that no female shall be searched in pursuance of this subsection except by female. That means the entry to such places shall be banned, and there will be search by at least by sub-inspector. If any person is in the notified place in contravention of an order made under subsection 4, then without prejudice to any other proceeding which may be taken against him, he may be removed from therefrom by any officer or by any person authorized in this behalf by the central government. So these are the powers of removal of person. Any person aggrieved by notification issued in respect of a place under subsection 1 or by an order made under subsection 3 or subsection 4 may within 30 days from the date of the notification of or order, as the case may be, make an application to the court of the district judge within the local limits of whose jurisdiction such notified place is situate. Situate is again past tense here. For declaration that the place has not been used for the purpose of the unlawful association, or for setting aside the order made under subsection 3 or subsection 4, and on receipt of the application of the court of the district judge shall, after giving the parties an opportunity of being heard, decide the question. So an appeal may be made within 30 days before the district judge against the DM's order. Procedure to be followed in the disposal of obligations under this Act. So subject to any rules that may be made under this Act, the procedure to be followed by the tribunal in holding any inquiry under subsection 3 of section 4, or by a court of the district judge in disposing of any application under subsection 4 of section 7 or subsection 8 of section 8 shall, so far as may be the procedure laid down in the Code of Civil Procedure 1908, for the investigation of claim and the decision of the tribunal or the court of the district judge, as the case may be, shall be final. That means the procedure here will be the civil procedure. Now we come to chapter 3. Again, this is the older one. Although some sections have been changed, particularly if we see section 10 has been substituted by Act of 2004. That means only chapter 2 was the older one that was remaining, and here some sections have been changed. Where an association, these are sections of POTA actually. So where an association is declared with some modification, where an association is declared unlawful by notification issued under section 3, which has become effective under subsection 3 of that section, a person who is and continues to be a member of such association, or takes part in meetings of such association, or contributes to or receives or solicits any contribution for the purpose of such association, or in any way assists the operations of such association, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 2 years, and shall also be liable to fine. This is the punishment for being member of unlawful association, or rather we may say terrorist organization. Section 11. If any person on whom a prohibitory order has been served under subsection 1 of section 7, this is penalty for dealing with funds in respect of an unlawful association, in respect of any monies, securities or credits, pays, delivers, transfers, or otherwise deals in any manner whatsoever with the same in contravention of the prohibitory order, he shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years, or with fine, or with both, and notwithstanding anything contained in the code, that is CRPC, the court trying such a contravention may also impose on the person convicted an additional fine to recover from him the amount of the monies or credits or the market value of the securities in respect of which the prohibitory order has been contravened, or such part thereof as the court may deem fit. So you can't part with any property. The penalty for being member of an unlawful association, slides are slightly changed in sequence. A person who is or continues to be a member of such association or voluntarily does an act aiding or promoting in any manner the objects of such association, and in either case is in possession of any unlicensed firearms, ammunition, explosive or other instrument, or substance capable of causing mass destruction, that is bombs, etc., and commits any act resulting in loss of human life or grievous injury to any person, or causes sufficient damage to any property, and if such act has resulted in the death of any person, shall be punishable with death or imprisonment for life, or shall also be liable to fine. In any other case, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life, and shall also be liable to fine. So maximum penalty here is capital punishment, that is death penalty under section 10. If any person on whom a prohibitory order, this we have already read, so this slide has been doubled. Now coming to section 12, penalty for contravention of an order made in respect of a notified place. So whoever uses any article in contravention of a prohibitory order in respect thereof made under subsection 3 of section 8 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, and shall also be liable to fine. This is for violation of section 8. And whoever knowingly and willfully is in or effects or attempts to effect entry into a notified place in contravention of an order made under subsection 4 of section 8 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year, and shall also be liable to fine. So after the place has been sealed, nobody can enter it. Then punishment for unlawful activities. So whoever takes part in or commits or advocates, abets, advises or incites the commission of any unlawful activity shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years, and shall also be liable to fine. So maximum 7 years punishment. Whoever in any way assists any unlawful activity of any association declared or unlawful under section 3, after the notification by which it has been so declared has become effective under subsection 3 of that section, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 5 years, or with fine, or with both. And nothing in this section shall apply to any treaty, agreement, or convention entered into between the government of India and the government of any other country, or to any negotiations therefore carried on by any person authorized in this behalf by the government of India. That means regardless of the international treaty, agreement, or convention, the properties may be seized. Offenses to be cognizable. So notwithstanding anything contained in the code, that is CRPC, an offense punishable under this act shall be cognizable. Cognizable means arrest without warrant. Police may arrest without warrant from the magistrate. Now coming to chapter 4. So this is completely new chapters. That means chapter 4, 5, 6, 7 had been inserted or substituted directly from POTA. That means we can say that Unlawful Activities Prevention Act has been completed, and whatever provisions we are seeing are after 2004. That is POTA provisions actually, or modified in 2008, 2013, 2019, and later in 2020. So whoever does any act with intent to threaten or likely to threaten the unity, very wide definition of terrorist act, imported from POTA actually, or likely to threaten the unity, integrity, security, economic security, that is also added in 2013, or sovereignty of India, or with intent to strike terror, or likely to strike terror in the people or any section of the people in India or in any foreign country. That will, it will now deal with economic security, means counterfeit notes also, apart from IPC. By using bombs, dynamite, or other explosive substances or inflammable substances, or firearms, or other lethal weapons, or poisonous or noxious gases, or other chemicals, or by any other substances, whether biological, radioactive, nuclear, or otherwise, of a hazardous nature, or by any other means of whatever nature to cause or likely to cause. That means we can say almost all types of warfare are included in this. Then what is the difference between war and terrorism? That is very interesting. War is between country and country, whereas terrorism is by a private actor against a country. So that is the main difference between war and terrorism. So definition is almost similar to war here. The only thing is war is between country and country. Terrorism is between private actor or citizen versus country. Death of or injuries to any person or persons, or loss of or damage to or destruction of property, or disruption of any supplies or services essential to the life of the community in India or in any foreign country, or damage to the monetary stability of India by way of production or smuggling or circulation of high quality counterfeit Indian paper currency, coin, or of any other material. This has been added in 2013. Or damage or destruction of any property in India or in a foreign country, which are intended to be used for the defense of India or in connection with any other purposes of the government of India, any state government, or any of their agencies. That means act committed outside India may also be offenses as per this definition. Or by means of criminal force, or the show of criminal force, or attempts to do so, or causes death of any public functionary, or attempts to cause death of any public functionary, or detains, kidnaps, or abducts any person and threatens to kill or injure such person, as was shown in the movie Roja in 1992, or does any other act in order to compel the government of India, any state government, or the government of the foreign country, or an international or intergovernmental organization, that includes Interpol also, or any other person to do or abstain from doing any act, or commits a terrorist act. So this is a very wide definition. Now the explanation. For the purpose of this subsection, public functionary means the constitutional authorities or any other functionary notified in the official gazette by the central government as public functionary. High quality counterfeit Indian currency. The counterfeit currency as may be declared after examination by any authorized or notified forensic authority that such currency imitates or compromises with the security features as specified in the third schedule. So what are the security features on currency notes that we shall see in third schedule? The Terrorist Act includes an act which constitutes an offense within the scope of and as defined in any of the treaties specified in the second schedule. So second schedule lists all the international treaties. Now punishment for terrorist act. So whoever commits a terrorist act shall, if such act has resulted in the death of any person, be punishable with death or imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So here there is maximum death penalty beside section 10 as we have seen earlier. In any other case, be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So for an offense under for terrorist act, that is section 15, punishment is prescribed in section 16. Now 16A, this has been omitted. That is punishment for making demands of radioactive substances and nuclear devices, because it has been covered elsewhere in this act. Punishment for raising funds for terrorist act. So whoever in India or in a foreign country directly or indirectly raises or provides funds or collects funds, whether from a legitimate or illegitimate source, from any person or persons, or attempts to provide to, or raises or collects funds for any person or persons, knowing that such funds are likely to be used in full or in part by such person or persons, or by a terrorist organization, or by a terrorist gang, or by an individual terrorist to commit a terrorist act, notwithstanding whether such funds were actually used or not, or the commission of such act, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So from 5 years to life imprisonment for raising funds. Explanation. For the purpose of this section, participating, organizing, or directing in any of the acts stated therein shall constitute an offense. Raising funds shall include raising or collecting or providing funds through production or smuggling or circulation of high quality counterfeit Indian currency. Smuggling is defined in Customs Act 1961. That we can say older type of offenses as compared to the modern acts of terrorism. Raising or collecting or providing funds in any manner for the benefit of or to an individual terrorist gang or terrorist organization for the purpose not specifically covered under Section 15 shall also be constituted as an offense. Generally, Hawala transactions are used for these illegal activities, and these are say monitored by ED, that is Enforcement Directorate, who have their own say many different powers under 6-7 acts of Parliament. Now, punishment for conspiracy, etc. So whoever conspires or attempts to commit or advocates, abets, advises, or incites directly or indirectly knowingly facilitated the commission of a terrorist act or any act preparatory to the commission of a terrorist act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but it may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So for conspiracy also, same fine. That means there is no formula of 50% like in case of IPC. Here it is 5 to life imprisonment, same punishment. Then the punishment for organizing of terrorist camps. This has been inserted in 2008 after the NIA Act was enacted. Whoever organizes or causes to be organized any camp or camps for imparting training in terrorism shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but it may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. That is same as Section 18. Same punishment here in 18. Then 18B, punishment for recruiting of any person or persons for terrorist act. So whoever recruits or causes to be recruited any person or persons for commission of a terrorist act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but it may extend to imprisonment for life and it shall also be liable to fine. Section 18A and 18B were inserted in 2008. The punishment for harboring, etc. Whoever voluntarily harbors or conceals or attempts to harbor or conceal any person knowing that such person is a terrorist shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. Provided that this section shall not apply to any case in which the harbor or concealment is by the spouse of the offender. Now, why this proviso has been made? Similar exceptions have been made in IPC also. The reason is British and it is very older reason. The reason is that even in case of harboring offender of murder or dacoity, similar provisions are there in IPC. And the reason is that if they are punished, then the institution of family will break. And that's why spouse is made an exception of harboring or concealment. Okay, so same reason as in IPC, although these are not given in the Act, but this is the history of British common law of past 400-500 years. Punishment for being member of terrorist gang or organization. So any person who is a member of a terrorist gang or a terrorist organization which is involved in terrorist act shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So for being member, life imprisonment. Then punishment for holding proceeds of terrorism. So whoever knowingly holds any property derived or obtained from commission of any terrorist act or acquired through the terrorist fund shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. Again here, life imprisonment. 22, punishment for threatening witness. So whoever threatens any, we don't have any separate witness protection act in India yet, but traditionally it was covered under IPC 506, that is criminal intimidation. Now here we have special provision. So whoever threatens any person who is a witness or any other person in whom such witness may be interested with violence or wrongfully restrains or confines the witness or any other person in whom the witness may be interested or does any other unlawful act with intent to cause any of the said acts shall be punishable with imprisonment which may extend to 3 years and shall also be liable to fine. So section 22, 3 years. Then we come to 22A, offences by companies. This has been added in 2013 when these economic offences were added in this act. So where an offence under this act has been committed by a company, every person, including promoters of the company, who at the time the offence was committed was in charge of and was responsible to the company for the conduct of the business of the company as well as the company, shall be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. Provided that nothing contained in this subsection shall render any person, including promoters, liable to any punishment provided in this act if he proves that the offence was committed without his knowledge or that he had exercised reasonable care to prevent the commission of such offence. So this provision is there. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, where an offence under this act has been committed by a company and it is proved that the offence has been committed with the consent or connivance of or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any promoter, director, manager, secretary, or other officer of the company, such promoter, director, manager, secretary, or other officer shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. For the purposes of this section, company means any body corporate and includes a firm or other association of individuals, and director in relation to a firm means a partner in the firm. So company includes firm also. Then offences by societies or trusts. So there is separate section for this. So where an offence under this Act has been committed by society or trust. Trust is when a person dies and before his death donates something for a particular cause. That is a board of trustees is formed. So that is Indian Trust Act 1882, and societies are registered under Societies Registration Act 1860. So every person, including the promoter of society or settler of the trust, who at the time of the offence was committed, was in charge of and was responsible to any society or trust for the conduct of the business of the society or the trust, as well as the society or trust, shall be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. Provided that nothing contained in this subsection shall render any such person liable to any punishment provided in this Act, if it proves that the offence was committed without the knowledge of that he exercised reasonable care to prevent the commission of such offence. Provisions here are similar to that of for companies and firms, for societies and trusts. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, where any offender under this Act has been committed by a society or trust, and it is proved that the offence has been committed with the consent or connivance of, or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any promoter, director, manager, secretary, trustee, or other officer of the society or trust, such promoter, director, manager, secretary, trustee, or other officer shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. The explanation is given. Society means any body, corporate registered under the Society Registration Act 1860 or any other state act governing the registration of society. Trust means any body registered under the Indian Trust Act 1892 or any other state act governing the registration of trust. Director in relation to a society or trust means a member of its governing board other than an ex officio member representing the interest of the central or state government or the appropriate statutory authority. So these two sections have been added, and then section 22C is also a new section. Punishment for offences by companies, societies, or trusts. So where any offence, as this has been inserted in 2013. Where any offence under the Act has been committed by a company or society or a trust, as the case may be, every person, including promoter of company or trust or settler of the trust, who at the time of the offence was either in charge or responsible for the conduct of the business, shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 7 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life, and shall also be liable with fine which shall not be less than 5 crore rupees and which may extend to 10 crore rupees. That means, say, 7 years to life imprisonment and fine from 5 crore to 10 crore. That is for economic terrorism, we can say. Then enhanced penalties, that is repeat offences. So in any person with intent to aid any terrorist or terrorist organization or a terrorist gang contravenes any provision of or any rule made under the Explosives Act 1884 or the Explosive Substances Act 1908 or the Inflammable Substances Act 1952 or the Arms Act 1959 or is in unauthorized possession of any bomb, dynamite or hazardous explosive substance or other legal weapon or substance capable of mass destruction or biological or chemical substance of warfare or high quality counterfeit Indian currency, he shall, notwithstanding anything contained in any of the aforesaid acts or the rules made thereunder, be punishable with imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life and shall also be liable to fine. So punishment here is for repeat offence 5 years to life imprisonment. Sanjay Dutt was convicted not under Tada or FOTA, but he was convicted under Arms Act. So under Arms Act, he was sentenced for 5 years and he had to serve that sentence as per the Indian law. So that was under Arms Act. Any person who with a intent to aid any terrorist or a terrorist, that was for possession of AK-47 rifle. Any person who with the intent to aid any terrorist or a terrorist organization or a terrorist gang attempts to contravene or abates or does any act preparatory to contravention of any provision of any law or rule specified in subsection 1 shall be deemed to have contravened that provision under subsection 1, and the provisions of that subsection in relation to such a person have effect subject to the modification that the refers to imprisonment for life shall be construed as a reference to imprisonment for 10 years. That means the normal formula of abatement of that is 25% doesn't apply here. life is actually considered to be 20 years, although life imprisonment is a separate category, and life imprisonment does not mean 20 years or 40 years. Life imprisonment means until the person lives, that is till the end of his natural life. That is the meaning. But here, for the purpose of calculation, percentage has become calculated, and for the purpose of calculation, life is taken to be 20 years, and therefore half of 20 years is taken to be here 10 years. That means that formula of 25% for abatement doesn't apply here. Here we may say it is 50%. Now coming to chapter 5. So 4 features of proceeds of terrorism or any property intended to be used for terrorism. So reference to proceeds of terrorism to include any property intended to be used for terrorism. So in this chapter, this has been changed. Chapter 5 was again inserted in 2013. So in this, that is section 24 has been again substituted. In this chapter, unless the context otherwise required, all references to proceeds of terrorism shall include any property intended to be used for terrorism. So chapter heading has been modified in 2013 to include this. Chapter 5 itself was inserted in 2004 and it has been further amended in 2013. Now 4 features of proceeds of terrorism. The 4 features of property can't be done without a special legislation by parliament. Therefore, this has been enacted. No person shall hold or be in possession of any proceeds of terrorism. Proceeds of terrorism, whether held by a terrorist organization or terrorist gang or by any other person, and whether or not such terrorist or such person or other person is prosecuted or convicted for any offence under chapter 4 or chapter 6, shall be liable to be forfeited by the central government or the state government, as the case may be, in the manner provided under this chapter. That means property can be forfeited even by the state government here. Where proceedings have been commenced under this section, the court may pass an order directing attachment or forfeiture, as the case may be, of property equivalent to or the value of the proceeds of terrorism involved in the offence. Technically, attachment means the property is sealed. That means that property can't be used for any purpose. That is the meaning of attachment. Forfeiture means that is taken over by the government. That is the meaning, the difference between attachment and forfeiture in simple words. Powers of investigating officer and designated authority and appeal against order of designated authority. Now see, earlier we talked about the tribunal. Now there is investigating officer, IO. So if an officer investigating an offence committed under chapter 4 or chapter 6 has reason to believe that any property in relation to which an investigation is being conducted represents proceeds of terrorism, he shall, with the prior approval in writing of the Director General of the Police of the state, that means direct approval of DGP has to be obtained, in which such property is situated, or where the investigation is conducted by an officer of the National Investigation Agency, that is NIA, with the prior approval of the Director General of National Investigation Agency, make an order. That means either it will be approval of DGP or it will be approval of DG of NIA. Seizing such property, and where it is not practicable to seize such property, make an order of attachment, directing that such property shall not be transferred or otherwise dealt with, except with the prior permission of the officer making such order or of the designated authority before whom the property seized or attached is produced, and a copy of such order shall be served on the person concerned. So this is the power of the IO and designated authority and the appeal. So let us see that. The IO shall duly inform the designated authority within 48 hours of the seizure or attachment of such property. The designated authority before whom such seized or attached property is produced shall either confirm or revoke the order of seizure or attachment so issued within a period of 60 days from the date of such production. Provided that an opportunity of making a representation of by the person whose property is being seized or attached shall be given. The opportunity of hearing given as per the principles of natural justice. In the case of immovable property attached by the investigating officer, it shall be deemed to have been produced before the designated authority when the investigating officer notifies his report and places it at the disposal of the designated authority. So if it is immovable, then of course it can't be moved. So the report is considered as it has been produced before the designated authority. The investigating officer may serve and retain any cash to which this chapter applies if he has reasonable ground for suspecting that it is intended to be used for the purposes of terrorism or it forms the whole or part of the resources of a terrorist organization. It may be cash, it may be counterfeit currency also. Provided that the cash seized under this subsection by the investigating officer shall be released within a period of 48 hours, beginning with the time when it is seized, unless the matter involving the cash is before the designated authority and such authority passes an order allowing its retention beyond 48 hours. That means the powers of police don't extend beyond 48 hours here in this case. Just like in the case of arrest, they have power only for 24 hours. So for the purposes of this subsection, cash means coins or notes in any currency. Postal order, currency means foreign currency also is included, in which case enforcement directorate comes into play. Postal orders, traveler's check, a credit or a debit cards or cards that serve a similar purpose, banker's drafts, and such other monetary instruments as the central government or as the case may be, the state government may specify by an order made in writing. For dealing counterfeit, there are separate provisions under IPC and in this Act. Any person aggrieved by an order made by the designated authority may prefer an appeal to the court within a period of 30 days from the date of receipt of the order, and the court may either confirm the order of attachment of property or seizure so made or revoke such order and release the property. So 30 days appeal time is given. So this is the power of the designated authority, designated under this Act. Then where any property is seized or attached on the ground that it constitutes proceeds of terrorism, and the court confirms the order in this regard under subsection 6 of section 25, it may order forfeiture of such property, whether or not the person from whose possession it is seized or attached is prosecuted in a court for an offence under chapter 4 or chapter 6. That is, whether the person gets prosecuted under 4 or 6, the property can be forfeited under chapter 5 that we are seeing at present. Issue of show cause notice before forfeiture of proceeds of terrorism. So no order forfeiting any proceeds of terrorism shall be made under section 26 unless the person holding or in possession of such proceeds is given a notice in writing informing him of the grounds on which it is proposed to forfeit the proceeds of terrorism, and such person is given an opportunity of making a representation in writing within such reasonable time as may be specified in the notice against the grounds of forfeiture, and is also given a reasonable opportunity of being heard in the matter. So opportunity of hearing is given. No order or forfeiture shall be made under subsection 1 if such person establishes that he is a bona fide transferee of such proceeds for value without knowing that they represent proceeds of terrorism. It shall be competent for the court to make an order in respect of property seized or attached, directing it to be sold if it is a perishable property, and the provisions of section 452 to 459 of the code shall, as nearly as may be practicable, apply to the net proceeds of such sale, that is CRPC 459. Nominating any officer of the central government or the state government in the case of any such property to perform the function of the administrator of such property subject to such conditions as may be specified by the court. That is, a receiver may be appointed. Then appeal. So any person aggrieved by an order of forfeiture under section 26 may, within 1 month from the date of the receipt of such order, appeal to the High Court within which jurisdiction the court which passes the order appeal against is situated. That means we have seen 3 authorities. First there is IO. IO is the police. Then there is this designated authority that we can say maybe court. And after court, matter goes to the High Court. So High Court is the appellate authority in such cases. Where an order under section 26 is modified or annulled by the High Court, or where in a prosecution instituted for any offence under chapter 4 of chapter 6, the person against whom an order of forfeiture has been made under section 26 is acquitted, such property shall be returned to him, and in either case it is not possible for any reason to return the forfeited property, such person shall be paid the price therefor, that is, if it is perishable and has been sold. And if the property had been sold to the central government with reasonable interest calculated from the day of seizure of the property, and such price shall be determined by the in a manner prescribed. Then we have 29. Order of forfeiture not to interfere with other punishment. So the order of forfeiture made under this chapter by the court shall not prevent the infliction of any other punishment to which the person affected thereby is liable under chapter 4 or chapter 6. That means this forfeiture under chapter 5 shall be in addition to say punishment under chapter 4 or chapter 6. Then claims by third property. So where any claim is preferred on any objection or any objection is made to the seizure or attachment of any property under section 25 on the ground that such property is not liable to seizure or attachment, the designated authority before whom such property is produced shall proceed to investigate the claim or objection, provided that no such investigation shall be made where the designated authority considers that the claim or objection is decided to cause unnecessary delay, and where an appeal has been preferred under subsection 6 of section 25, and any claimant or objector establishes that the property specified in the notice issued under section 27 is not liable to be forfeited under this chapter, the said notice shall be withdrawn or modified accordingly. This as far as the claims of third party are concerned. The powers of designated authority. So the designated authority acting under the provisions of this chapter shall have all the powers of a civil court required for making a full and fair inquiry into the matter. So designated authority could be say court within the civil court or say district court that is specified for this purpose. So that is called designated authority under this Act, UAP. Then certain transfer to be null and void. So where after the issue of an order under section 25 or issue of notice under section 27, any property referred to in the said order or notice is transferred by any mode whatsoever, such transfer shall for the purpose of the proceedings under this chapter be ignored, and if such property is subsequently forfeited, the transfer of such property shall be deemed to be null and void. That means the proceeds of terrorism can't be transferred. Then forfeiture of property of certain person. So where any person is accused of an offence under chapter 4 or chapter 6, it shall be open to the court to pass an order that all or any of the property movable or immovable or both belonging to him shall during the period of such time be attached, if not already attached under this chapter. And where a person has been convicted of any offence punishable under chapter 4 or chapter 6, the court may, in addition to awarding any punishment, by order in writing, declare that any property, movable or immovable or both, belonging to the accused and specified in the order shall stand forfeited to the central government or the state government as the case may be, free from all encumbrances. That means there shall not be any claim of any third party or any other person. Where any person is accused of an offence concerning high quality counterfeit Indian currency. Now this is provision for this counterfeit currency. So where any person is accused of an offence concerning high quality counterfeit Indian currency, high quality means it looks like say a real one. The court may pass an order directing attachment or forfeiture as the case may be of property equivalent to the value of such high quality counterfeit Indian currency involved in the offence, including the face value of such currency, which are not defined to be of high quality, but are part of the common seizure along with the high quality counterfeit Indian currency. And where a person is accused of an offence punishable under chapter 4 or chapter 6, the court may pass an order directing attachment or forfeiture as the case may be of property equivalent to the value of the proceeds of terrorism involved in the offence. So this has been inserted in section year 2013. So this case, whatever is the case property here, that is the attachment or forfeiture of property equivalent to the value of such high quality counterfeit may be directed. And where any person is accused of an offence under chapter 4 or chapter 6, it shall be open to the court to pass an order that all or any of the property, movable or immovable or both, belonging to him shall, where the trial under the Act cannot be concluded on account of the death of the accused or being declared or proclaimed offender. Proclaimed offender is under CRPC 82, where a person is farar, that is missing, not arrested. So that is a proclaimed offender for which the notices are published in the newspaper. Or for any other reason, we confiscated on the basis of material evidence before the court. Then company to transfer shares to government. So where any share in a company stands forfeited to the central government or the state government, as the case may be under this chapter, then the company shall on receipt of the order of the court, notwithstanding anything contained in the Companies Act 1956, now it is replaced by 2013 Act, or the articles of association of the company, forthwith register the central government or the state government as the case may be as the transfer of the share. So that property shall automatically be transferred to the government. Now chapter 6. So terrorist organizations and individuals. Earlier it was only related to terrorist organizations, but in 2019, now the government has included the individual terrorists also within the definition, chapter heading. First, amendment of schedule. So there are now 4 schedules. So central government may, by notification in the official gazette, add an organization to the first schedule. These are the unlawful organizations. Or the name of an individual in the 4th schedule. These are, in simple words, we may call them terrorists. And also an organization to the 1st schedule, or the name of an individual in the 4th schedule, which is identified as a terrorist organization in a resolution adopted by the Security Council under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations to combat international terrorism. So those who have been notified by the Security Council, so automatically by order, central government shall also include them within Chapter 4. So that provision is there. Central government will immediately can pass an order, that is through an order, that is without say amendment, it can be done just through notification in the gazette. Remove an organization from the 1st schedule, that is delisting them, or the name of an individual in the 4th schedule, so names can be dropped. Amend the 1st schedule, or the name of an individual in the fourth schedule in some other way. So these are the provisions. Now, amendment of schedule. The central government shall exercise its power under clause A of subsection 1 in respect of an organization or an individual only if it believes that the organization or individual is involved in terrorism. For the purposes of subsection 2, an organization or an individual shall be deemed to be involved in terrorism if such organization or individual commits or participates in acts of terrorism, Terrorist Act we have defined in section 15, or prepares for terrorism, or promotes or encourages terrorism, or is otherwise involved in terrorism. The central government may by notification in the official gazette add to or remove or amend to the second schedule or third schedule, and thereupon the second schedule or the third schedule, as the case may be, shall be deemed to have been amended accordingly. Second schedule is about treaties, third schedule is about features of currency notes. Every notification issued under subsection 1 or subsection 4 shall, as soon as may be after it is issued, be laid before Parliament. So even the notifications have to be laid before the Parliament in the next or subsequent session. Now, denotification of terrorist organization or individual. So an application may be made to the central government for the exercise of its power under clause C of subsection 1 of section 35 to remove. This is called the denotification, that is antonym of notification. So after it has been notified, the denotification can also be done to remove an organization from the first schedule, or as the case may be, the name of an individual from the fourth schedule. An application under subsection 1 may be made by the organization or any person affected by inclusion of the organization in the first schedule, or as a terrorist organization, or any person affected by inclusion of his name in the fourth schedule as a terrorist. This also includes her, as per General Laws of 1897. It could be female terrorist also. Denotification of terrorist organization or individual. So central government may prescribe the procedure for admission and disposal of an application made under this subsection, this section, where an application under subsection 1 has been rejected. The applicant may apply for a review to the review committee constituted by the central government under subsection 1 of section 37 within 1 month from the date of receipt of the order of such refusal by the applicant. So there will be a review committee under section 37. The review committee may allow an application for review against rejection to remove an organization from the first schedule or the name of an individual from the fourth schedule if it considers that the decision to reject was flawed when considered in the light of the principles applicable on an application for judicial review. Where the review committee allows a review under subsection 5 by or in respect of an organization or an individual, it may make an order to such effect. Where an order is made under subsection 6, the central government shall, as soon as the certified copy of the order is received by it, make an order removing the organization from the first schedule or the name of an individual from the fourth schedule. Then there is provision for review committees. These are judicial bodies. So central government shall constitute one or more review committees for the purpose of section 36. Every such committee shall consist of a chairperson and such other members not exceeding 3 and possessing such qualifications as may be prescribed. So there will be a chairperson and not more than 3, that is maximum 4 members could be there. A chairperson of the committee shall be a person who is or has been a judge of a high court. That is a very high powered committee. High court judge is the chairperson. Although the orders of this review committee may be challenged before the high court later. So who shall be appointed by the central government, and in the case of appointment of sitting judge, the concurrence of the chief justice of the concerned high court shall be opted. So has been means it could be retired judge also, or it could be a sitting judge also. So in case of sitting judge, permission of CJI, that is chief justice of high court, shall be opted, not of Supreme Court. Offense relating to membership of a terrorist organization. So a person who associates himself or professes to be associated with a terrorist organization with intention to further its activities commits an offense relating to membership of a terrorist organization, provided that this subsection shall not apply where the person charged is able to prove that the organization was not declared as terrorist organization at the time when he became a member or began to profess to be a member, and that he has not taken part in the activities of the organization at any time during its inclusion in the first schedule as a terrorist organization. A person who commits the offense relating to membership of terrorist organization under subsection 1 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years or with fine or with jail. So that is for membership, 10 years punishment. Then offense relating to support given to a terrorist organization. So a person commits the offense relating to support given to a terrorist organization who with intention to further the activity of a terrorist organization invite support for the terrorist organization, and the support is not or is not restricted to provide money or other property within the meaning of Section 40, or who with intention to further the activities of a terrorist organization arranges, manages or assists in arranging or managing a meeting which in knows is to support the terrorist organization or to further the activity of the terrorist organization, or to be addressed by a person who associates or professes to be associated with the terrorist organization, or who with intention to further the activity of a terrorist organization addresses a meeting for the purpose of encouraging support for the terrorist organization or to further its activity. So in this, the meetings, etc., are also banned as per this section. A person who commits the offence relating to support given to a terrorist organization under subsection 1 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years or with fine or with both. So here also punishment is 10 years, like in section 38. Offence of raising fund for a terrorist organization. So a person commits the offence of raising fund for a terrorist organization who with intention to further the activity of a terrorist organization invites another person to provide money or other property and intends that it should be used or has reasonable cause to suspect that it shall be used for the purposes of terrorism, or receives money or other property and intends that it should be used or has reasonable cause to suspect that it might be used for the purposes of terrorism, or provides money or other property and knows or has reasonable cause to suspect that it would or might be used for the purposes of terrorism. This is in chapter 6. For the purposes of this subsection, a reference to provide money for other property, includes of its being given, lent or otherwise made available, whether or not for consideration, or raising, collecting or providing funds through production or smuggling or circulation of high quality counterfeit Indian currency. So this is the fundraising activity. A person who commits the offence of raising fund for a terrorist organization under subsection 1 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years or with fine or with both. So here maximum punishment is 14 years. As I have already told, 14 years or 20 years doesn't mean life imprisonment. Life imprisonment is a distinct offence under IPC. That is until the person's natural life. Now we come to the last chapter. So the last 13 sections of this act, miscellaneous, continuance of association. So an association shall not be deemed to have ceased to exist by reason only of any formal act of its dissolution or change of name, but shall be deemed to continue so long as any actual combination for the purposes of such association continues between any members thereof. That means simply it is bad doesn't mean that it has ceased to exist. There is this presumption of continuous because often they change their names and they come into re-existence. That's why this provision has been made. Power to delegate. So central government may by notification in the official gazette direct that all or any of the powers which may be exercised by it under section 7 or section 8 or both shall in such circumstances and under such conditions, if any, as may be specified in the notification, be exercised also by any state government, and the state government may, with the previous approval of the central government, by order in writing, direct that any power which has been directed to be exercised by it shall, in such circumstances and under such conditions, if any, as may be specified in the direction, be exercised by any person subordinate to the state government, as may be specified there. That means central government may delegate its power to state government, and state government also includes union territory, as we have seen in definition section 2. Officers competent to investigate offences under chapters 4 and 6. So notwithstanding anything contained in the code, that is CRPC, no police officer, in the case of the Delhi Special Police Establishment, which we call as CBI, constituted under subsection 1 of section 2 of the DSP Act 1946. This was formed immediately after Second World War end, when the Britishers were about to leave the country. So that the corruption in the country doesn't exceed too much after they leave the country, doesn't rise significantly. So for this was established, and CBI has got a special name for itself after that. Below the rank of a deputy superintendent of police or a police officer of equivalent rank. That means at least DYSP of CBI. Secondly, the metropolitan areas of Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Ahmedabad, and any other metropolitan area notified as such under subsection 1 of section 8 of the code below the rank of an assistant commissioner of police. Then in the case of National Investigation Agency, below the rank of inspector. And in the case not relatable to clause A or clause B or clause BA, below the rank of deputy superintendent of police or a police officer of an equivalent rank. That means minimum DYSP shall investigate any offence punishable under chapter 4 or 6. Then power to arrest, search, etc. So any officer of the designated authority empowered in this behalf by general or specific order of the central government or the state government as the case may be, knowing of a desire to commit any offence under this act, or has reason to believe from personal knowledge or information given by any person, and taken in writing that any person has committed an offence punishable under this act, or from any document, article, or any other thing which may furnish evidence of the commission of such offence, or from any illegally acquired property, or any document or other article which may furnish evidence of funding any illegally acquired property which is liable to seizure, liable for seizure or freezing or forfeiture under this chapter, is kept or concealed in any building, conveyance, or place, may authorize any officer subordinate to him to arrest such a person or such building, conveyance, or place, whether by day or by night. This is very important because generally searches are not conducted in night, but here that doesn't apply. Whether by day or by night, or himself arrest such a person or such building, conveyance, or place. Then 43B. Any officer arresting a person under section 43A shall, as soon as may be, inform you of the grounds for such arrest. This is similar to, say, provisions in CRPC. Every person arrested and article seized under section 43A shall be forwarded without a necessary delay to the officer in charge of the nearest police station. Even the 24 hours is not mentioned here. The authority or officer to whom any person or article is forwarded under subsection 2 shall, with all convenient dispatch, take such measures as may be necessary in accordance with the provisions of the code. Application of provisions of code, that is CRPC. So the provisions of the code, that is CRPC 1973, shall apply insofar as they are not inconsistent with the provisions of this act to all arrests, searches, and seizures made under this act. So in general, if there is any contradiction, normally special law always prevails over the general law. That means this act UAPA prevails over the CRPC, and where something is not clear in this act, then the general ordinary provisions of CRPC shall apply. There is a well-settled law is given by the Supreme Court. Modified application of certain provisions of the code. So notwithstanding anything contained in the code or any other law, every offence punishable under this act shall be deemed to be a cognizable offence. That means arrest without warrant can be done within the meaning of clause C of section 2 of the code, that is CRPC, and cognizable case as defined in that clause shall be construed accordingly. Construe means construction of meaning, artha ghatan in Hindi. How to draw a meaning of something, that is legal interpretation. That is the meaning of construed. Section 167 of the code shall apply in relation to a case involving an offence punishable under this act, subject to the modification in subsection 2, that references to 15 days, 90 days, and 60 days, wherever they occur, shall be construed as references to 30 days, 90 days, and 90 days respectively. That means the ordinary limit of 15 days, 90 days, and 60 days under 167 does not apply. And here, for filing charge sheet, etc., even after a person has been arrested, more time has been given, and that is 30 days, 90 days, and 90 days respectively. And after the proviso, the following provisos shall be inserted, namely, provided further that it is not possible to complete the investigation within the said period of 90 days, the court may, if it is satisfied with the report of the public prosecutor indicating the progress of the investigation and the specific reasons for the detention of the accused beyond the said period of 90 days, extend the said period up to 180 days. That means it can be further extended up to 6 months. That is a total 6 months. Provided also that if the police officer making the investigation under this act requests for the purposes of investigation for police custody from judicial custody of any person, that is police remand, we call it in judicial custody, he shall file an affidavit stating the reason for doing so, and shall also explain the delay, if any, for requesting such police custody. That means even after judicial remand, person may be handed over to police, that is police remand. Section 268 of the code shall apply in relation to a case involving an offence punishable under this act, subject to the modification that the reference in subsection 1 hereof, the state government shall be construed as refers to the central government of the state government. Order of the state government shall be construed as a reference to order of the central government or the state government as the case may be. And the reference in subsection 2 thereof to the state government shall be construed as a reference to the central government or the state government as the case may be. That means here the provisions are modified so that reference will be made to the central government rather than state government, because state government generally looks after law and order. Here the special powers are given to the central government as per the, we can say, state government at par with state government. Nothing in section 438 of the code shall apply in relation to any case involving the arrest of any person accused of having committed an offence punishable under this act. 438 is anticipatory bail, that is pre-arrest bail as we call it. Notwithstanding anything contained in the code, no person accused of an offence punishable under chapters 4 and 6 of this act shall, if in custody, be released on bail or on his own bond. Bail is given by courts, Bond is given by police. That is on bond. Bond is given by accused actually. Police releases on the basis of bond, unless the public prosecutor has been given an opportunity of being heard on the application for such release. So provided that such accused person shall not be released on bail or on his own bond, if the court, on a perusal of the case diary or the report made under section 173 of the code, that is a charge sheet or final report as we call it in CRPC, is of the opinion that there are reasonable grounds for believing that the accusation against such a person is prima facie true. The restrictions on granting of bail specified in subsection 5 is in addition to the restrictions under the code or any other law for the typing in force or granting of bail. So these are additional provisions apart from say 436, 437, 438 up to 450 that are there in CRPC. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsections 5 and 6, no bail shall be granted to a person accused of an offence punishable under this Act if he is not an Indian citizen and has entered the country unauthorizedly or illegally, except in very exceptional circumstances and for reasons to be recorded in writing. So for foreigners, this is stricter provision. The presumption as to offence under section 15, that is Terrorist Act. So normally the presumption in criminal law is everybody is innocent proved guilty, but that is not applicable in respect to this Terrorist Act. So in a prosecution for an offence under section 15, if it is proved that the arms or explosives or any other substances specified in the said section were recovered from the possession of the accused, and there is reason to believe that such arms or explosives or other substances of a similar nature were used in the commission of such offence, or that by the evidence of the expert, the fingerprints of the accused or any other definitive evidence suggesting the involvement of the accused in the offence were found at the site of the offence or on anything including arms and vehicles used in connection with the commission of such offence, the court shall presume, unless the contrary is shown, that the accused has committed such offence. That means the person who denies has the burden of proof that you will deny. The burden is not on the prosecution if the recovery or the fingerprints have been taken. Their obligation to furnish information. So, notwithstanding anything contained in any other law, the officer investigating any offence under this Act, with the prior approval in writing of an officer not below the rank of a superintendent of police, may require any officer or authority of the central government or a state government or a local authority or a bank or a company or a firm or any other institution, establishment, organization or any individual to furnish information in his or its possession in relation to such offence on points or matters where the investigating officer has reason to believe that such information will be useful for or relevant to the purposes of this Act. So this is power of IO, that is investigating officer has power to request information from all these people. The failure to furnish the information called for under subsection 1 or deliberately furnishing false information shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may extend to 3 years or with fine or with both. Notwithstanding anything contained in the code, an offence under subsection 2 shall be tried as a summary case. Summary is the simplest procedure. It is as per chapter 21 of CRPC. There are 4 types of trial: sessions trial, warrant trial, summons trial, and summary trial. So here it will be a summary trial. And the procedure prescribed in chapter 21 of the same code, except subsection 2 of section 260. So chapter 21 is from 260 to 267 shall be applicable there too. Protection of witnesses. Again, there is another provision. So notwithstanding anything contained in the code, the proceedings under this Act may, for results to be recorded in writing, be held in camera if the court so desires. That means it need not necessarily be a public held in public. It could be in camera. This is a Latin word, okay, in camera. That means in closed chamber. A court, if on an application where there is no entry to say ordinary public or say press, a court, if on an application made by a witness in any proceeding before it or by the public prosecutor in relation to such witness or on its own motion, is satisfied that the life of such witness is in danger, it may, for results to be recorded in writing, take such measures as it deems fit for keeping the identity and address of such witness secret. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the provisions of subsection 2, the measures which a court may take under that subsection may include the holding of the proceedings at a place to be decided by the court, the avoiding of the mention of the name and address of the witness in its orders or judgments or in any records of the case accessible to public, the issuing of any directions for securing that the identity and address of the witness are not disclosed, a decision that it is in the public interest to order that all or any of the proceedings pending before such a court shall not be published in any manner, and any person who contravenes any decision or direction issued under subsection 3 shall be punishable with imprisonment for a term which may exceed to 3 years and shall also be liable to fine. So for witness protection, there is these are all the measures that could be done for maintaining secrecy. The cognizance of offences. So no court shall take cognizance of any offence under Chapter 3 without the previous sanction of the central government or any officer authorized by the central government in this behalf. And under Chapter 4 and 6 without the previous sanction of the central government or, as the case may be, the state government, if the powers are delegated, and if such offence is committed against the government or a foreign country without the previous sanction of the central government. Then sanction for prosecution under subsection 1 shall be given within such time as may be prescribed only after considering the report of such authority appointed by the central government or, as the case may be, the state government. We shall make an independent review of the evidence gathered in the course of investigation and make a recommendation within such time as may be prescribed to the central government or, as the case may be, the state government. So these are special provisions that override the provisions of the CRPC as far as cognizance is concerned by magistrate. Admissibility of evidence collected through the interception of communication, that is tapping, phone tapping, etc. So notwithstanding anything contained in the Indian Evidence Act 1872 or any other law for the time in force, the evidence collected through the interception of wire, electronic or oral communication under the provisions of the Indian Telegraph Act 1885 or the Information Technology Act 2000 or any other law for the time in force shall be admissible as evidence against the accused in the court during the trial of the case. That means the electronic evidence is all admissible, provided that the contents of any wire, electronic or oral communication intercepted or evidence derived therefrom shall not be received in evidence or otherwise disclosed in any trial, hearing or other proceeding in any court, unless each accused has been furnished with a copy of the order of the competent authority under the aforesaid law, under which the interception was directed, not less than 10 days before trial, hearing or proceeding. Generally, the permission of central government has to be obtained, so that letter has to be given to the competent to the accused, letter of competent authority. Provided further that the period of 10 days may be waived by the judge trying the matter if he comes to the conclusion that it was not possible to furnish the accused with such order 10 days before the trial, hearing or proceeding, and that the accused shall not be prejudiced by the delay in receiving such order. Then bar of jurisdiction. So, save as otherwise expressly provided in this Act, no proceeding taken under this Act by the central government or the district magistrate or any officer authorized in this behalf by the central government or the district magistrate shall be called in question in any civil court in any suit or application or by way of appeal or revision, and no injunction, that is stay order, shall be granted by any civil court or other authority in respect of any action taken to be taken in pursuance of any power conferred by or under this Act. That is, special courts shall be established under this Act, and only those special courts as per this Act shall have the power to try cases under UAPA. Notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, no civil court or other authority shall have or be entitled to exercise any jurisdiction, powers or authority in relation to the matters referred to in section 36. That is, powers of civil court are not say applicable in case of section 36 postly. Effect of Act and rules, etc., inconsistent with other enactments. The provisions of this Act or any rule or order made thereunder shall have effect notwithstanding anything inconsistent there with contained in any enactment other than this Act, or any instrument having effect by virtue of any enactment under other than this Act. That means this shall have overriding effect as compared to that means whatever is there in this Act shall be followed. Whatever is written in any other Act shall not be followed if there is any inconsistency or contradiction. Protection of action taken in good faith. So no suit, prosecution or any or other legal proceeding shall lie against the central government or a state government or any officer or authority of the central government or state government or district magistrate or any officer authorized in this behalf by the government or the district magistrate or any other authority on whom powers have been conferred under this Act for anything which is in good faith done or purported to be done in pursuance of this Act or in any rule or order made there under, and any serving or retired member of the armed forces or paramilitary forces in respect of any action taken or purported to be taken by him in good faith in the course of any operation directed towards combating terrorism. So all civil and military officers are protected for action taken in good faith as per that is section 52 of IPC. That is where due care and caution has been exercised. And then last 4 sections. So nothing in this Act shall affect the jurisdiction exercisable by or the procedure applicable to any court or other authority under any law relating to the Navy, Army or Air Force or other armed forces of the Union. So procedure applicable, that is Army procedures have been saved. They have their own powers. So they can be prevented under this Act. Impounding of passport and arms license of person charged under the Act. So notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time being force, for example, Passport Act 1967, etc., the passport and other arms license of a person who is charge sheeted for having committed any offence under this act shall be deemed to have been impounded for such period as the court may deem fit. That means provision of, say, Arms Act and Passport Act have been overridden by this section. 51A, certain powers of the central government. For the prevention of and or for coping with the terrorist activities, the central government shall have power to freeze, seize, or attach funds and other financial assets or economic resources held by, on behalf of, or at the direction of the individuals or entities listed in the schedule to the order, or any other person engaged in or suspected to be engaged in terrorism. Prohibit any individual or entity from making any funds, financial assets or economic resources or related services available for the benefit of the individual or entities listed in the schedule to the order, or any such or any other person engaged in or suspected to be engaged in terrorism. Prevent the entry into or the transit through India of individuals listed in the schedule to the order or any other person engaged in or suspected to be engaged in terrorism. That means even the right to free movement has been curtailed by this section, as per we can say 19(2) of the Constitution. Power to make rules. So central government may by notification in the official gazette make rules for carrying out the provisions of this act. In particular and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing powers, such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely the service of notices or orders issued or made under this act, and the manner in which the notices or orders may be served, where the person to be served is a corporation, company, bank, or other association. That includes trust and societies also. The procedure to be followed by the tribunal or a district judge in holding any inquiry or disposing of any application under this act. So central government may make rules here. See, the powers have not been given to the High Court. Those are separate. Those are given in Constitution 227, Article 227. But here the powers are given to the central government for the procedure to be regulated by the tribunal, district judge in holding inquiry or disposing of any application under this act. Determination of the price. This is made so that the ordinary delays of courts are not involved. Determination of the price of the forfeited property under subsection 2 of section 28. The procedure for admission and disposal of an application under subsection 3 of section 36. The qualifications of the members of the review committee under subsection 2 of section 37. And the time within which sanction for prosecution and recommendation to the central government shall be given under subsection 2 of section 45, and any other matter which is required to be or may be prescribed, that is prescribed by rules. And orders and rules to be laid before both houses of parliament. So this is the last section. Every order and every rule made by the central government under this act shall be laid as soon as may be or after it is made before each house of parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions, and if both the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the order or rule, or both houses agree that the order or rule shall not be made, the order or rule shall thereafter have effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So, however, that any such modification or annulment may be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that order or rule. There has been another subsection that is added in 2008, that is the order referred to in Article 33 of the schedule, and every amendment made to that order shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each house of parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions. That internationally banned, say those which have been banned by the UN Security Council. Now we have got 4 schedules. First schedule has all the terrorist organizations. So this includes Babbar Khalsa International, Khalistan Commando Force, Khalistan Jindabad Force, International Sikh Federation, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Pasban-e-Hind Hadith, Jaish-e-Mohammed Tariq Furqan, Harkatul Mujahideen, Harkatul Ansar, Harkatul Jihad-e-Islami, Hizbul Mujahideen, Pir Panjal Regiment, Al Umar Mujahideen, Jammu and Kashmir Islamic Front, United Liberation Front of Assam, ULFA, National Democratic Front of Bodoland, People's Liberation Army PLA, United National Liberation Front, People's Revolutionary Party of Kanglai Pek, that is Pre-Pek, Kanglai Pek Communist Party, Kanglai Yaul Kanbanlu, Manipur People's Liberation Front, All Tripura Tiger Force, National Liberation Front of Tripura, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, LTTE, Student Islamic Movement of India, SIMI, Defender Anjuman, Communist Party of India, that is CPI-ML, Marxist-Leninist People's War, elites or formation, all its formations and front organizations, Maoist Communist Center MCC, all its formations and front organizations, Al-Badr, Jamiatul Mujahideen, Al-Qaeda, Duktaran-e-Millat, Tamil Nadu Liberation Army, Tamil National Retrieval Troops, Akhil Bharat Nepali Ekta Samaj, organizations listed in the schedule to the, this is the entry 33. That is organizations listed in the schedule to the UN Prevention and Suppression of Terrorism, Implementation of Security Council Resolutions Order 2007, made under Section 2 of the United Nations Security Council Act 1947 and amended from time to time. So as soon as their amendment is made, immediately central government shall issue order under this and it shall be read before Parliament. So Akhil Bharat Nepali Ekta Samaj, Indian Mujahideen, all its formations and front organizations, Garo National Liberation Army GNLA, all its formations and front organizations, Kamatapur Liberation Organization, all its formations and front organizations, Islamic State of Iraq and Levant, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, Daesh, Islamic State in Khorasan province, ISIS Vilayat Khorasan, Islamic State of Iraq and the Sham Khorasan, and all its manifestations, National Socialist Council of Nagaland, Khaplan, all its formations and front organizations, Khalistan Liberation Force and all its manifestations, Tahrik-ul Mujahideen and all its manifestations, Jamaat-ul Mujahideen Bangladesh or Jamaat-ul Mujahideen India or Jamaat-ul Mujahideen Hindustan and all its manifestations. Convention of the Suppression of, this is the second schedule. Now these are the international treaties. So Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft, Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts Against the Safety of Civil Aviation. India is signatory to all these treaties. Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes against Internationally Protected Persons, including diplomatic agents. International Convention against the Taking of Hostages. Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, 1980, as amended from time to time. Protocol for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts of Violence at Airports serving international civil aviation, supplementary to the Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Civil Aviation. Convention for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Maritime Navigation. Protocol for the Suppression of Unlawful Acts against the Safety of Fixed Platforms located on the continental shelf, and International Convention for the Suppression of Terrorist Bombing and International Convention for Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. So these are the 10 conventions that are listed here. Then we have the third schedule. These are the security features. So watermark, security thread, and any one of the following features: latent image, see-through registration, print quality sharpness, raised effect, fluorescent characteristics, substrate quality, paper taggant, color shift effect in OBI, color shift effect in security thread. So this is section third schedule. Then we have the last schedule. These are the names of individuals declared as terrorists in India. So Maulana Masood Azhar, alias Maulana Muhammad Masood Azhar Alvi, alias Wali Adam Issa, Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, alias Hafiz Muhammad Sahib, alias Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, alias Hafiz Muhammad, alias Hafiz Saeed, alias Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, alias Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, alias Muhammad Saeed, alias Muhammad Saeed. Zakir Rahman Lakhvi, alias Abu Wahid Irshad Ahmad Arshad, alias Zakir Rahman, alias Zakir Rahman Lakhvi, alias Zakir Rahman Lakhvi, alias Zakir Rahman. Fourth is Dawood Ibrahim. So Dawood Ibrahim Kaskar, alias Dawood Hassan Sheikh Kaskar, these are all his names, alias Dawood Bhai, Dawood Sabri, Iqbal Seth, Bada Patel, Dawood Ibrahim, Sheikh Dawood Hassan, Abdul Hamid, Abdul Aziz, Ajit, Hanif Ibrahim, Ajit Dilip, Dawood Hassan Sheikh Ibrahim Kaskar, Dawood Ibrahim Meman Kaskar, Dawood Hassan Ibrahim Kaskar, Dawood Ibrahim Meman, Kaskar Dawood Hassan, Sheikh Muhammad Ismail Abdul Rahman, Dawood Hassan Sheikh Ibrahim, Dawood Bhai Low Quality, Ibrahim Sheikh Muhammad Anis, Sheikh Ismail Abdul, Sheikh Faruqi, Iqbal Bhai. So these are all the aliases. Then we have Wadawa Singh Babbar, alias Chacha, alias Babbar, Lakhbir Singh alias Rode, Ranjit Singh alias Neeta, Paramjit Singh alias Panjwar, Bhupinder Singh Binda, Gurmeet Singh Bagga, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, Paramjit Singh alias Pomma, Sajid Mir alias Sajid Majid alias Ibrahim Shah alias Wasi alias Khalid alias Mohammad Wasim, Yusuf Mujammil alias Ahmad Bhai alias Yusuf Mujammil Bhatt alias Hurera Bhai, Abdul Rahman Makki alias Abdul Rahman Makki, Shahid Mahmud alias Shahid Mahmud Rahmatullah, Faradullah Gori alias Abu Sufyan alias Sardar Sahib alias Farooq, Abdul Rauf Asgar alias Mufti Asgar alias Said Baba alias Maulana Mufti Rauf Asgar, Ibrahim Athar alias Ahmad Ali Muhammad Ali Sheikh, Javed Ahmad alias Javed Ahmad Siddiqui alias AA Sheikh alias Chief, Yusuf Azhar alias Azhar Yusuf alias Muhammad Salim, Shahid Latif alias Chota Shahid Bhai alias Nuruddin, Sayyid Muhammad Yusuf Shah alias Sayyid Salahuddin alias Pir Sahab alias Buzur, Ghulam Nabi Khan alias Amir Khan alias Saifullah Khalid alias Khalid Saifullah alias Jawad alias Dhan, Jafar Hussain Bhatt alias Khurshid alias Muhammad Jahir Khan alias Maulvi alias Khurshid Ibrahim, Riyaz Ismail Shahbandri alias Shah Riyaz Ahmad alias Riyaz Bhatkal alias Muhammad Riyaz alias Ahmad Bhai alias Rasul Khan alias Roshan Khan alias Ajit, Muhammad Iqbal alias Shabandri Muhammad Iqbal alias Iqbal Bhatkal, Sheikh Shakil alias Chota Shakil, Muhammad Anis, Ibrahim Abdul Razak Memon alias Mustaq alias Tiger Memon, Javed Chikna alias Javed Daud Taylor, Hafiz Talha Said, Mohiuddin Aurangzeb Alamgir alias Makhtab Amir alias Mujahid Bhai alias Muhammad Bhai alias Muhammad Ammar alias Abu Amar Madan alias Aurangzeb Anjar alias Maulana Ammar Madni alias Maulana Ammar alias Abu Ammar alias Ammar Alvi, Ali Kashif Jan alias Jan Ali Kashif, Mushtaq Ahmad Jardar alias Latram, Ashik Ahmad Negru alias Ashaq Hussain Negru alias Ashaq Maulvi, Sheikh Sajjad alias Sheikh Sajjad Gul alias Sajjad Gul alias Sajjad Sheikh, Ajumand Guljar Dar alias Hamza Burhan alias Doctor. And these are lastly some top Indian films on terrorism. So Karma 1986, Mr. India 1987, Roja 1992, Drokal 1994, Bombay 1995, Machis 1996, The Terrorist 1998, Dil Se 1998, Sarfarosh 1999, Mission Kashmir 2000, Fiza 2000, The Hero Love Story of a Spy 2003, Black Friday 2004, Fana 2006, A Wednesday 2008, Mumbai Meri Jaan 2008, Mughbir 2008, Amir 2008, My Name is Khan 2010, New York 2009, Tere Bin Laden. Actually, it was a comic movie, not a terrorist movie, but on the theme of terrorism as comedy. Tere Bin Laden 2010, The Attacks of 26/11 2013, Vishwaroop. It is also Vishwarupam, Kamal Hassan's movie 2013. In South, it is Vishwarupam. In Hindi, it is Vishwaroop. Haider 2014, Baby 2015, and The Terrorist 2018. So that's all. Let us stop here. I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra for giving me so much time for this very long act. It is the main act related to terrorism. And now that OTA and TADA have been repealed, so this is the act in which we can say this prevention against terrorism is implemented. Originally, it was a small act, but it is a very long act, 53 sections and 4 schedules there, and special courts, civil as well as criminal proceedings are there. Very drastic act. It is an act of preventive detention. It is an act for forfeiture of property. It is an act for economic terrorism and all other biological, nuclear, or chemical warfare. Not warfare, but we can say terrorism, because war is between country and country, terrorism is between private actors and the country. So these are some of the important provisions. If there are any questions, I would be glad to take those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Virendra Kumar ji. It was very extensive and of course in detail. You know how these acts were consolidated into one and by repealing that to very well explain on this occasion of terrorism against violence against abuse of terrorists and victims of terrorism, very well cited. So thank you very much, sir. Mohammed Armanullah. Okay.
Any question?
Yeah, I think so. I'm on.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, Mohammed.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir.
Good evening. Yes.
It's a very wonderful session, sir. Very important news you given, sir. These are all things. It's very useful. I'm a MCJ, Master of Journalism, final year student, sir.
Okay.
Actually, I'm having one doubt, sir. Whatever the terrorist act you said, na, sir, these are all the very powerful, and it's a compulsory for every nation. For India, it's the most important thing also. But nowadays scenario, it's different, na, sir. When we are observing that act is using political purpose, sir, whether it's true or not.
Well, there are say two types of allegations. Firstly, when the act is say generally when there are allegations against politicians, or we may say functionaries of political party or political leaders, we may say. So in such cases, these things are this is a common allegation in all criminal cases, that there is misuse of intelligence agencies. For example, ED, CBI, NIA, etc. But that's why executive is different from judiciary in India. So we also have a concept of independence of judiciary. And so whatever action is taken by the executive, so if you see the basic principles of CRPC, that is Code of Criminal Procedure, then we for the courts, both are equal. That is prosecution as well as accused. Okay, so that is the first thing. That is both are there. Secondly, the say all our laws are based on this British common law, and we may also say Roman law of past 2000 years. That is the principles of natural justice we call. So some provisions are there here also. Coming to the drastic provisions like preventive detention and forfeiture of property, well, that would be actually separate topic, but still I would give some glimpse of that. Maybe I will take some lecture on that. There are so many laws. So first there is Preventive Detention Act 1950. Then there is West Bengal Preventive Detention Act 1951. Then we have MISA, Maintenance of Internal Security Act 1971. There were allegations that Indira Gandhi used it against political opponents, and fundamental rights were suspended during 22 months of emergency. So MISA, even you might remember Lalu Prasad Yadav has his daughter named as Misa Bharti, named after that act. So MISA was there. Then we have FERA. FERA is actually just a minor criminal law, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act 1973. But we have COFEPOSA, that is Conservation of Foreign Foreign Exchange and forfeiture of this COFEPOSA, that is Prevention of Smuggling Activities Act. So COFEPOSA is Conservation of Foreign Exchange and Prevention of Smuggling Activities Act, that is 1974. Then we have this SAFEMA, that is Smugglers and Foreign Exchange Manipulators Forfeiture of Property Act 1976. These are all these acts of 73, 74, and 76. These are enforced by the ED, Enforcement Directorate. Then we have PDA, NDA, National Defense Act, RASUKA, Rashtriya Suraksha Adhiniyam in Hindi. So this RASUKA 1980 is also there. Then we had for narcotic drugs, we had another act, that is NDPS, Narcotic Drugs and Prevent Psychotropic Substances Act 1985. But we have another NDPS, that is forfeiture of property. So property that has been acquired through drug trade. So there is another act of the NDPS, forfeiture of property Act 1988. And then we have TADA 1987, that is Terrorist and Disruptive Activities Act 1987. Then we have then came this POTA, that is the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2002, and also there was the PMLA, that is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, PMLA 2002 is enforced by the Enforcement Directorate.
Yeah, sir. One moment, sir.
Yes.
Sir, in this Quota Act also, sir, at that time, Sunil Dutt in that parliament, he changed some amendments also he taken because of the Sanjay Dutt case, sir. So that judiciary is powerfully they are making that laws and that implementation purpose when it's coming, na sir. That time is also changed for the political point of view and political power. So yeah.
Actually,
Then,
in that case, what happened was actually Sanjay Dutt is son of Sunil Dutt. And Sunil Dutt was not only a famous actor, but also he was a member of parliament. Okay.
Member of parliament. Yeah.
And therefore, there were allegations that being a politician, he was being targeted or like that. And ultimately, this Tada was repealed, and there were no charges against Tada. There are also some movies of Sanjay Dutt. Why I'm going to movies? Because the development of Indian movies, if you see, it somehow matches with our criminal law. For example, if you watch a movie of Dharmendra of 1960s, so at that time the villain was a smuggler, ordinary smuggler. That means now we consider it very ordinary crime. Okay, smuggling. Then came Karma, that is Dr. Deng. So Anupam Kher role of Dr. Deng in that. Then came Mr. India. Again, Amrish Puri played the role of villain in that. And then we have Sanjay Dutt himself, who, in spite of being hero, played anti-hero, and his image was itself like that of villain at that time. Ultimately, the court did not hold that Tada charge, and he was discharged of that, and only trial for this Arms Act was held. He was acquitted of this, and under Arms Act he was sentenced. As far as this misuse of the rights is concerned, so there were earlier allegations in 1970s during emergency period also 1975 to 77, and then in 1978 Morarji Desai government amended this Article 22 of the Constitution, and in that now the preventive detention can't be more than 3 months at a time, and maximum it can't be more than 1 year. Recently, in 2019, we see that two chief ministers, past chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir, were detained. Detention is different from arrest. Arrest is after an offense has been committed. Detention is before that. So therefore, we call it preventive detention. So when Mahbooba Mufti and Omar Abdullah, that is past chief ministers, were detained. So at the time also there were allegations that it is political. Ultimately, they were kept under detention for maximum 1 year, because that is what the Constitution provides. And after that, the matter went to the Supreme Court, and then Supreme Court ordered release of both the ex-chief ministers. By the time it was already made a union territory, and so this is how the operation was executed. Okay, so there have been wherever there is preventive detention. So there, that's why the Constitution also has inbuilt the provisions that now, as per this amendment of 1978, preventive detention can't be more than more than 1 year maximum. That is, maximum it can't be more than 3 months at a time, and maximum it can be extended 3 more times. Secondly, when we come to forfeiture of property, now this is an act that provides for forfeiture of property also. So for forfeiture of property, some provisions are there in CRPC, and even here, the forfeiture of property, it could be either from smuggling, it could be from drug trades, it could be from arms trade, it could be from terrorism, it could be from hawala and other things. So for that, we have got different acts and different provisions, and ultimately the proceeds have to be shown, or it has to be proved by the prosecution that these proceeds have been acquired from such a trade. If we see forfeiture of corruption, so VP Singh government had enacted one law, forfeiture of property, and that law has that act is passed in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, but it was not notified by the president, and ultimately that proceeds of terrorism were not banned. But then came the Benami Prohibition Act 2016. Even the Income Tax Act was made a criminal law rather than the quasi-criminal law. Earlier there were only quasi-criminal means only fine provisions were there. But now
Yes.
Income Tax Act is also a minor criminal law. That is, their imprisonment powers have also been given to the income tax after 2017. And even we have this proceeds of corruption. The property forfeiture of property can be done for proceeds of corruption also. So now there have been such changes, and of course there are safeguards in each of the acts also. As far as the human rights are concerned, so I had heard a very interesting lecture when I was a law student in 2003. So Justice Adarsh Sen Anand, who was a retired CJI at that time, and when he was chairman of the NHRC, that is National Human Rights Commission. So he gave very good argument that when we talk about the rights of the accused, what happens to the rights of the victims, the people who have died, or the people who are victims of terrorism, they are also human beings. And that's why these human rights, or what we consider nowadays somewhat derogatory term, that human rights are activists, RTI activists, and many these terms. So these terms have become derogatory because of much misuse by some of the terrorist organizations in the name of human rights. Because there is a right to fair trial. Of course, it is also fundamental right under Article 21, not expressly, but it's implicit in our constitution. So that is also a fundamental right. The right to live with dignity, right to say, and there are adequate to say safeguards in Article 19 to 20, 21, 22 itself. So whenever there are these allegations, so constitutional validity of these acts have also been challenged before the Supreme Court. But as I told earlier, the constitutional validity of TADA and POTA both were upheld by the Supreme Court. And whenever the recently the constitutional validity of PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the powers of ED, Enforcement Directorate, have also been held recently in last month by the Honorable Supreme Court. So as far as PMLA is concerned, so there are no such allegations of unconstitutionality like in case of other acts, or there are no, we can say, significant cases. Minor corrections, these allegations are there, but they could be either in the press or in the trial court. That is in the arguments of the advocates, we can say. But as far as the challenging constitutionality is concerned, so that can be done only in High Court or Supreme Court. That is where we challenge the wires, ultra wires in netting. That is, you challenge the act itself. So that can be done only in the High Court or Supreme Court. And as far as the constitutional validity is concerned, so there are, we can say, no major allegations against UAPA as compared to the other acts like TADA or POTA. That's what I can say.
Yeah, it's correct, sir. Somewhere it's protecting, I accept, sir. But common people is also suffering a lot of, sir. A lot of cases also they filed and they booked in this terrorist. And after that, sir, they are not at all taking that bail also. Now you observe in that previous data also, sir. In that also, in every jail, sir, so many youth they arrested under terrorist activity like that. After that case, that suspected only. After that, that it's not proved. Even though now also they are in the jail only, sir. No one is they are taking that bail also. Why? Because they are very poor, and so nobody want to come forward for to take bail also. Like that.
Yes, I will come to that.
Yeah, yes. Sir. Yeah, you compare that case list also, sir. I observed, sir, that the bail without taking that bail also, they are suffering, they are losing their life. Age is also about around, sir. But one case I also observed, sir. One lady is also saying that after that Lumbini Park incident happened, sir, bomb blast. After that, here it is some that area is that students, sir, they arrested. The mother is saying, sir, now also they are in jail only. How we can approach?
Well, I would tell you about. I have actually two replies to your question.
Okay.
First reply is there is a general delay. Okay, So because of pendency in judiciary, because the cases pending in Supreme Court are more than 70,000. Even
Yes,
in
sir.
High Court, there are more than lakhs. And in say trial courts, it is say we can say crores of cases, more than 4 crores.
Yeah.
So that is always there. But on the other hand,
Yeah.
actually one judge had estimated that if all these cases are to be decided, then that would take 300 years approximately. Another judge decided that it would take 466 years. As far as the conviction rate is concerned, so former Attorney General Soli Sorabji had, I think, around 2004, he had stated that the criminal justice administration in India is on the verge of collapse. Around 2003, in 2003, Justice Malimat. Actually, his father of present Justice Ravi Malimat, Justice Ravi Malimat was in Uttarakhand, Chief Justice of Uttarakhand High Court also. His father was Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court. So he had submitted one report, that is Malimat Committee report, to Lal Krishna Advani, who was a Union Home Minister at that time. And he had given certain suggestions as far as this pendency and these other criminal law justice reforms are there. Most of these suggestions have been implemented in 2005, 2010, some in 2013 and 2018 in CRPC. I will just give you two important provisions. First is as far as the matter of bail was raised by you. So in the matter of bail, one matter had also come before the Supreme Court, and it was pointed out that in Bihar, many people are languishing in jail just because their trials have been delayed since so many years. So now there are two important provisions in CRPC. The first provision is that if more than half of the maximum punishment prescribed for an offense has been completed by the accused, then they shall be released on bail. That means if the trial is not completed, actually it is responsibility of the prosecution also to complete the trial earlier. So if it is not completed and more than half punishment has been, duration has been spent in jail as an under trial, then the person shall be released on bail. Secondly, if the full or the maximum punishment has been completed, then that person shall be compulsorily released. That means they can no longer be, say, kept under detention in jail because already the maximum punishment. So even if it has been proved, or it were proved that they had committed such offense, then already they had committed such punishment, completed such punishment, and such people were also earlier languishing in jail. So after 2005, these two major amendments have been done, and if more than half his punishment is completed, then they can be released on jail. They have to be released on jail, and if they have already completed full quota of their maximum punishment, then regardless of the outcome or the completion of the trial, they shall be forthwith released from prison. So these are the two important changes that have been made in 2005, and therefore it is say not the earlier CRPC that was there. Many changes have been done, and as far as these human rights and other things are concerned, so you might be knowing, even some international organization was criticizing this judgment in Nirbhaya gang rape case, and we know how they took say disadvantage of these different things. Actually, iron rod was inserted in body of that girl, and the trial went on for many years. The juvenile delinquent who did that act could not be sentenced beyond 3 years because our say Indian law, for there is JJ Act of 2000, Juvenile Justice Act, does not prescribe punishment of more than 3 years. And further, there is there are three important
Virendra Kumarji, sorry to
yes,
interrupt you.
Yes.
Actually, we have another visually challenged speaker. He has to leave.
Yes, sure.
So we will take up that session and then we will continue.
Okay. No, so I would just conclude my answer. So there are provisions in 21, 22, and 23. That is Article 20 of the Constitution, clauses 1, 2, and 3. That criminal law can't be with a retrospective effect. Secondly, there cannot be double jeopardy. That is, nobody can be prosecuted for the same offense twice. And third is, nobody can be asked to self-incriminate. That is, there is right to remain silent under clause 3 of Article 20. So there are some inbuilt provision in the Constitution also as far as criminal law is concerned. So thank you very much for giving me so much time and for this detailed discussion. So thank you, Shri Holistic Health Foundation India, and also thanks to Shri Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing. And thanks to Dr. Ravindra once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was elaborate, discussion. Definitely, if time permits, after, if still there are any
Sure, sir.
queries,
Yes, sir.
then we will take it up.
Surely, sir. Yes.
Thank you, sir. We wish you all the success.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the participants also.
So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. So we have with us Nagaraj H. G from Bangalore. He is a qualified professional social worker. He has completed MSW. Presently, he is working as Deputy Manager at State Bank of India, Bangalore. And he is also District Governor Assistant for Rotary Club. So he is visually challenged, but he has achieved so much, and he is contributing in spite of his challenges. So let's invite him for his session. Nagaraj, good evening. Over to you. Sorry, good afternoon.
Thank you, Ravindra sir. So good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to all. So the session which went on earlier from Dr. Virendra sir was really excellent about Property Act, and so many acts he has covered, and it was a very expected thing, and really we learned a lot. Thank you very much, sir, for that excellent session. So today I will be talking with you all about health. So health is one of the major thing which I am going to discuss with you, health and social work basically. So as you know, health is according to World Health Organization, it is a physical, mental, social, spiritual, and total well-being of the person. It is not infirmity or disease. When you say the health, World Health Organization, we celebrate Health Day every year on April 7th. And now the importance of health, people are realized after affected by the COVID-19. So COVID-19 made many people to connect different way, and health has become the main focus area to all the people. When you speak about the physical health, we should have a very good body, very good maintenance of the effective body is very, very important for every person, all the parts of the body. Especially if you get a pain in one part of the body, we cannot able to control. So especially we need to breathe properly. We need to have a 5 sense organs like eyes, nose, ears, and skin and tongue. So these are all perceptions which we have to see, to hear, to touch, to feel, to taste, and all these things. So that is why physically health, when you say, we need to have a very good body, very good breathing, very good heart beatings, very good functioning of our eyes, especially the smiling, and all these things give us physical health, for which we need to take very good nutrition. We need to do physical exercises properly. When you come across the mental dimension, mental health, we all should maintain a positive mental attitude and positive behavior. Especially we should overcome our stress, and our intelligence should be improved, our memory, our concentration, our thoughts, feelings, actions, everything should be positive and progressive, for which we need to see that lot of abnormalities and abnormal functions, lot of mental disorders we see, like psychosis, neurosis, psychosomatic disorders and all. So for which we need to treat with them with psychosocial rehabilitation, lot of therapies, and lot of confidence building to the people. When you speak about social health, we should always bother about the society which we are having, our family, our community, our society, the people who are living around us, all should have the very good relationship, very good adjustment, very good communication. So social health is very important. When you see the spiritual health, we all should maintain with the meditation, worshipping God, and praying the God, and especially the spiritual self-realization of our life, which is the main goal of the life. So when you speak about the dimensions of the health, we always see the nutrition, which is a very important part and parcel of our body. Hygiene is also very, very essential. When you come across hygiene, we should maintain a very good hygiene, cleanliness, especially our body and our mind, everything. So especially when we teach the children about brushing teeth, washing face on time, cleaning the, washing clothes, combing hair, and all these things are very, very important in personal hygiene. And in the environmental hygiene, we should plant more and more trees. We should maintain very good environment. This pollution should be controlled. Traffic jam and all these air pollutions, noise pollutions, all should be go away. Then only this health will be very effective. When we come across different health and disorders, my experience was working with Mary Florence when I was doing my social work in Kidwai Hospital. We were working for cancer patients. When you say cancer, cancer is a multiplicity of diseases, spreading of diseases from one cell to other cell. So a lot of cancers we have, like brain cancer, blood cancer. So all this bone cancer, cervical cancer, all this. So as a social worker, we treat the person regarding their impact of the disease, especially his dependent, his disability, his disease, his pain, his problems. We look after and we give them confidence. We counsel about their foods, their bed, their medicines, their economic life, and giving concessions in their fees and all these things. So one more semester, I could able to work in cancer, psychiatric disorders in the in Spandana Hospital, wherein we used to do de-addiction therapy and psychosocial rehabilitation and all these communication therapy, group work, and all these things, which are very, very important to make the people happy and overcome their difficulties and this lot of superstitious beliefs are there. We have to overcome all these things. So when we come for the dimensions of the health, we want to look after the women's health, health of the children, health of the youth, health of the old age persons, and the disabled person's health. So when you have the disabled person's health, Persons with Disabilities Rights Bill 2016, section 25 of chapter 5 speaks about the disabled health. It says we need to give a proper care of the disabled persons. Free camps and health camp screenings have to be conducted. We need to give access to hospitals, medicines, and health services, provide a good treatment, prevent disability and disorders, and we need to do survey and investigations of disability, screening of all the children once in 5 years, train the health staff, that is especially nurses, doctors, and other health professionals to take care of the people. And mother and child care is very important. Awareness to the people about causes of disability, prevention and treatment of disability, and reproductive and sexual health awareness is very important. And awareness we need to give in mass media like television, radio, newspapers, books, periodicals, and all. When you speak about the children health, children are very important. Today's children are tomorrow's citizens. Children need to get a very good nutrition, very good immunization and the proper time, especially the till 5 years, whatever the medicines are there. We need to make them to drink a very good water. We should give them good relaxation and sleep, good education facility, care and protection, love and affection, support and assistance, physical exercises we need to teach, and mental attitude we have to develop. So 0 to 6 years, ICDS, that is Integrated Child Development Service, whatever is there, scheme, which is providing mother and child care, good nutrition and health services. Positive mindset, if we give for the children, this program will be very successful. When you come across women health, women mortality rates and female mortality and the scheme of government, that is Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, that is Sukanya Samruddhi scheme has come, which says that all the women should be given, we should save some amount under Sukanya Samruddhi, 1.5 lakhs. If you save for 14 years, she will get about 6.5 lakhs. I'm working in bank. I'm, making lot of women daughters to get this facility. So we need to give women care in a proper way during her pregnancy, during her childhood, during her motherhood, and when she become puberty, when she grown up. So all these things we need to, take care of the women. When you take care of the youth health, so we call it as adolescent health. So these people are contributing people. We need to detect, we need to care, we need to treat these people and prevent from all the problems, especially, you know, these youths are having the bad habits of drugs, alcohols, tobacco, and all these things. We need to prevent this kind of disorders, and we should make them as a younger generation people. We need to train them, we need to educate them, we need to skill develop them, we need to provide a helping hand as a youngsters. We need to remove all the myths and all these problems from them, and we should make them a happy people all over. So when you take care of the aged persons after 55 to 60 years, lot of disorders, disability, mentally, physically, a problem happens. So their capacity, their functioning will be coming down. So we need to take care of the people with old age health is very, very important. We need to provide treatments, especially spectacles to the people with the blindness, and hearing aids to the hearing persons, and wheelchairs to the people who are having locomotor disability with aged. So all these people are very important. So when we look after these things, so population education is a very important thing we need to look out. So population education is controlling population. We need to teach the people about contraceptive measures and the gap between one child to other children, and how we need to balance with the population control. And we need to also have the family life education, that is premarital counseling. All these things are very important, that children and the aged persons and the youths, all these people should be counseled and give them how to lead a happy, successful family life, that we need to teach. When you speak about the family life cycles, these are all very, very important. We need to teach these people about problem solving, how to handle the problems, how to identify, solve problems, and decision making. We should make them as a decision makers. We should give confidence to people to adjust them, to build a good relationship, give them a good responsibilities in the life. And independent life is very, very important for so many people. So we need to teach them critical thinking and a creative thinking. So whenever we are going under stress, I learned this stop. This stop means first we should listen what person is having problem, that is stop. Yes. T means you should take always deep breath. So that is always very important to overcome our stress. Then observe what is the situation. Then you proceed, definitely you can achieve. So that is always we should have positive thinking. So personality development, we should have a SWOT analysis, that is strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. And we should always say that we should teach the people about how to do the house cleaning, how to prepare a meal, how to handle the life. So we should always, in the health, we should always have in our bag first aid. So first aid, if it is there, definitely it is very useful. So not only that, we should always, in Karnataka, whenever there is health problem, we always insist them to call the number 108. So 108, if they call what disorder they are having, they will counsel the experts, doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, everybody will be there. They will be counseling and giving them the confidence. We should adjust, adapt to the new changing world, new technologies. Lot of things are happening. So we should interact with that. We should change with that. We should, we should teach the youngsters about how to handle the time, how to handle the money, how to handle the life. So we should also teach them self-defense mechanism, that is martial arts. Whenever somebody comes to attack, we should learn them, we should teach them how to lead the life. So you teach all this communication about writing, reading, speaking skills, and how to work in teams. So you know what is team? Team means together everybody achieves more. One person, one clap, one hand you can't clap, both the hands are required. So to clap hands. So this way, when you maintain this health as a social workers, as a psychiatrist, as a psychologist, as a doctor, is a multidisciplinary approach. We need to, treat the patient as a human being. We should treat everybody, either it is alcoholic or AIDS person or whatever problem he's having, he's a human being first, then his problem comes later. So we are there to solve any problem, anytime. And for that, all the overall health, finally, I want to conclude by saying that, so health is an integral part of life. So we should always take care of our health. So this Pancha Sutra, especially water, food, physical exercise, good sleep, and positive mental attitude, if you keep in your mind, definitely we can overcome any problem and we can lead very happy and sustainable life. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. So with the short span, I could able to do my justice, I think. And any question, I'm ready to answer for any from anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagarajji, for a short but insightful presentation. Participants, if you have any queries, you can unmute yourself or you can raise your hand. Yeah, Mary ma'am, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, Nagaraj. You've done really justice to the topic, and within short span of time, you have done justice. All the best.
Thank you.
My
Thank you,
appreciations to you, because you have done more than the topic justifies. So all the best, and the best for your life and for your profession also. All the best for Rotary also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nagarajji. We wish you all the success for all your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future. So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. We have Matt Perliston from USA. He's dedicated his life for teaching emotional intelligence, and over almost around 4 decades of experience he has put in, and he is continuously promoting emotional intelligence, and he is very much associated, very good friend of all of us, and he is also trying to connect to sustainable goals. I mean, to promote global peace. Without emotional intelligence and global peace in place, sustainable development will not be possible. There's a lot of conflicts within ourselves and around the world. We are in constant conflict. So that is not allowing us to be in peace. So in this context, it is very much pertinent that we need to understand our emotions, feelings, and actions and work upon. And definitely Matt is the right person who can guide us through the emotions and understand emotions and whether to take action or not. So over to you, Matt, for your session.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Appreciate the nice introduction. Very nice. So we are talking about emotional intelligence today again, and this time regarding how it can lead to inner peace, how it can be helpful for social workers and caregivers, and they're a little bit different, so I'm kind of going to try and cover a couple things at once. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen now. Here we go. Tell me if you can't see it. All right, so let's talk about peace, EQ toward peace and for caregivers. So I'd like to introduce emotional intelligence to you. Some of you have heard of it before, probably. Also the concept of positive mental health with caregivers and social workers, et cetera. There's mental health issues are a big deal. They're a huge part of our society now. We're talking about it more and more, which is a very good thing. But mental health tends to have a kind of negative connotation to it. And so we are spinning it positive, because if we learn about our mental health, we can not only deal with the negatives, our problems, our issues, our pain, our disorders, etc. We can actually do better because we learn about ourselves. The more we learn about ourselves, the better we can do, basically. So we'll talk about how EQ can lead to peace, starting with inner peace. how EQ can help for social workers and caregivers, our need for training and support, as the last speaker was just speaking about, that I totally agree, and ask you to share what you learn about emotional intelligence, because most people do not know what we're talking about. They've never heard of it. They don't understand the concepts, and we didn't learn it in school. We don't talk about it at home. We don't, better not deal with emotions at work. And so it's really important that those of us who do understand and know the power of emotional intelligence will share with other people, so we can get this out to the world. It's just wrong that it's not taught in schools. And so we need to get that out to folks. So the very, very basics of it are that we learn about our left brain, our logic, our intellectual side, our cognitive side, through most of our training in school, and not the other side. We're only working with half our brain, not the other side. Our passion, our emotions, our creativity, our senses, etc., are not identified or not worked with in schools. And so we need to add those. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the left side. Our logic is a good thing, our understanding, and we're really good at explaining how to do things logically, but we're not so good on emotionally. And I'm just saying we need to bring it up so that we're equal, so that we're even. The way that works is basics of emotional intelligence is our thoughts, our feelings, not just our thoughts, but our thoughts and our feelings. We have thoughts and feelings, right? And then we can make good decisions based on those. If we base it on both our thoughts and our feelings, we can make better decisions, not just our thoughts. So we have to be aware of our feelings and understand them and accept them and work with them. So we make decisions, that's where our choices lie, and then we can take better actions if we can make better decisions and take into account our feelings. So there's some, it used to be working with our emotions used to be a nice thing to have. It used to be interesting and helpful and good stuff. But now it's gotten to be where it's more urgent, it's more critical. There are coping skills, and we are losing people. We are losing people because they don't know how to deal with their feelings and emotions, because we never taught. So it's become a critical coping skills education. People are dying quite literally to know what we know about emotional intelligence, addictions, suicide, violence, abuse, all mental health problems are all rising. And most of it, in my opinion, that's hard to prove, but most of it has to do with people just don't know. They don't know how to deal with their emotions. They don't even know that they don't know that they don't know. So they're not looking for it. So that's a problem. So we need to jump up and down a little bit and get people's attention and teach them about emotional intelligence. We're trying to make mental health less of a stigma, less of a thing to hide. We're just talking about it more out in the open. Here in the United States, it's becoming a little more mainstream, if you will. There's commercials on TV, a fair number of them actually. I always notice when they're, hey, look, that's a mental health commercial, that they're trying to offer people the ability to support, to ask questions, to talk about what's up with them. And that's a good thing. That's a very, very good thing. So we got some self-care going on. I'll talk more about that later. So positive mental health is about dealing with our negatives. We can learn how to deal with our negatives. And if we can actually come back up and become more positive by being able to deal with our negatives. It does not mean we are, that we ignore them. We don't deny them. We don't lie about them anymore. We deal with them, and being able to deal with them allows us to be more positive. We go back to our natural state where we're born, which is pretty peaceful and loving and calm and good. and stuff gets piled on top of that, the negatives. And if we can move that stuff out of the way, we can be more positive. That's just, we're finding that it works. That's very good news. That's very good news. So we can be more positive by learning about our negatives. We can actually create peace inside of us, inner peace inside of us, interpersonal peace between us, and social peace among us. And those are all teachable skills, things that we can learn, we can teach in education and have and practice and get good at. And we're hoping, our nonprofit is hoping and expecting that with enough people learning how to create peace in our life, that we will be able to create big peace someday. Ooh, excuse me, it's early here. We want to be able to create big peace someday. So that's our big goal, like the SDGs, and I'll talk more about that at the very end. So the good news is that no matter what's happening outside of us, we have the power to control what's happening inside of us. That, in my opinion, is what most people do not know. That they think that people make them angry, that their teacher did it to them, or COVID's did it to them, or the government did it to them, and you are making me angry. You are me pain, and you are causing me hurt. None of that's true. They're not causing you anything. They're just doing what they're doing. We then get to decide, basically, with the way we look at things, we get to decide whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, whether we're going to be happy about something or unhappy about something, right? Whether we're going to be loving or angry or hateful. We get to decide all that stuff. Nobody makes us feel anything emotionally without our permission. So no matter what's happening outside, we get the power to control what's happening inside of us. And that's a wonderful thing. Very, very good news. It was a life changer for me, and still is. And I'm happy to share that that's good news, that we're in charge of our own lives. I like this guy. He's an inner peace guy. I just like his face. It doesn't really mean anything, but this is what, at least for me, that's what peace looks like. It's a statue, but it's pretty cool. I like his face. That's all. One of the goals for inner peace is it begins the moment you choose not to allow someone to another person or event to control our emotions. They can affect our emotions, right? They can affect our emotions. We can't say, anything outside doesn't affect us at all, because it does, and that's okay. That's okay, but it doesn't control us. It doesn't control us. We control us. So we can take into account what's going on, and we can be happy about it, or we can be miserable about it. Basically, it's our choice. It's our choice. So we are in control of our own emotions. And that's my biggest point. If you don't take anything away from this, that's my biggest point to this whole thing. It seems to be the tipping point between people who do well and people who don't do well, is that the people who do well believe and understand and take the leap to say, yes, my thoughts, my feelings, my attitudes, my beliefs, my motivations, my values, all that stuff are mine. I make them, I create them, I'm in charge of them, I control them, I manage them, and I can master them. Then I can do good. I can do great. If I don't believe that, if I think they did it to me and the world is creating all this stuff in my problems, then that's not good. That doesn't go well. There's become a whiner, blamer, victim, right? They did it to me. I can't change them. I can't control them most of the time. And so that gives away all your power. So the key, one of the main keys of emotional intelligence is to decide, take that into your heart, that it's your heart. They're your thoughts and your feelings. You make them, you created them, you can fix them, you can deal with them, not them. So try that, try that. With social workers in particular, we'll switch to self-care. Social workers tend to have gotten into the business because they usually had some problems in their childhood, not either they had problems or people around them had problems, and they decide they want to help. with problems. So they sometimes have their own issues to deal with. And that's a tough one. They might have a big heart and be loving and want to help, but they tend to have a couple more issues. Everybody does, but that's cool. But it needs to be taken into account. Social workers, in my opinion, are some of the most loving people on the planet. I always bow to the social workers and say, you guys have one of the hardest jobs, most painful emotionally jobs there is, because you're dealing with people who are having problems all day long, and then you got your own problems to deal with, and then you got, you try and go home and let go of their problems and deal with your own problems, and that's tough in itself. There's all kinds of things. So social workers are, I have a lot of respect for them. I honor people who do social work. It's a wonderful thing, one of the best jobs, highest respect for me, in my opinion. But because it's so painful, it's so difficult, so it's so important that they know emotional intelligence, that they know themselves and how to deal with things inside of them and around them. So they tend to have a little more personal trauma. We have issues with boundaries, and you can overdo anything, right? You can overdo anything, including empathy, including love, including giving. You can overdo it, and people sometimes do that. So we need to be aware that when we're helping social workers, that they got issues and they got a whole bunch of emotional needs. So one of the things is about separating your feelings, the worker, from their feelings, right? And the problems, they watch kids they have to put kids back where into painful situations. They got to give bad news a lot of times. They don't have control over their situation a lot of times. They want to be able to help the families or help whoever they're working with, and sometimes they can't. And that's tough. Because they care. And so burnout for social workers is a very real problem, just like with teachers. They go in it with a big heart, wanting to make a difference. Here we go. And after a couple of years go, man, this is so painful. This is so hard. And I don't know that I can make all that much difference. So they get burnt out and they can't handle it. So it's up to us, I think, to help them out. The most successful ones, I have some good friends who are social workers, and the most successful ones are able to switch when they separate their work from their home, from their life. It's not all the problems that they go through and deal with during the day are not really their problems. Then they come home, then they got their own problems, and we got to separate those. They actually make some connection either on the way home or as we leave the office or as you step in the door to your house or something, and they're able to switch to, okay, that was them, this is me, and separate their lives. And as a lot of emotional stuff, it's simple to tell that, oh yeah, just switch. Well, it ain't easy. A lot of this stuff is simple, but it ain't easy. What's working is ongoing support, work groups, one-on-one, getting support from each other. One of the biggest things is from each other. It's not necessarily that they need a therapy or counseling. Maybe they do. But one of the best things it seems to be working is when the support workers support each other, because they know they can dig it. They know what the problems are. They respect each other because they know that they've been there, and being able to talk with people and share and dump their stuff, that their pain that they've probably built up with people who understand and can relate is a huge help. And very little or no cost, right, to doing that. And it helps everybody. It's a win-win-win situation. So support groups of like-minded people that have the same issues is very, very helpful. some of the skills that they need to learn that we're finding is, one is about I messages, right? We can't talk about you, what you are doing, what you think or feel, because I don't know what you think and feel. All I know is what I think and feel. And so me coming across with I messages is really helpful. I think, I feel, I believe, I want, I expect, I understand, I appreciate, that kind of thing. We're talking about ourselves because that's something we know about. We get in much less conflict and argument if we say I rather than you, right? So I messages are very, very important. Communication skills. One of the most important ones, in my opinion, is listening with soul, I call it. Soul stands for is for stop or shut up. O-U is for open up, and L is for listen or love. So stop, open your heart up, and listen and love people. And that when we can do that, that's also called active listening or caring about people. And when we can do that, people can heal themselves. People need to vent. They need to be able to talk about what's bothering them. And once they do, a lot of times it kind of magically helps things. And so having someone that is safe. Safety is really important to this. Safety and acceptance that you're allowing people to be themselves and feel what they need to feel. And people often will heal themselves, we're finding, if we can listen properly. So it's cool. And we don't even sometimes we don't even need to say anything. We don't even need to say anything at all, except for like, oh, or or ah, so you're actively listening, but you're not giving advice, you're not fixing it, you're caring and listening. So we listen for feelings. The details of the situation are kind of irrelevant. A lot of times it's more important is, what did you feel about it? Why are you sharing this with me? Why is it bothering you? What's bothering you about it? It doesn't matter what actually happened. It matters more about what you feel about it, right? If you're trying to help somebody with their feelings, it's more important what they feel about it. So we listen for feelings and go specifically for the feelings, not the details or what they think about it, their opinion about it. That's a different deal. What's most important is what they feel about it. So what we can do is make it safe for people by making their feelings okay. Right. And they go, oh, I'm so scared about this, or I'm angry about what happened. And they go, okay, I understand. That's okay. It's okay with me that it's not okay with you, that you're upset. And that's okay. A lot of people fight with their feelings and they feel guilty about them, or they feel like they're not supposed to feel certain ways. But if we can allow people to feel what they feel, then they can let go of those feelings a lot of times and feel better. Feel better. Pretty cool, huh? One of my pet peeves, or I shouldn't say it that way, but one of the most important skills, in my opinion, is that we tend to, when someone starts crying or is emoting, usually crying, we try to stop them. Make them feel better, or say something quickly to change the subject or to minimize it, or that kind of thing. And I suggest exactly the opposite, which is, if you start crying, then don't try to stop them. Ask them what else is bothering you. You encourage the feeling. That not if they're raging, go out of control and start breaking things. That's not a feeling. That's an action. That's different. It's okay with me that you're angry, but it's not okay if you hurt yourself or others or break things, that kind of thing. But you can be angry if you want to. You can be angry. Go ahead. Please do. Go ahead. Be as angry as you want and get it out of your body and let go of it. That's how we let go of it. I call it feel it to heal it. We can blast through this stuff and then let go of it. And then our body's like, thank you. Oh, gosh, I didn't want to hold that inside of me anymore. And we don't have to hold that stuff inside of us. So we encourage it. So like with crying, I say, what else is bothering you? What else are you sad about? Once you go, you take that trip, the longest trip sometimes that there is between head and heart, right? It's between head and heart. And you allow that and you are there and feeling what you're feeling, most of the time we have, so, okay, once you're in there, let's clean it all out. What else is bothering you? What else are you sad about? What else is making you feel? What else is making you feel? Get it all out of there. And you don't have to give a bunch of details. You just go through different subjects and you like what might be bothering you and deal with each one and let go of each one as they come up. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I've seen some magical things happen. It doesn't cost anything for us to be good listeners. And sometimes the results are kind of magical. It's pretty cool to watch people change right in front of your eyes. They were so upset and then they dealt with it and then they let it go. And then you go, wow. I mean, you certainly had the experience of crying at times and then you feel so much better afterward, right? It's kind of cool how that works, because if we don't do it, it builds up and it gets worse and worse and it turns to anger and it turns to depression and it gets yucky. So releasing, venting is a wonderful thing. So while we're, it says a lot about conflict resolution. One of my mentors is Doc Downing, PhD. He's, I've been working with him for like 30 years. He's a therapist, very good therapist. And his rules of engagement, he calls them, which means that you can say what you need to say to people, but don't put them, no put downs, no name calling, no sarcasm, no judgments. That's a tough one. That's a tough one when you're dealing with feelings. No judgments. You can suspend judgments, they call it, which means just, keep it to yourself or just ignore the judgments for now and just say, what I feel mostly is what I feel. No threats, definitely no threats, no guilt trips, no pouting, any of that stuff. So if you do that, if you can do some of that and be able to speak properly or powerfully about yourself and what you're feeling and what you may want from that or don't want from that, then you can do some pretty cool stuff by having communicating and getting your conflicts resolved. It's called nonviolent communications. It's pretty cool stuff. So, speaking of violent, this is one of the most powerful weapons we can carry as into war is called RPG. It's a rocket propelled grenade launcher. There's a picture of it right here. It's an amazingly destructive weapon. Well, it turns out, this is just an analogy, is that RPG is also one of the most powerful emotional tools we can carry into war or into peace. And there is resilience, perseverance, and grit. Grit is, I love that word. Grit is, right, this is going to be really hard. And I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I might have to grit my teeth. It's going to be tough and I can do it. So that there's a whole study now of grit. There's grit for kids and grit for teens and grit for adults and grit for moms and that kind of thing. Started by the University of Pennsylvania by the Dr. Martin Seligman, who started positive psychology. They've come up with some great stuff on grit. And what that means is that, when stuff is tough, like we were saying, that when things are hard, when world is throwing all this stuff at us, still, we get to be in charge of what happens inside of us. We can push on, we can persevere, we can be resilient when things are bad or happen, we can deal with it, and we can have grit and press on even when it's hard. Here's the thing a friend of mine came up with called emotional yoga, which is kind of fun. Yoga is about you get into a position, right? And you hold that position, right? You hold that position. Well, you can do the same thing with emotions, which is pretty cool. So like I was saying, once you make that huge trip from your head to your heart and you're down in there and you're feeling sad or you're feeling down or you're feeling hurt, whatever, it just seems kind of weird, but you, instead of avoiding it, like we do in practice, in yoga, is you hold it. All right. Be sad. Be sad. Be sad, stay there, stay there, stay there, and then let it go, and then change, then let it go and switch your position. So we can practice our emotions, practice dealing with our emotions, and practice turning them on and turning them off and letting them go. It's pretty cool. So just a thought. We don't, one of the biggest problems, I should have put this at the beginning, I guess, we don't learn about our emotions in or our inner world at school or work at home. We are assuming that we are born with everything we need to be happy and loving and peaceful. We're born pretty calm and pretty okay until something happens, right? And then if we get our needs met, then we go back to being calm and peaceful and loving again. That's how it works with kids. As we're born that way. That's cool. That is super, super good news because we have everything we need. We just don't know how to use it. So it's a training issue, an education issue. The solution is education. So that's why we are doing this, why I'm sitting here right now talking to you guys. I'm trying to educate the world about emotions and how important they are for the purpose of going toward peace. But the cool part is that education is just supplying information, just giving people information that they don't have. And so we can educate everybody who we're hoping to. We're trying to get emotional education into schools everywhere, from preschool to PhD, all the way up. So, speaking of everywhere, here comes the SDGs. As you know, there are 17 of them. Emotional intelligence hits 4 of them. Good health and well-being, which is about home, right? Teaching us how to do better at home. Number 4 is about quality education, which is school. We're trying to do better at school. And number 8 is about work. So we're at school, home, and work, right? Just like I said earlier. So if we can hit those 3 big areas, the result hopefully is number 16, peace. Peace, that's what we're about. We're trying to get to peace. So actually I came up with this cool formula. It's 3 plus 4 plus 8 is what? 16? No, almost. So 3 plus 4 plus 8, you're missing one. We're missing one, and the one that we're missing is you. So if you get involved at school, work, and home, and you get involved, then we can get to peace. Clever formula, right? So what we're trying to do is to stop some of the trauma that's happened to us, and it's difficult. But it's also an education thing. When bad stuff's happened to us, I've got lots of people that I know that have had incredible traumas in their life, and they are not passing them on to their kids. They are not passing them on to their kids, and that's very difficult because it ends up, that becomes our picture of love. Is like these first guys or whatever. Our picture of how a dad relates to his kids is based on a lot of times on how our dad related to us. And if he wasn't very good at it, then we're not going to be very good at it. So we have to learn more in order to do it different and to do it better. We do not have to pass on emotional trauma through generations. So we're talking about empathy. Empathy is one of the biggest skills, probably the biggest skill of emotional intelligence. And it starts with you. It's about being empathetic for yourself first, being empathetic of yourself first. Not only, but first. If you are better for you, if you're more loving toward you, you can be better and more loving toward other people. There's different types of empathy. Cognitive, I put myself in your shoes. Emotive, I feel with you. And empathic means I want to help you. But so whatever you decide to do, that's up to you. But empathy is a big deal. Also, empathy fatigue is a big deal too, where people are trying to be helpful and trying to understand and trying to be compassionate, and things go wrong, and there's so much pain. The pain never stops, and people get burnt out, like I said. So that's a tough one. So I guess I talked about this earlier about releasing, feel it to heal it, releasing our pain by feeling it and allowing it to let go. So allowing ourselves to let go of it. So All right, so that's the last slide I have. What I would like for you guys is to make, we're finding that emotions are much more important than we ever imagined. So make them more important in your life and the life of other people. You care about your thoughts and your feelings. You care about other people's thoughts and feelings. They like that very much. They like that if you care about what they think and feel. And so you can be very important to them, and you can improve your relationships by caring what other people think and feel. And we can teach people like social workers and caregivers how to be empathic properly and to be able to let go and separate the difference between their other people's issues and their issues, so they can manage their lives and don't have to get burnt out. So emotional education is the key. So pass it on if you would. So thanks for listening to me. Any questions are fine.
Yeah, participants, if you have any queries, we can quickly take it up. You can raise your hand or unmute yourself or share in chat box as you feel so. Yeah, Manas.
Yeah. Sir, in fact, basically emotions are nothing but chemical process or the reaction of an emotion in our body, right? Like we do hear all the time, really very angry people. See how we state a person, like see how very angry he is and how very lazy he is, how excited he is. These are nothing but our emotions. Like a catalyst to speed up the reactions or the speed of the emotions, additions or deletions. Do we have any natural supplements or artificial chemicals to speed up our emotions? Like to reduce the angriness, to reduce the laziness, like that.
Yes, our thoughts. Yeah, very definitely. It's there, the chemicals, you're right, there's a science to it, and there are chemicals involved in our body that that create the emotions. And they are also based on our thoughts and our thinking patterns, on what we think is proper, or what we think about the world, or how we perceive it, or our point of view of the world creates our emotions, right? If you, what makes you not lazy? Well, you want to feed your family, you want to have your job, you want to make a difference, that kind of thing. Those are thoughts. And therefore you don't be lazy, so you don't act that way. So like I said, thoughts, feelings, decisions, actions. So some of those that you mentioned are actions, and those are based on our thoughts and our feelings. And what we do is, if things aren't going well, if our actions aren't going well, we look at our feelings around it, and we look at our thoughts, and the thoughts are often the problem. If we think that it's okay to be lazy, and we think it's okay to take and not give, that kind of thing, or we are afraid, or we are feel like we have shame, and we believe we're not worthy and we're not able to do this stuff and be equal to other people, then a lot of times our actions look very, very different than if we feel powerful, we feel like we can make a difference, like we can be powerful in our lives, that kind of thing, then we can do different actions. So look at the thoughts and the feelings behind the actions, and that's where we can, what I call, spin it to win it. We can adjust our thoughts and our feelings to create better actions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Good question.
Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, then. It was a really insightful session. Matt, as usual, you rocked the session. And thank you. In the middle of the sleep, you woke up and gave this wonderful session. Really, hats off to you, and our gratitude to you. And wish you all the success in all your future endeavors. And see you in more sessions in coming days.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Vendra. Thanks, everyone. Good luck, and emotions are important. So please learn about them. All right. Bye, y'all. Take care.
Take care. Bye. So we will move on to our next session. I know we are pretty excited. We'll quickly conclude. We have with us, we have a short presentation by a research scholar. Then we have one more presentation. Go and conclude this. So, Sajal Saju. She will be presenting on, she is a research scholar from Bhupendra Narayan Mandal University, Madhepura, Bihar. She is presenting on Maya, the protagonist of Anita Desai's novel, Cry the Peacock. Sajal, you can unmute yourself, start your video and start your presentation.
Hello,
Ama.
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your video and presentation.
As Anita Desai is a Sahitya Academy awardee novelist. She has done her mastery over women issues and we can
We can't
find
see your video. Do you have any PPT?
No, I don't have any PPT.
Okay, you can switch on your video because we need it for documentation. Huh? Because existing resource persons, we have them, but yeah, you can continue.
Can you find me?
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Anita Desai is a Sahitya Academy awardee novelist. She has done her mastery over women issues and we can find this in almost all her works. Here I will go with her one, the masterpiece, Cry the Peacock. The female protagonist, Maya, is a very emotional person because of her father's unconditional love, affection, and care towards her. Maya's nurturing like this by her father made her the villain of her own life. And Maya's immature behavior leads her to a life which she never desired of. I have dealt with Maya's character in this article. As the name of the female protagonist of Cry the Peacock, Maya means illusion, and we can find the illusion each and every part of the novel. Only a dream, an illusion. Maya, my very name, means nothing, is a nothing but an illusion. Maya was an adorable child of her father because she was the one who left with her father. Maya's mother has died. Her father gave all his love, affection, care to her to sympathize her and himself as well. But in this process of nurturing a child, Maya's father never taught her of any reality of the world and not even made her a mature person. And the result is Maya became a woman but without maturity. Maya is a highly emotional and taking for granted as personality. She saw the world as surrounding and her surroundings as her own convenience. She just couldn't face the world with an intellectual eyes. But on the other hand, Maya got married to a person who was not only aged but also a mature person. Both were very different in their nature, and it's hard to be with each other in that situation. But they were living, and there is no coordination between them. where Maya's husband Gautama dealt with his mind in every phase of life, Maya dealt with her heart, which was full of only unfulfilled desires. With the very opening of the novel, we find that Maya was at high of her emotion because her dog had died, and she stood full sunny day outside so that she can minimize her pain. In this process of being with that dead dog, as long as the dog was not taken away, when in the evening Gautama came and arranged dog's cremation, said to her, take tea, and forgot about the dog. She just started crying and started blaming Gautama. You need a cup of tea? He said, yes, I cried. Yes, it is his hardness. No, not hardness, but the distance he coldly keeps from me. Her loneliness was also a pain for her because she had not yet child yet, and so used to attach with any non-living things like dog, cat, flowers, etc. Childless women do develop fanatic attachments to their pets. They say, I promised, with parted lips and clasped hands, never, and was immediately made aware of the moments trickling past. She didn't like the thoughts of Gautama, like as though it didn't matter whether people lived or dead. Maya was afraid also because a forecaster had said her before marriage that it may a catastrophic end of your marriage, as in the 4 years of your marriage there you or your husband will die. Her father did hidden this from everyone, and so Maya do. But the Maya didn't forget that prophecy. She used to think about the matter. Gautama, what does it mean when you dream of the dead? I dreamt about my mother this afternoon, about the photograph father has of her on his desk. She is all in grey. It is such a clear photograph, but everything looketh grey in my dream. But what could it mean? Sometimes Maya's illusion take her to the next level. As Gautama, I said, pressing my heads to my ears, Arjuna, I believe I am ill. Something has gone wrong. Arjuna's character was a hidden character, as readers didn't know who actually he was. He was mentioned after receiving his letter from New York. All the encounter shows that her mind game had taken her in another verse, and sometimes she wasn't in her senses. Him to strike him, stab him. I saw night about me and began to cry hysterically. All these elements shows her grief towards her own self, and the illusions made her so crazy that she killed her own husband.
There is some connectivity issue. Okay. Yes, Ajay. Quickly conclude. You are muted, man.
Like the very novel, Maya's character is also uncertain, and we find Maya as the crying peacock. In the conclusion, I find that Maya is a fragile character because Maya has a sense of understanding of flora and fauna, but she didn't use it by her own, but she want to do so by Gautama. She has to be strong enough to dealing with herself. She just let go herself in the wave of her illusionary world. And the that so the result we find as the catastrophic end. I have done, sir.
Okay, ma. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all the success, ma. You can do much more better. Do practice before presentation, so you will be doing better. Wish you all
Thank
the
you.
success. So we will move on to our next speaker. You can stop your video, ma. Then yeah, we have with us Musliuddin Adebayo,
Okay.
a social
Okay.
worker and journalist.
Okay.
And he has done a Master of Science in Sociology, Medical Sociology, and a Bachelor of Science in Social Work and Administration from University of Jos, and postgraduate diploma in journalism from International Institute of Journalism, Abuja. He is also, as mentioned, a trained social worker and journalist, and he is also member of professional associations such as Nigeria Union of Journalists and Nigeria Association of Social Workers. So he is also volunteer at Olive Community Development Initiative, a non-governmental organization. So over to you.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's visible. You can switch on your video if possible.
Okay. Sorry.
We can't. We can see
Okay.
your slide.
Okay.
Yeah. Now.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay. This afternoon in Nigeria. Good day. Good day, sir. Good day, ma. My name is Musliuddin Adebayo. I'm a social worker and also a journalist. I completed my last educational degree at the University of Ibadan in 2021. And this particular topic that I want to present was part of my thesis that I submitted at the Department of Sociology, University of Ibadan, in award of the Masters of Science in Sociology at the Department of Sociology, University of Ibadan. Hello?
Yeah, please
Hello?
continue. Please continue.
Okay. So I want to share the my presentation so that it will be available. Let me close this. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so my topic is the availability of modern healthcare services for persons with disabilities in Nigeria. So can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah,
Okay,
we can
okay,
hear you,
okay.
see you.
Okay, let me start from the background to the study. Availability of modern healthcare services is one of the determinants of health status of individual in society. Statement of the problem. Healthcare services is a combination of all medical services for all categories of people. However, the various studies have shown that healthcare services are not always available for persons with disabilities, especially people at the rural areas, among whom are persons with disabilities. So the World Health Organization estimated that about 1 million people, I'm sorry, about 1 billion people have one form of disability or the other. And in Nigeria, statistics have shown that about 25 million people are living with disabilities. So this prompted me to embark on the study because studies have shown that disability is a social problem. I mean, it's one of the social problems, and it needs urgent social intervention. So the theoretical framework that was used, two sociological theories were used in order to guide this study. One is, the first one is the structural functionalism, which has its truth in the work of early sociologists like Auguste Comte, Max Weber, Robert K. Merton, among others. So structural functionalism hello? Hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, sorry. So structural functionalism structural functionalists believe that all the society is like a living organism, which has several parts, and each of the parts contribute to the sustenance of the society. And healthcare services is one of the structures of the society, which also has its own function. And the major function of healthcare services is to provide healthcare delivery for all categories of people, whether they are persons with disabilities or the other. And then the second theory that was used to guide this study was a Marxist conflict theory. It has its roots in the work of the German philosopher Karl Marx and others. So, and the methodology, cross-sectional study design was adopted in this to elicit information from a respondent. And the respondents that participated in this study included persons with disabilities. 20 of them were interviewed with the aid of key informant, with the aid of an in-depth interview, while 10 other respondents were used as KI, that is a key informant interview. The 10 participants included social workers, physiotherapists, and the caregivers. Data presentation, a total of 30 participants, as I said earlier, participated in this study. Summary of findings. The study revealed that persons with disabilities derive satisfaction in modern healthcare services. Similarly, the study revealed that there are a number of persons with disabilities that are yearning in order to have access to modern healthcare services, but the available modern healthcare services were not enough for persons with disabilities. Okay. Conclusion. This study has done enough. It has done enough findings in order to reveal the availability of modern healthcare services for persons with disabilities in Ibadan. And within this, the content of this study, persons with disability take central focus in this study because they are part of the society, and there is a need for social workers and all other development workers to in order to undertake some studies that can serve as a kind of relief for persons with disabilities. So conclusion, okay, sorry. Okay, recommendation. As part of my recommendations, I recommended that there is a need for the government to consult more healthcare services, especially modern healthcare services, hospital, dispensaries, and all other modern healthcare services. So that persons with disability, they will have access to modern healthcare services. Then it was also suggested that governments will equip the existing healthcare services, healthcare facilities like hospitals, dispensaries, and primary healthcare centers. Then it was also suggested that the available modern healthcare centers should be equipped with disability-friendly equipment, such as elevators, ramps, and wheelchairs. So let me use this medium to appreciate the organizers for inviting me to present this paper. Though as I said, it was part of my the thesis that I submitted at the University of Ibadan, award of the Masters of Science in Sociology, Medical Sociology at the Department of Sociology, University of Ibadan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Musliuddin,
yes,
for your wonderful presentation. Very well presented. Congratulations, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, you can stop sharing.
Okay. Let me, okay. This stop, okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Thank
Take
you
care.
very much.
Bye.
Yes.
So we have come to the last session. We have with us Ravichandranji, HRM Mapper Consulting Co. He would be in short presenting on women at workplace HR perspective. Ravichandranji, you can unmute yourself and try to quickly conclude in 10 or 15 minutes.
Is a great. We open my sharing. I'm going to share.
You start your video and the PPT also.
Why it's not going to share, sir?
No, it's visible, but you have to open your PPT. We can see your files. Otherwise, you go to Zoom and click on New Share and select the PPT window.
Is it viewable now?
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Good evening to all the participants. I'd like to thank Dr. Ravindra, who did this Independence Day event for a bigger way, more than having 85 greetings. I could really count it upon like that. Maybe nearing to 100 numbers of people have participated, given their best wishes to all the participants, and newer event, Independence Day Eve. And Dr. Ravindra is the one who is the key drive of this entire drive to gone into the best effort and the best. Even I salute him as well. Well, see, I'd like to talk about this topic. It's a very monotonous repeat of communication to all the participants could have earlier gone through, but very repeatedly we talk about the current managerial thinking, executive thinkings are very important, because primarily I'm moving across place to place, meeting people to people, especially in college, education domain, NGOs, welfare, socio-nam. Several of them are passing through the clouds of the current situation of the COVID period. Why do talk about the COVID? It's all gone, but people have been keep talking, primarily talking about this happening and repeatedly recollecting the back burner of the situation, trying to grossly pass through the situation. So please make your move environment positively taking up. Yes, I'm just going with a very lot of conversation, not by showing a lot of slides. Wherever I touch the slides, the topic will be quite relevant. See the people up over here, all segments of people on the screen, not alone the young boy who is 25, 28, another one man who sits on the wheelchair, he should be 50 plus, 60 plus, 55, nothing lesser than. Why I'm showing all, there are groups of segments in the employment industry of today need to match with the environment, and that's why I repeatedly talk more of work environment, conclusively go with moving dynamically. These slides are, just have a look at it. Please read it in the middle when I'm talking about, so participants would really understand what is the environment of today. Traditional, open, activity-based, you need to have a real connect on the acceptance of mind, rather clotting yourself into while the previous time of situations. Make yourself connect to the current environment. This is what the work environment. Well, okay. These are the practice of HR, repeated talk, recruiting, hiring, training, developing, relationship management, no biting, no backbiting, because we all human tend to talk unwanted politics, unnecessary communication, unwanted misbehavioral on the backbiting kind of methods. So need to be very careful, make your personality developed on these HR aspects in the workplace. That should be the right work environment. It's all the way of easy talking about the topic, but managing yourself, learning these skills are very important. The age lesser than 30 years old people of any of them today. After that, it's becoming a very big trouble to individuals. That's why I repeatedly talk about this. Yes, what should be the right work environment? This is what I would always say, cooperation, safety, risk-taking, support, accountability, equity, connecting between people and people, go with the strength to strength model of approaching. Yes. The flow of your mind should be very careful. Acceptance, honest communication, effective communication. Effective communications mean what not simply you talk best. It doesn't mean effective communication means you talk best. No. It means that the way I communicate you, assuming Ravichandran is speaking to you, the message what Ravichandran is forwarded over verbally, and if you take the same communication to other, as per the Ravichandran communication, it is effective communication. Whatever Ravichandran says, and you carry it very carefully, communicatively to others, that brings a communication effectively. So the learning is going to be very important. Please, when you are in the class session, room session, verbal discussion, dialogue, brainstorming, whatever, involve yourself into best way of understanding listening. Art of listening is quite important, rather more talking. So more focus on it. So that is called effective communication. We will do the different session on effective session later. Okay, positive approach. These are quite important in this current scenario. But yes, then no, as I said, these all are quite similar. And these are the postures while you work, manage yourself, health management, very important, wrong postures, right sitting postures. These all are quite, make you vulnerable because your body supports need to manage you. You can't just, hit the body the way you feel it. Body does not behave closely after 40, 45 age. So anybody lesser than age may not feel bad, but over a period of time, very careful. This is called ergonomics topic. We will go with the topic later. Now I'm more talking of work environment. And similarly, look for a job. Assuming you are looking for a new job, be careful. And this may not be the right time to go with the new path of starting with. But if you are insisted, constrained to move, be careful, very carefully leave the current job and move to the next hierarchically or horizontally. Wherever, whatever the growth, waiting and watching time is quite important in this context because people leave the job and go like a the job hoppers. We call it by hoppers. They jump place to place very quickly, very fast. At certain age, anybody gets job very fast. The person, I myself got a job of 10, 4 offers in hand. Previous days I'm talking. Today it's not that condition. Hardly getting one job takes 6 months, 8 months, 1 year like it. So be careful. Job hopper mind should necessarily be maintained carefully. Well, I'm quickly finishing it off now. Yes, and your formal communication is very important. Motivating skill sets, backbiting, gossip, rumor, unwanted social media. These all need to be carefully assessed between yourself. Your mind has got 3 different layers. 1, Ravichandran, 2, Ravichandran, 3, Ravichandran. There are 3 dimensions within our own mind and soul and connects. So be careful, speak yourself, find out what way you should move. So all the time I have a very good, pleasantful life. Ravichandran talks to another 2 Ravichandran. So it's a very beautifully designed human mind, That's good. Okay. I'm putting, these are the very important words. We are all with the mind of illusion and passively we talk and sustaining ourselves. Spiritually we talk. But when we go into the corporate domain, any of the employment domain, we take not very serious on spiritually how to go connect with the bones and nets and human and science and souls. So be careful, design yourself, engineer yourself carefully. There are a lot of words I put it across. I know one of the other words will come along with this. Well, quickly I can forward these slides if necessary. Well, as a practitioner of HR, I always want to give you a positive touch and touch your shoulder back and take it carefully and always need to motivate you. So whenever you feel sorrow, sickness, feel the positive approach, take some nap and go with low yoga, dhyana, some kind of inclined approach to maintain the work environment. Well, these are very common slides which business environment demands from your side. When you go with it, have a good communication, develop yourself, read a lot of books and lot of viewables which are lectureship like us, our program. You should join Dr. Ravindra's lot of programs are keep coming up on many more aspects within HR. We will come along with Mr. Matt from the US. There are various sources across globe Dr. Ravindra has. So he can bring everybody on bench sometime. Always it happens. The one I experienced it in on the day of independence. Great. Good. Okay. Gender sensitization. Be careful with the gender sensitization. You need to have a stress managing skills. Very important. Work life is very important. Negotiating. team managing, family. Yes, family, very important along with your professional approach. Because always sometimes we leave our family behind and work for our employment, curriculum, future, exposure, money making. Take the life more fun than making money. Anyway, money will reach you. The fun we'll miss it sometime with our children, with our life, with our many more folds. Be careful. Good. Okay, I'm finishing it off next 1 minute maximum. Have a good trust, belief, fairness, listen. Listening is a very important. If anybody comes to know that he is much lesser than me talking, that's very important. You would be knowing many of them are talking too much, unwanted topic, but you also feel that anybody talks very crisp, clear, recognize why he's talking very less. At the same time, quite effective communicating again, how you are listening. These are very important. So say him, sir, you are effectively speaking, but very less talking. Beautiful that way you approach, encourage others. You would also learn over a period of time. Good. Hope I am quickly doing it and fishing it up. Mentor yourself. Yourself is the best mentor. Practice yourself and promote yourself. Very important to promote yourself is a very important. Very, very important promoting yourself. You are like a product. You are like a brand. Ravichandran himself is the brand. So you should know, Ravi should know how to brand himself and carefully take his own recognition and rewards first, then go with it. Well, I'm finishing it up, and I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra taking care of this entire effort, going on fold to fold and raising up in bigger way. And all the participants, Mary Florence, Virendra Sir, and many more, Mr. Matt, and many of the participants. Thank you once again, all the participants, and make things more connect and value us. At the same time, make more participants coming on board, make their experience along with you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ravindra.
Yeah, thank you, Ravichandranji, for quickly concluding and for your wonderful insight. Maybe we can, So maybe next week you can take it up in detail about ergonomics. Ergonomics is also a very good topic. In fact, the kind of positioning we position at workplace that supports our work. So that also helps to prolong satisfaction of doing work. So very well presented. Congratulations. Wishing you all the success in your future endeavors and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much. All the very best. Good luck, sir.
So with this, we shall conclude. So basically today, we were looking at various aspects of social work and social service, and how a social worker or a social service for that matter can contribute, or what kind of services a social worker can provide, and what is the scope, global definition and principles, ethics, values, and scope for the social work profession as well as practice. Along with the education we have looked upon, and also how this humanity, compassion, peace is being promoted or can be promoted through caring, sharing, and also by understanding our emotions and reciprocating in an appropriate manner. And we have also seen, the various victims, few information, few case studies also through short videos, how is victims of terrorism, and also we have seen some acts pertaining to terrorism, especially in India. And we had good discussion also about the remedies. And we also looked upon health aspects and the role of social worker in promoting health and in overall contributing to the awareness education, and how these all are aspects, all these aspects, are contributing to the environment, not only personal environment, but also work environment, as well as the nature and environment around us. With lot of conflicts, violence, terrorism, lot of damage is being caused to the human life, at the same time to the nature and environment. Because of these conflicts, continuous unrest is there, and there is lot of use of arms and ammunition, either directly or indirectly, and there's lot of bloodshed and lot of pain and agony, misery, depression among the victims and victim families, and this hatred is spread through various activities, and due to which not only certain religious are looked down or upon. So as a responsible citizen of the planet, we need to ensure that wherever such things are happening, we need to strictly condemn and take all the efforts, make all the efforts to restrain and prevent such acts. So as a citizen, or as a philosopher, or as a preacher, or as a leader, or as per the activist, we need to ensure that we need to be continuously creating awareness, and at our levels, even the governments also should strictly enforce these, such that no such untoward incidents occur. And we have seen how beautifully they were, we were listening to different kind of sessions, which are all contributing to the sustainable development goals. Now, these 17 goals spread across all the domains of, starting from agriculture to space science and whatnot. So all are these contributing to the sustainable development, and we all need to work towards, sustainable development, because we are already seeing the adverse effects of climate change, and it has left no one. It has almost affected everyone, leaving no one behind. Especially the agriculture is being affected because of the climate change, weather conditions, the cropping patterns and the pests and the yield is being affected. So more of that agriculture and farmers are being affected. So it's a high time that even the north, south poles are melting, Arctic and Antarctic regions are melting up, the glaciers are melting there, and poles which were minus 20 and above are now nearing to zero. So that means all the freshwater glaciers, which are constituting 1% or 1.5% of the fresh water on the planet, is going to be part of the ocean, for which we already made oceans as dumping yards, all our pollutants like plastic. Half of the oceans are filled with plastic, and a lot of things are happening, which because of human activity, a lot of species are getting extinct. So we need to be very cautious, and this is the decade for restoration. And if we do not work on these lines, future is going to be very pathetic and very alarming. So this will give us, for that matter, this will help us to understand the intensity that we are going to face and we are presently facing. So with these deliberations since morning till now. Hope everyone enjoyed these sessions, and see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock, and we will continue to organize these sessions. And what we thought is to have a theme for the entire week along with individual sessions. 1 week take a theme and have speakers on that theme, or if a speaker is willing to take for the entire week, we can divide the topic so that one day, instead of going on a length and breadth, what we can do is we can divide them into 5 or 6 units or modules or sessions. Then we can take up on weekdays, Monday to Saturday, so that we can have good discussion as well as understanding of concepts. So we welcome you. If you are any subject expert on any topic, you can come up. So what we present themes we have decided upon, and inviting is cyber security and HR subjects, and energy conservation, efficient energy methods, where we can save our energy, and water conservation. So these are few topics, where we are planning. So if you have any other topic in your mind based on your subject, so you can also share with us. And if you can come up with your 1 week schedule for that matter, we can help you. We can schedule you accordingly. So which will help us, for that matter, everyone, to learn more about certain, aspects of sustainable development and how they are contributing. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us for this wonderful conference, and see you all tomorrow at the same time. At 6 o'clock. And feedback link is being shared in the chat box. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Registration form has been also shared along with it. So if you have joined without registration, kindly fill up the registration form also. And we have released certificates till August 6th. So you can download up to August 6th, excluding Sundays. So today we will be releasing, today or tonight or tomorrow, we will be releasing some more certificates. So you can visit tomorrow, preferably, you can download, and the Sunday certificates will also be issued once these daily certificates are done. So we will be issuing this Sundays also in a couple of days time, within the 15 working days policy network. In between we got many holidays, and these are the Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. So little bit delay was there. Otherwise, within 15 working days we were issuing the certificates. But now also we are 1 or 2 days here or there, but excluding holidays, we haven't yet crossed that limit. But including holidays, yes. So if you have any queries while you are filling up the feedback form, you can unmute yourself and share. Otherwise, quickly fill up the feedback form, and after filling up the feedback form, you may leave the platform. So thank you once again, everyone, for joining us for this wonderful conference, and we wish you all the success for all your future endeavors. We appreciate your time and resources and keeping us, joining us again and again. Hope you all are enjoying these sessions. So once again, feedback form has been shared in the chat box. Quickly fill up the feedback form before we leave the webinar platform, conference platform. So take care. Good night. And yeah, so I will take one more minute to show you from where you can download your certificates. If you already know that, fine, you may leave the platform once you have filled the feedback form. So let me quickly show you. This is a website for all the conference webinars, seminars. Here you can see International Webinar Series on Holistic Health, Well-being and Sustainable Development. You can see the link, daily webinars and conference details. You can click on this. Here on the left side, you can see the navigation menu. Links are there. You can select Sunday schedule. And you can select August month and today's date, 21st August. Here you can see the flyer, because now today conference is still going on. So we'll update your details here. You can see 7th August like this. You can see the flyer just below the flyer. You can find the link. So till 6th August, we have issued. From 7th August, we'll be issuing today or tomorrow. So you can find the link here. For weekday schedules, you can click on weekday schedule and select appropriate month. Till 6th August, certificates have been issued. So you can just go there, find the flyer. Just below that, you can see here the Google Drive link. You can click on this and download your certificates. So similar way, other days also will be updated. Couple of days you can download. And other easy way, it's still in updation. Just before this, even getting into these weekdays or special day schedule, you can click on the schedule here. If you click, there will be a calendar here. You can see. So this is being updated. So we have consolidated everything here based on date wise. Here you can click. Actually, same links are same. This is a little bit easier, where people want to just have all the links on one page. So we have provided that even for future events which have been already confirmed also, you can see September. As Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we have till August 15, 2023 till 2023. We have this calendar. If any one of you want to present on any day, you can just contact us and we will update the flyer and everything. We'll prepare and send you in advance, so that we will update you here, and we will also update it on the website also. It will be easy, so that you can schedule yourself at your convenient day. Otherwise, sometimes you may not get the preferred day. So as early as possible, you can book your slot or session as per your convenience. Sundays, you know the timings, 11 to 5, weekdays 6 to 8. You can send your entries or request through registration form and share your details and papers. So monthly we are inviting, you can present up to 2 papers unless and until, there is a series of pertinent related themes, like HR is a common theme, education, sustainable development, environment, certain common themes are there. So there, wherever, there is shortage or a regular topics are to be taken, that you can present on every Sunday. That's not an issue with a different topic. Otherwise, generally every once in 15 days, you can either present one weekday and one Sunday. So like that, you can present up to 4 papers on 2 weekdays and 2 Sundays. And for other regular topics, you can present on every Sunday, or you can choose on weekdays also. And for the theme presentations, as I already mentioned, 1 week, we will allot you 1 week, entire week to you. And a single flyer will be prepared and shared to you so that you can also share along with the joining. Joining link, anyway, it's same for all. So you can use the same link and you can share across along with your flyer to everyone. We will also do it from our side, and you can cover all the topics. Generally 5 to 6 days, almost 8 to 10 hours you will get, and you can divide it across all the topics, and you can take up the session. So let us know if you have any topics to be presented, then we will accommodate you accordingly. And I request everyone to add this calendar to your Google or Android or iOS or Outlook or Yahoo Mail, so that it will keep reminding. And also keep joining this, once you join Facebook group and Telegram channel, that way also you'll get updates. And till August 15, 2023, we'll be having sessions. So I request everyone to share your details and topics in advance so that we can update and we can approach for other topics, where we don't have resource persons. We can go and find out. So certificates, you have to download it from website only. So you can visit website and download your certificate. So the format for sending your information is also available on the website. Here, a flyer is also available. You can download what all information is required. For collaborations, you can also send your organization logo and scanned signature along with your details. And who can collaborate? Schools, colleges, departments, universities, institutions, organizations, corporates, NGOs, professionals, professional councils, associations. They can collaborate with us. There is no charge for presentation or participation or for collaboration. We do not take any donations or sponsorships or fees from anyone. So if anyone says there is some charge, don't believe them. There is nothing like that. Everything is transparent. It's available on the website. You can always visit the website, and on every page, you will find my contact number and email address. If you have, kindly go through the website. All details are provided on the website. In case still you have any query, you can always contact me. I can guide you with the link where you can find the information. Otherwise, it's very simple. You can get all the information here itself. Calendar, you can subscribe and you can get complete schedule on one page, so that you can select the date and you can visit and download. Otherwise also you can individually go. And if you need any clarification on e-certificate and eligibility, here you can find all the details and commonly made mistakes, common mistakes or common concerns that we are observing, since the last few months, what we are facing challenge, especially in issuing certificates to what is happening. You can see the simple process, as you all know. You have to register and you have to participate or attend, and then provide feedback for individual or overall sessions as applicable, whichever it is. And then visit the website on the respective page by selecting that date of that in the navigation menu. And you can download your certificates from the Google Drive link available on the website. It's very simple if you understand it. And yeah, there are some queries that many people are attending, but there are very less certificates on the website. See, there is an option in the feedback form whether you require e-certificate or not. So if you have if participants are applying for e-certificate, if they are selecting yes or maybe, then only we are issuing certificate. And moreover, you need eligibility, like you need at least 65% to 75%. Actually, we have set it as 85%, and we have reduced to 75 and 65 also we are considering. So you need to have minimum attendance for all the sessions, or at least for overall attendance. And there are some concerns like you are not setting your Zoom name, username appropriately. That is making it difficult. Sometimes we get only device name, like Redmi or some Samsung or something. We are not able to identify who is that. At least when you are logging in and when you have identified that, you can always share me your name in the chat box so that I can rename myself, or you can log out and rename and you can join back. Otherwise, if you realized at a later time, you can immediately tell me that similar situation happened, then we can try to accommodate. That's why we have this time gap now. Initially we are issuing, but we cannot issue again and again. It consumes a lot of time for us. Like you all, we also have so many things to do. We cannot do same work again and again because every day we have events. So every day we need to concentrate on them. We cannot just go back and do the same work. It's not possible also practically with the amount of work we have. So that's why we are taking some time, so that any queries like similar to that we can try to accommodate. And these are the common concerns which we have observed. So we have listed out here why. So if there is any discrepancy here, we'll be not able to issue a certificate because there will be some information gap or mismatch. Still, we are very considerate, and we are trying to issue also even beyond these rules and regulations. Also, we are issuing, but still, you need to follow all of this and ensure that your time is saved and our time is also. And when you are contacting, also introduce yourself. Don't message just directly saying certificate link, feedback link. No, daily events are happening. We don't know whether you have really participated or not. So there is a format, Kindly introduce yourself with your details, like you share all the details. Then ask if you have any query. We are not sharing feedback on any other platforms in WhatsApp or Telegram. Initially we used to share, but a lot of people were filling without joining. So even that, these all things will waste a lot of time for us. Otherwise it's very simple. If we get only data, it is very easy. It automatically picks up the names from registration form, feedback form, and from Zoom attendance. If only when there are mismatch in entries or when there are no entry, when entries are found in the feedback form where the registration form doesn't have, or the attendance, in attendance we cannot find, and there is lot of things we need to manually check again, cross check once again. So this is consuming lot of time for, and for one certificate, and again if you contact us a later point of time, again we have to repeat all the process. It will again waste lot of time. So it's not possible for us at this moment of time. So make sure even percentage of attendance is also mentioned. So join in time. So that will help us to save some time also. We can start in time and we can end in time. All the details, everything is mentioned in detail. Only even if you are contacting after this, that means you have not read the details. So kindly go through the website and you can get all the information. So see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night. Hope you all got the information.